Game 2 for the number 1 pick. Our immediate reactions to Fernando Mendoza's second game in the silver and black in the NFL preseason. Plus, we'll set the stage for the Dodgers back home this weekend in Los Angeles, getting ready to host the Pittsburgh Pirates. Wake up, Los Angeles. It's a Friday morning right here on D. Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. He is Derek Fisher. I am Ben Stevens, in for Cody Decker once again. And we have a huge show for you on this Friday. And it is a huge show. Why? Because we had a doubleheader of NFL preseason football last night. The watch party at the Fisher residence. What were you guys eating? What were you guys watching? How many people were able to attend? 50 plus, you would say?
No, I would say take the 5 off of that. And
That would be, Derek, that would be 0.
No.
You weren't even there?
No attendees. No attendees. Yeah, man, the day doesn't end, when I leave here. So a few other things going on. But the great part about 2026 is you can take it with you everywhere. So, pulled up the phone and, had the I'm not going to say the name of the platform because they're not paying us to say their name.
If it's not on 97.1 The Fan, it doesn't matter.
But yeah, I had the game on, the Raiders and Texans game on. The 49ers and Chargers game started. I was at a charity event last night, and so I didn't get to see much of that game, but got to watch the Raiders and Texans. Good. At least the first half, the score wasn't great, but early on, fairly competitive, and so not a big watch party.
We'll get that for the preseason finale for the Raiders next week.
Yeah, maybe regular season.
Season watch parties at the Fisher residence.
I don't know.
Everybody come through. Were you feeling the football juices, the football fever, and what you were watching? Are you excited for this football season?
Yeah, I'm excited for the season. Preseason's always a little more challenging. Yeah, for me, not seeing, the teams, like they're playing their main guys and giving us a glimpse. Mm-hmm. It's hard to get a glimpse of what this team is actually going to look like.
Right.
Because I'm not as, unless Mendoza's the number 1 pick. You know who that is. Mm-hmm. But unless you're really, dialed into specific players to watch, preseason hasn't always been, something I'm super fond of, but I'm coming around to it.
Good.
Obviously now
I'm going to get you hyped up.
I'm paying more attention than I used to.
That's
preseason
good.
Football, especially it's on random nights of the week.
Right.
I'm a football Saturday and Sunday guy.
Yeah.
Friday nights high school, Saturdays college, Sundays NFL.
Yeah.
Random weekday games doesn't. It's hard to get me on that.
That's the NFL now. We've got the Wednesday season debut, the Super Bowl rematch in under 3 weeks between the Seahawks and the Patriots. A game on Friday in Melbourne, Australia that will air here on a Thursday night. We're under 3 weeks away from that. Just 20 days from the Rams' regular season debut against the San Francisco 49ers. And we are 8 days away from football here in Los Angeles. The USC Trojans, San Jose Spartans. A week from tomorrow, to Raj's delight, we are going to talk some college football throughout this show. Was that the Pride of Troy that you were humming there, Raj? That didn't really sound like the...
I tried. I think I stopped because it was actually the Raiders one. Yeah, that's what I'm going to do better. I'm going to get better at college. Don't you worry.
All right.
Raj, did you go see the Odyssey yet?
I did.
Okay.
Did you?
We'll talk. Yes.
Did you enjoy it?
I did. Yeah, I did enjoy it.
Me as well.
Yeah.
Thoroughly.
It was I'm a Christopher Nolan fan, so the movie's great, the acting's great, but I love the way he presents film. So, yeah, I enjoyed it. It was good.
What is your all-time favorite Christopher Nolan film?
Probably The Dark Knight.
Knew I liked you. Me too.
Dark Knight.
Dark Knight is the all-time greatest Christopher Nolan film. And there are many that are great.
For sure.
But The Dark Knight, not just because it is a superhero film, but because of what it represents, the acting in that, just truly legendary. Knowing your acting prowess now, Do you think we can call Chris? Actually, we can't call him. He doesn't have a cell phone. Do you think we can send a carrier pigeon to Chris to get you in his next film?
I mean, we can send the pigeon.
We're going to try. We're going to start the campaign for Derek Fisher to act in the next Christopher Nolan blockbuster. Maybe alongside Matt Damon or Tom Holland or whoever is necessary.
Travis Scott.
Yeah. That was crazy as a pard. Yeah. I didn't know that until I went into the movie theater and saw it.
It was good.
Yeah, it was really good. Really, really enjoyed The Odyssey. Everybody should watch it, including USC football, who in a very ill-timed tweet about The Odyssey, not understanding how that war played out.
I kept thinking about that during the movie.
Yeah. It's like, guys, just a little bit of history in the Iliad. Yeah. Just know it wasn't. It's called the Fall of Troy for, you know what? They're focused on football. We'll talk about USC and their season opener in 8 days a little bit later on. Preseason week number 2 got started last night with a doubleheader featuring teams here in the greater Los Angeles area that we care about. Of course, although they play in Vegas last night in Houston, Fernando Mendoza in his second game for the Silver and Black. The Chargers at home in SoFi hosting the San Francisco 49ers. D-Fish, let's start with Fernando Mendoza. Not just his second game as a Raider, his first start. We did not see a lot of the starters last night for Las Vegas. Kirk Cousins made the debut in preseason week number 1. It was Fernando from the jump. And after the Texans score on the opening offensive possession, Fernando leading the Raiders down the field, couple of big chunk plays, and then a pass that was either ill-timed or slightly behind his intended target. It was picked off by the Texans rookie linebacker Wade Woodaz, and it was taken back for an 80-yard pick 6. A little bit more struggles for Mendoza last night in Game 2 of his preseason career than his debut a week ago at Allegiant Stadium. 8 of 15 for Mendoza, 86 yards, and that interception. He played all 5 of the offensive possessions for Las Vegas in the first half. What do you think Raiders fans were thinking watching Fernando Mendoza in his second preseason game last night?
I mean, probably the same things, like, some flashes of, this is going to be our guy, and we're happy with where he is. And then also, like fully accepting the reality of, like, there's going to be more of this as he continues to mature and evolve as a young player. Part of the theory for me around Mendoza was almost like proven last night, right? It's either you're either going to start him right from the beginning and allow him to kind of have these type of experiences and nights, and however bad it gets, like, just let it be bad. Short of him being injured, there's really no bad result, right? Like, he make all the mistakes, learn all the information that you can about playing the position at this level. But, like, the Raiders are going to, after the first few weeks of the season, they have a 4-week stretch where the season, like, exponentially gets more difficult.
Yeah.
And if you don't start him the first few weeks, last night kind of, for me, confirms, like, you don't then start him when it's time to play the Bills, the Rams, they have 4 games that are absolute juggernauts. And so, last night was totally fine for me. The Houston Texans defensively, even without their starters, that's their identity. Like, they are an elite defensive football team. So for them to have, second string, third string guys going against a rookie quarterback, even with your most basic packages and coverages, offensive line still learning how to work together. The play, he threw the pick 6, a little bit of pressure in his face, kind of backpedaling on his back foot a little, and the ball kind of got behind the receiver. Actually didn't sail out in front of him. And those things happen. I like what I liked the most was, I thought he was going to blow out a hamstring, but I like how hard he ran to try to tackle the guy before getting in the end zone.
Yeah.
Like, that to me shows a level of mental toughness. As his career goes on, he probably won't try as hard.
Right.
Most veteran guys kind of get out of the way. But I liked seeing that in him, and that's leadership. Like, he wanted to show his teammates that he wasn't just going to give up on the play.
And for what it's worth, he did chase down Wade Woodaz, but he just didn't make the tackle. Like, he got there. He was on the right angle, and then Woodaz just kind of brushed him off as he was near the sideline to take it to the house 4-6 in Houston. Let's hear from the new head coach of the Las Vegas Raiders, that being Clint Kubiak, on his reaction and what he saw to that pick six from Fernando Mendoza.
The response that's who he is. I think defensively they covered the play really well, and the backer did a great job stepping in front of our check down. I got to go watch it, but the response is what we come to expect from him.
That response being chasing down Wade Woodaz, and on the next few drives for Fernando Mendoza, he did lead a scoring drive, the first in the second quarter, resulting in a field goal. Again, 8 of 15 for Fernando Mendoza, 86 yards, and that pick six. Prior to the pick six, Mendoza marched the Raiders down that field pretty quickly. A 22-yard strike to Jalen Naylor, an offseason acquisition from Minnesota for Las Vegas. A 33-yard run by Malik Washington set them up near that red area before the pick six from Fernando Mendoza. And one thing, Fish, that everybody is going to learn about Mendoza, if you did not know already, from his days up in Berkeley at Cal, certainly last year leading Indiana to an undefeated season and a Heisman Trophy winning campaign, he is a goofball. He loves a microphone. He loves to be very polished. It was an ESPN national broadcast last night. Mendoza speaking to sideline reporter Laura Rutledge. Here's what Mendoza had to say in the second half. All right, we're going to get that sound in just a moment from Fernando Mendoza because that is what we will hear. It is the goofy, cheery nature of Mendoza, but of course enjoying his experience in the National Football League. All right, Fernando Mendoza, always one for a great soundbite.
Okay, well, you nailed it. We'll go tell Kirk that you did a great job.
Thank you. Please do. And please tell Mr. Buck I say hello.
Oh, we love it. There you go. What about Mr. Aikman?
Oh, of course. I mean, he's a legend, you know. I think Mr. Buck needs some more love because, I mean, Mr. Aikman's already, you know.
Well said, Fernando. You nailed it.
Thank you. God bless.
Courtesy of ESPN. If we ever get Fernando on the 97.1 The Fan airwaves, he is going to call you Mr. Fisher. There is not a doubt in my mind.
I don't know. You know, he might revere those guys a little more than me. It depends on who he was a fan of growing up.
He grew up in Miami. I don't know how big of a basketball fan he was, maybe of the Heat back in the day, but I do feel like
his back in the day is like 2020.
That's actually kind of crazy. He feels a lot older than he is, but he was definitely born, in like 2002?
Yeah,
actually, let's look that up.
Might be less than that. I mean, he's probably 21, 22 years old.
He grew up. He knew LeBron's decision as like one of the formative years of him in kindergarten. So maybe not the biggest fan that. Well, no, he would. I still think he would call you Mr. Fisher.
That might have captured him as a kindergartner in South Beach.
Yeah,
and the Heat getting their thing going. But yeah, he might.
Yeah,
I mean, definitely old enough to be his dad. So he might call me.
If he called me Mr. Stevens, I'd be like, Fernando, no, not a chance, not. Yeah. It's still crazy that you watch a lot of these college kids now playing in the National Football League and they're like 21, 22 years old because I still think of myself as like a 22-year-old, but I'm 10 years north of that. So Fernando Mendoza in his second game with the Las Vegas Raiders. Clint Kubiak also saying after the game, when asked, as he basically has been throughout training camp and now after the 2 preseason games, to name that week 1 starter or if anything that he has seen throughout camp or in preseason action has clarified who that debut week starter is going to be, he still said we've got one more week to figure it out. The plan seems to be Kirk Cousins. I do not believe it is going to be Fernando Mendoza, but head coach Clint Kubiak, D-Fish, keeping it a little bit open-ended still for the Silver and Black.
Yeah, conceptually, I think he's doing with the quarterback position the same thing he's doing across the entire roster. What it sounds like, at least, from a cultural standpoint as a team, in terms of first-year head coach, resetting how they approach the game, how they approach the locker room, what he wants their mindset to be. With the quarterback position, he's doing the same thing. Like, everybody's going to earn everything. Nobody's getting handed anything. I don't care who you are, how many years you played, what your last name is, what your contract says. Every week you have to go out and earn the right to be on the field first, or at all. And so I think he's just remaining consistent with that concept. Is if you don't do it with the quarterback position, then it's hard to tell the free safety that he has to, be held to that standard, and the punt returner and the long snapper. So you're just, trying to make sure that mindset becomes a part of who the Raiders are.
Yeah.
And I like it. I mean, even if he knows already, I like him sticking with what he said from the beginning.
And it's also a really interesting thing for the Raiders. You pointed out the schedule. You play in the AFC West. It is going to be difficult. It's middle of the pack in terms of strength of schedule, but nothing is easy around the National Football League. Just in terms of the timeline, if Fernando Mendoza is going to start for the Raiders at any point during his rookie season in 2026, the Raiders' bye week is not until week 13. Normally, if you are struggling and there's a bye week 6 or 7, then you might see the rookie debut with an extra week of preparation. Of course, that doesn't happen for the Raiders until the month of December, just to note that there. Do you remember what your first preseason action was like in the fall of 1996? What was preseason basketball like back then?
I mean, for a guy like me, I was just like these guys.
First round pick?
Yeah, first round pick, but no, I mean, the ink wasn't dry. So
The ink wasn't dry when you played your first preseason game.
No, I mean, because even as a first round pick, like in the NBA at that time, like you still, or I don't want to say like there was no guarantee. Your contract is guaranteed, but my mindset was never. I was an undrafted rookie as far as my brain was concerned, and so I approached preseason games and practice in every game like it was the last one I might play. So my first preseason game was the same. That same approach. I remember, I was sitting down towards the end of the bench because in the preseason, like all the rosters are larger than normal.
Yeah.
So in the NBA, there's 20 guys sitting over there instead of 13 or whatever. And I'm sitting down towards the end of the bench, and Dale Harris calls my name. I got up so fast and sprinted to the scores table. I remember bumping knees with Nick Van Exel and a couple teammates. That's how fast I was trying to.
They're like fish, dude. Come on.
Yeah. They're like, bro, slow down. But yeah, that's the mentality. So when watching NFL preseason, that's why I mentioned the guys on special teams.
Yeah.
Because that's the mentality that I felt like I played basketball with. Like, this is my one chance to go down here and make a play.
Yeah.
And so I always appreciate that about guys. And yeah, man, I mean, you can't practice bad habits. So even in the preseason, man, it was game 7 for me.
Was your preseason debut the same night as Kobe Bryant's preseason debut in the fall of 1996?
I think he might have still been coming back from the broken hand.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if he played. Yeah, he may have.
Both first-round picks in 1996.
No, because I remember the play in Vegas when he the crossover and dunk against Washington.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe so.
Yeah, he might have.
You sprinted right past him as you were going to check in the game for the first time.
Maybe. There was a short stretch where I went into games before he did. It didn't last very long.
Well, hey, you still have that distinction.
Somebody knew basketball that decided.
You were pretty
Maybe
good.
This guy should play a little bit more.
Listen, for what it's worth, you also won 5 NBA championships, so that's pretty solid. In the other game of preseason action to start off week 2 on a Thursday night, it was here in L.A. inside SoFi Stadium. Justin Herbert, entering year number 7 in the National Football League, did play in the very first series. And this is why I know you're a preseason football guy. You predicted last night it could be a 3-and-out. And that would still be the only set we see out of Herbert. That was the case, Fish. 1 drive for Herbert, 3 plays. He attempted 2 passes, completed 1. Brock Purdy got the start on the other side for the San Francisco 49ers. And notably for the Chargers, at least in their first offensive line unit, we did not see Rashawn Slater dress last night for Los Angeles. Joe Alt was out there starting at right tackle. And as we have discussed, the critical injury to Tyler Biadasz, who was signed this offseason to anchor the interior of that O-line for the Bolts, he is going to miss some significant time. So the second-round rookie out of Florida, the man with a great last name for an offensive lineman, Jake Slaughter, did get the start at the center position. And, of course, that is going to be about priority number one, Fish, for the Chargers this year, is keeping Herbert upright. Because we saw it last year in the playoffs, losing to New England. He was sacked 6 times. They only scored 3 points. He was hit 106 times last year. No other quarterback in the NFL hit even more than 95 times in 2025. So Jake Slaughter gets the start, the rookie at the center spot, now trying to fill in the big shoes of Tyler Biadasz.
Yeah, in a year where, internally for sure, and I think even externally, the people see the Chargers having a football team capable of making a run this year. You can't ask for a worse start to the preseason than losing Tyler Biadasz at the center position. Every NFL team, the quarterback is the guy, but for Justin Herbert in a new offensive system, trying to establish a new way of playing football, to lose the center is just, it's like an NBA team losing their point guard in the preseason and he's done. And so Slaughter, I think, obviously all these preseason reps will matter for him, but then fortunately the Chargers start with the Cardinals and the Raiders the first 2 weeks.
Yep.
Still in the NFL. I'm not slighting those teams, but not necessarily the best defensive lineman you're going to see. You're not going to see what you run into as the season goes on.
Yeah.
So it's almost like an additional couple weeks of preparation for him to get some reps in, but he's arguably going to be the most important guy on the roster at this point after that loss of Biadasz.
And the good thing is, at least he has a few weeks in camp ahead of game preparation to fill in and get ready. We'll have more reactions from Justin Herbert and the Chargers in week 2 of the preseason. Plenty more on Fernando Mendoza and his second game, first start for the Las Vegas Raiders. And, of course, what the Rams have on the line this weekend on Saturday in SoFi when we come back here on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. We will also talk about another Los Angeles Laker minority owner who is not ready to sell his stake in the purple and gold. That's next here on this Friday morning on D. Fish and Decker.
If it was you that have had the front row courtside seat to all of this history and success of the Los Angeles Lakers, who wouldn't want that person to still be
for sure
involved in the business? And so it made a ton of sense in terms of the sale to Mark Walter, Jeannie still being the controlling governor, at least until 2030. Maybe that would have been longer, who knows, but it would make a ton of sense to keep someone that's had that front row seat, that's been involved in not just running the team, but seeing the fabric of how the team has operated, the right things that the team has done, and the areas where they failed, and how do we manage this in a really effective way moving forward. And it showed to me a lot of awareness that the family individually couldn't continue to compete at the highest level with these larger ownership groups that include venture capital firms and private equity, et cetera. So for the Buss family to drop down in ownership percentage but still have enough of a controlling stake to still be involved in it, that all made sense to me.
Yeah.
I just don't envision a world where there's zero Buss.
Honestly, guys, the biggest news out of Rams training camp didn't even happen here on the LMU campus. It actually took place in Woodland Hills. Aaron Donald, the guy that everybody's anticipating to make a return to the NFL, actually had his first workout today at the Rams facility. Just a helmet and no pads per ESPN. We talked to Myles Garrett, who added a little something to the conversation.
Hopefully they'll link up here soon, see where his head's at, and just break bread with him as well. I don't know how he's feeling or where he is in this process, but it is a process, coming back from no such time off.
It was a scheduled rest day for Matthew Stafford and Devontae Adams, so that means we saw a lot of the backup QBs today. It was Stetson Bennett taking the first team reps, Ty Simpson coming in on the second team reps. And of course, the star of training camp has been wide receiver Puka Nacua. Today was no different. We saw another beautiful one-handed grab over the middle by Nacua, and we can't forget the people on the sidelines, because guess who was here today? It was Dodgers legend, World Series champion Clayton Kershaw. He was watching practice. We had an amazing time here at the LMU campus, and we hope you enjoyed this.
They want to get better. They want to learn from me, but I also want to learn from them. What is their style? What are they seeing? How they rushing? And how can I help improve it? And how can we work with each other? If there's something that you want to improve, great. But if it's taking something from me, I'm here for it, and I'm happy to share that. But let's not take away from what got you here. Let's not diminish anything that accentuates your qualities, and just running that fine line. These guys are very talented, and we have a room full of guys who can make plays, and want to be able to put them in position to do so.
And let's say compared to most camps, about 10 days in, is it where you want it to be?
Yeah, especially on the defensive side. We came out firing. We could have closed a little bit better as far as making some plays down the stretch, but that's what we're in camp for. So the fact that we came out so hot, making stops in the run, making those big plays on pass, whether it was getting deflections or getting sacks. I'm really proud of our guys.
When you were coming up as a younger player that poured into you, that you took some lessons from?
So many. I tried to listen to everyone I could. I'm still not as good as I could be, and I'll never be too good to listen to anyone. So there was Joe Thomas, there was D. Ware, there was Bruce Smith. I listened to Randy, like all the guys who I don't name. I'm sorry I missed out, but I don't take it for granted the position I was put in to learn from a very talented group.
About Aaron working out at your facility here at camp. Do you guys talk a lot? I mean, everyone's kind of anticipating his potential return to join you. You guys have that discussion?
No, we haven't had a discussion. Hopefully they'll link up here soon. See where his head's at, and just break bread with him as well. I don't know how he's feeling or where he is in this process, but it is a process. Coming back from no such time off, but.
There's a new home for LA sports. The new 97.1. The Fan.
Oh my goodness!
Live, local.
We back, baby.
And in your feed. Yeah. Bring your opinions.
Shohei Ohtani!
Bring your love for the game. Join five-time Lakers champion Derek Fisher and the voices connecting LA sports fans every day. The new 97.1 The Fan. The voice of LA sports.
Ownership of the Los Angeles Lakers has been the story all week long here in LA. It's a Friday morning on D-Fish and Decker. He is Derek, I am Ben. So D-Fish, of course, one of the main stories this week in LA and all around the association is the Bus family feud. Jeannie Buss trying to contest the other 5 Bus kids selling their minority stake of the Los Angeles Lakers, 17.8%. Of course, Bob Iger and Josh Kushner have agreed to purchase the majority stake from Mark Walter. That means there's also, if you're going to have 100% of the pie, more minority owners out there as well. And we got some word yesterday in the changing hands of the Los Angeles Lakers ownership group that another minority owner in Dr. Patrick Soon-Shiong has no intentions to sell his 4% stake in the purple and gold. His lawyer, who, by the way, his lawyer's name is Chuck Tiger Kenworthy, the Soon-Shiong family attorney, saying Dr. Patrick is absolutely not selling his minority share of the Lakers. Bob Iger and Josh Kushner are good friends, and we will be joining them as supportive, active, and engaged partners once they close the transaction with Mr. Walter. We are extremely excited about the Lakers' future and look forward to many more championship years. Soon-Shiong bought the 4% minority stake he owns in the Lakers from Magic Johnson back in 2010. Have you had interactions with Dr. Patrick Soon-Shiong and his role in the Lakers? Have you seen him kind of in what role he plays as a member of this ownership group?
I've known Dr. Patrick for quite some time. I mean, he was also instrumental in, as part of an advisory group, like when Kobe ruptured his Achilles, and from a medical perspective as well. Like great human being. Also, I think he purchased the LA Times.
Did he?
At some point.
We'll investigate that.
Great person, great family man as well. And, he's always, I think, preferred a little bit more of, behind the scenes. He comes to some games, he'll sit courtside, but he doesn't need people to know who he is or, that he has a 4% ownership stake in the Los Angeles Lakers. And so, I don't think things, much changes for him.
Yeah.
I'm sure whatever the process is in terms of certain things that he has to be aware of as an owner of the team. But for the most part, I think, obviously Jeannie's been running the team for quite some time. Most things are happening. He's aware of it. They don't have to necessarily get his permission or run it by him per se, but I'm not surprised that he's not selling though. He was very excited to have the opportunity when Magic was selling his stake back in 2010. He jumped at that opportunity, and I've not heard or seen anything that would tell me he's interested in not being part of the team. He loves LA, which is, again, I think confirming that he bought the LA Times. Like he cares about LA. So I'm not surprised he's keeping his stake.
Purchased the LA Times back in 2018, still the executive chairman and owner of the Los Angeles Times as well. And again, that 4% stake from Magic Johnson back in 2010. The estimates, if you go at the evaluation of $12.5 billion, of which Mark Walters sold the Lakers to Iger and Kushner, that stake would be around $500 million, and Dr. Soon-Shiong still wanting to hold on to his ownership in the Los Angeles Lakers. It is part of the story, D-Fish, that has been so fascinating this week because it's the Hollywood drama in Tinseltown and the infighting and the family fighting of the Buss family. But outside of that and the succession type vibes it gives off, of course, the Buss family legacy for the Los Angeles Lakers is different than other minority ownership stake. They are not the majority owners. That is Bob Iger and Josh Kushner. And whatever the Buss family decides and whatever could potentially play out in a legal process does not affect the majority ownership of Bob Iger and Josh Kushner. It's its own separate thing. They could have more of a piece of the pie if the Buss family does sell its 17.8% stake, but the majority ownership of Bob Iger and Josh Kushner is going to happen once it is fully and officially ratified by the NBA Board of Governors. That could happen in a few weeks. There's a scheduled meeting, some say, in September. It could happen a little bit later on as well. And again, I think it's all of the conversation of what does ownership look like for the LA Lakers and whoever has their hands in the pot moving forward. And I do think as a Laker fan, if you are a supporter of the Buss family and you still want the Busses involved with the purple and gold in some way, it's stability. It's history. It is what you know. And if you know Dr. Soon-Shiong and you know that he is invested in the Los Angeles Lakers and the city of LA in general, it's good to have guys like that involved in those meeting rooms when you have Iger and Kushner who haven't really been involved with a sports franchise and have not been involved ever with the LA Lakers prior.
Again, to your point, and we talked about that yesterday, it's not just the Buss name, right, that Jeannie would be able to continue to bring to discussions, conversations, meetings. It's the perspective. It's the actual life experience of growing up with a front row seat to a team owner that navigated, situations at the highest level, led teams to world titles, and then became a part of the business and has that experience, has sat in the room at Board of Governors meetings with other NBA team owners and the commissioners of the league as well. And so it's hard to not replace, but it's hard to find that type of experience and add it to when you're now becoming a steward of one of the most iconic sports franchises in the world. You know, you don't have a lot of room to kind of just try stuff. Like you should have a bit of a sense of, you know, like we talked about, what is the plan?
Right.
And having folks that have seen what other plans have been like, where it's been successful, where they failed, adjustments that could be made or should be made, you know, whether it's Dr. Patrick or other folks that have just had the experience of being in and around it. I would assume they're going to be vital for Josh Kushner and Bob Iger as they kind of navigate this transition and work their way through getting this ratified and approved.
Yeah.
Because, again, if your plan is terrible, you're not getting ratified and approved from the beginning.
Yeah.
So then all of this is for naught. And then once you get ratified and approved by a majority of the owners, now you actually have to go out and execute. And clearly it would be nice to have people that have executed before that can help you figure some of these things out.
We spoke to Kobe Price of the California Post here on the show yesterday. He had that first exclusive conversation with Bob Iger in the hours after the news of the majority sale from Mark Walter to Iger and Kushner went through and was kind of released to everybody in terms of that information. And Bob Iger told him straight up, and that was now over a week ago, but Bob Iger told Kobe Price that, hey, it happened so fast that the timeline is what we said and it was reported. It happened in like 72 hours over a weekend. We don't even have our own plan in place. We are going to do the due diligence necessary to put that plan together. So to have those familiar faces in the room, that is necessary. Did you see the post last night from one Luka Doncic in the opening supper that they had in Slovenia? Everybody around the table. We had some of those crunchy breadsticks they love so much in Europe on the table. A couple of glasses of wine, if I am not mistaken. A very slim-looking Luka Doncic, with longer hair in the summer growing out there in Slovenia. And I asked you yesterday, D-Fish, do you think it was a topic of conversation at that first dinner? We got the photo of the first dinner. Of course, there was no video or dialogue. And I wonder if they were continuing these conversations as the guys have officially all grouped up for this Slovenian summer trip.
Yeah, it came up. Even you know, the post is, you know, to kind of break through the noise a little bit. And that's, you know, it's what the guys do, you know, now anyway. Yeah, it came up, but also, you know, they definitely talked about other stuff and enjoyed getting to know each other as teammates. Yeah. And, you know, again, sometimes things are so ridiculous and so incredulous. Like, you acknowledge it, but then you just kind of keep moving because there's so little that you control in the process. You don't really have any say-so on who owns the team.
Right.
And I think even for Luka, you know, getting to know Mark Walter briefly, but, you know, it's not like they have a long history. So, you know, I don't know if he personally feels any particular kind of way. I think it's just a matter of it gives the guys another reason to just kind of, you know, shoulder to shoulder, bunker mentality.
Yep.
Nothing else can come between us and winning basketball games. And, you know, having something like this early right away, it just kind of helps to springboard that mentality.
I like that response to it, that this is us in basketball and what we control and what we can focus on. What is happening with the ownership chaos and drama, that's not really our purview. That's above our pay grade. Let's focus on hoops, getting to know each other, gelling as a team ahead of this new era on the floor for Laker basketball entering 2026-27. This weekend at the Ravine for the Dodgers, it's Yamamoto into Skubal, into Snell. Will we get a true glimpse at who the true ace of the Los Angeles Dodgers is? We'll have that conversation next on D-Fish and Decker.
Shohei Ohtani is the type of player that you have to begrudgingly applaud if you are a Phillies fan. What he's doing is absolutely amazing. I don't remember the stat. Was it like one of the fastest to 300 or was the number 350 homers this week or last
300
week.
home runs, 9 seasons to get there. Unreal.
Correct. So crazy low number right there. Not even Barry Bonds, if I'm not mistaken. So in that regard, you have to respect that. But then he's also striking everybody out. So, I mean, who else can cuss out their catcher in another language in the middle of the game and not get no blowback? Told his catcher, get it together. And then the catcher after the game was like, you right. That was my fault. That was on me. That was my fault.
Yeah, Dalton Rushing's been a topic of discussion in Los Angeles quite a bit as of late, Roy. We can't get away from the cat.
It's not like he's trash.
Two truths and a lie.
Yeah. I have giveaways. Which of these is not true? I once got in a fight with LeBron James in an elevator. I once interviewed Bill Clinton when he was at a urinal. Or could this be a true one or a fake one here?
You're selling it well.
Uh-huh. Yeah, I know. It's a whole setup.
I once spent 4 hours having caviar with Emma Thompson while talking to King Charles.
I am going to say, we'll all put in our guesses.
Okay.
I'm going to say the Bill Clinton one is the lie.
I'm also going to say Bill Clinton is a lie because of Secret Service, and you would have had to get by because it's president. So even like former, you're surrounded by Secret Service. Also kind of creepy. Kind of creepy if it's true.
Yeah.
But also very on brand for Bill Clinton. So like that would be hilarious.
On brand for Bill Ryers.
Yeah.
Those Bills are weird, man.
Wow. Those are weird.
Stay away from the Williams.
Can I play? But I feel like I have unfair advantage. I know a little
You
bit.
know one of these.
Yeah, I know one of them. I'm going to say the third one is the lie.
I did not get in a fight with LeBron James in an elevator, though I just written a scathing column, and we were in the elevator in awkward silence. I did, in fact, hang out with Emma Thompson and hang out with King Charles when I was a young reporter, and I did, in fact, once, as a very aggressive reporter, march past the Secret Service.
No!
And I used to be able to do it. I used to cover Bill Clinton back when I worked at a newspaper in Arkansas early in my career, and it was, Bill Clinton, what are you doing?
That's really good.
Yeah.
That's really
So
good.
you interviewed him at a urinal.
Yes, he was the first white person inducted into the Arkansas Black Hall of Fame. He wasn't taking media. I saw him get off the dais.
Wow.
I walked into the hallway of the convention center. I saw him go into the restroom. There was Secret Service.
Yeah.
And I just marched right in like Michael Keaton from the paper. And,
No.
All right, so that's mine. You guys do it on Friday.
Earlier, we were discussing Philadelphia and how much they idolize fictional heroes. So what is more insane, Bill Clinton being in the Arkansas Black Hall of Fame or Sylvester Stallone being in the Boxing Hall of Fame?
Adrian. I got to go with the Bill Clinton one, but I don't know. Bill Clinton was very popular president.
I know you guys.
Wait,
I know you guys
that's
want to
so
know,
weird.
so I'll just give. Yes, there was a partition. Can we just? Yes. There was. I got the quote though. I got the quote.
I have to. You did.
Yeah,
What did he tell you?
And then I followed him to the sink, and he's like, are we good?
Yeah. Can you leave me alone, please?
Is that enough for your newspaper?
Yeah.
Yes, Mr. President. Thank you.
Also, that Secret Service got fired, right?
He had stopped being president 3 months earlier.
And those of you that are mad, let me start by saying, shut up. Just shut up. If you're mad, how about this? If you're mad about the Tarik Skubal trade, let's start with something really simple. Who are you mad at? That is the first question you need to ask. Because if you're mad at the Dodgers, slap yourself in the face. I'm going to give you a minute because the Dodgers did nothing wrong. The Dodgers did nothing wrong. In fact, the Dodgers, I'll actually go a step further. They're the only ones that did anything right in this entire situation because the Dodgers get their hand on Tarik Skubal for giving up 3 prospects. Now, are they bad prospects? No. In fact, they're good prospects, but they sure as hell are not the prospects that are end-all, be-all that should have gotten this done. I couldn't believe the lack of haul that just came in for this price. So just so we're all clear, 3 prospects go over to the Detroit Tigers from the Los Angeles Dodgers, and they are the following. Zaire Hope, who is the Dodgers' number 5 prospect, followed by River Ryan, the Dodgers' number 10 prospect, and Brady Smith, a pitcher who is also their number 17 prospect. The Dodgers still have 7 prospects in Major League Baseball's top 100 list. They didn't even have to give away any of their top 4 prospects to get their hands on Tarik Skubal. And to the point where if this was all it took Explain to me why anyone's mad at the Dodgers. Because if you're a fan of another team right now, you should be pissed at your team that you didn't. If you're a Milwaukee Brewers fan, you should be screaming at Matt Arnold, their GM.
First day off in nearly 2 weeks, the Dodgers back in action tonight at Chavez Ravine as they welcome in the Pittsburgh Pirates for a 3-game home set this weekend in downtown Los Angeles. It's D. Fish and Decker on this Friday morning on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. And D. Fish, this will be a fun weekend for Dodger fans because of who is expected to start the 3 games against the Buccos for Dave Roberts and company. Tonight, it is Yoshinobu Yamamoto. Saturday night, it is Tarik Skubal. Sunday in the finale, the projected starting pitcher for the Dodgers is Blake Snell. And after the blockbuster deal to acquire Tarik Skubal at the trade deadline just a few weeks ago, this was the vision. That when the Dodgers are fully healthy, these are probably your top 3 guys that you will run out there to begin any playoff series come October in the chase for a 3rd consecutive World Series, which allows us to have the conversation. It is a positive conversation for Dave Roberts. There is not necessarily an incorrect or a perfectly right answer. Who is the true ace for the Los Angeles Dodgers? If, as it stands right now, the Dodgers holding a lead on the Braves for the 2nd NL spot atop the postseason bracket, they were to host the NLDS, who starts game number 1. And we do have a poll out there, as Raj just put it, at the Fan LA on YouTube. Who do you want to start for the Los Angeles Dodgers? The actual poll reading in Game 7, who do you trust as the Dodgers ace? Yoshi, Skubal, Snell. Early results backing Yoshinobu Yamamoto. It could be Game 7, but that, of course, deals with some logistics. So let's put it this way, D-Fish. Game 1, NLDS, Dodgers postseason opener. Who would you start on the bump if you're the Los Angeles Dodgers?
Postseason opener?
Yeah. First game, Game 1, this is the ace. You're running him out there to get things going, to start your chase for a 3rd consecutive World Series.
To start it, my perspective on a Game 1 to start it in a Game 7 or 5-3, whatever, would be different. Game 1, I might start Skubal in a Game 1 scenario. Okay. And the reason why I say that is for a new guy, like if you can get him an early win as a Dodger, that pays off as the postseason goes on. You don't necessarily want to wait for his first time to be an elimination game. Like you want his first time having to pitch, in a World Series or bust roster scenarios that he hasn't been in yet as a Major League Baseball player.
Yep.
You want him to have some cushion behind him. Worst case scenario, you drop Game 1, you still have 2 games to win. Like you just, or 4 games to win, whatever it is. So in a Game 1 situation, I probably would go Skubal.
All right, let's say everything is on the line. It is Game 7 of the World Series as the Dodgers look to make history and win their 3rd consecutive World Series championship. Even rest between everybody. It's not like somebody has sat and has a full 5 days off, thus he is rested and he is ready to go. You need a victory and you need a good start. Who do you think Dave Roberts is turning to?
Dave Roberts is, he has a lot of, which is why his guys love him. Like he loves his guys, and he's gonna go with, I think, guys that he's seen before, that he knows the character and the integrity of who they are beneath the stats and the performances. I think he's going Yamamoto in a situation like that to start the game. And then, whatever he needs to do to win the game, he'll do. But I think Yamamoto gets the rock first in that type of scenario. They obviously have other choices they could make. I mean, you could give the ball to Shohei, you could give it to Skubal, you could give it to Blake Snell. But Yamamoto probably gets that nod right now.
Yeah, I would go with Yoshinobu Yamamoto as well. Whether that's the Game 1 start, if the Dodgers were to host in the National League Division Series, heck, even if they have to start in the wild card round, they have a 2-game lead in front of Atlanta right now for what would be that bye position past the wild card and as the number 2 seed in a potential NL postseason bracket. I'm going with Yamamoto because I think throughout this year that has been defined in large part by a litany of injuries to that pitching staff, Yamamoto has been the ace of staff. He has been consistent, and he has delivered. He has the 8th best ERA all year long in Major League Baseball with a 2.60. He is 12-7, but because of what you just mentioned, Doc trusts in his guys. He understands who has led him to 2 consecutive World Series championships. And when it comes down to pitching in those very, very fine margins in the postseason, even with the blockbuster deal for Tarik Skubal, even with Blake Snell, who was that Game 1 starter in the NLCS against Milwaukee, Game 1 starter in the World Series last year against the Toronto Blue Jays as well, Yamamoto was that guy last year. The postseason stats for Yoshinobu Yamamoto last playoff run for the Dodgers. 5-1 with a 1.45 ERA. He was the World Series MVP. He went 2 2/3 on 0 days rest in Game 7 to get the win. He threw 2 complete games in Game 2 of the NLCS against the Brewers, in Game 2 of the World Series against the Blue Jays. Fish, he has the understanding of that significant and momentous stage, and he has answered the bell for the Dodgers in his short career here in Los Angeles. So if I'm going to give the nod to somebody, hand the ball to somebody to start what everybody here in Los Angeles is hoping is another historic postseason run for the Dodgers, it's Yoshinobu Yamamoto.
I agree. I mean, it's, part of, repeating as champion is being able to, treat it like it's new, like you've never done it before, but also taking advantage of the experience that you have, right? It's having that experience, knowing you've done it before, maybe understanding where some of the turns on the road need to be and the adjustments you need to make, but also just bringing a presence of just being in the moment and doing whatever needs to be done right now, regardless of your past experience. And I think Yamamoto is most or best wired to approach a game that way. Mm-hmm. He doesn't seem to carry any additional baggage, burden, responsibility. He's not overthinking it. He's literally just going out there to execute pitches and get outs. And it's a workman-like mindset that he has about his craft that in a game like that, those are the type of guys you need. Not volatile emotionally, just know how to get the job done and go out there with that singular mindset of getting it done. 855-975-2326. Who do you trust most as the Dodgers ace of staff throughout a postseason run? That could mean a variety of things. It could be a start in Game 1. You are the first guy out there in the playoffs for the Los Angeles Dodgers. Or if all things are equal throughout a longer series, in the CS or maybe a World Series run again, who would you give the nod to in Game 7? 855-975-2326. Who is the Dodgers ace at this moment? We are going to see all 3 guys we expect this weekend, Yamamoto, Skubal, and Blake Snell. And here is the thing about Tarik Skubal as a Los Angeles Dodger. It has not been bad by any means, D-Fish. It hasn't been maybe as dominant as some hoped or expected it would be for the guy that has been the 2-time American League Cy Young winner and back-to-back years for the Detroit Tigers. He is 0-2 with a 3.18 ERA in the 17 innings he has thrown as a Dodger. 19 strikeouts in that span. He has spoken, Tarik Skubal has, about his lack of length throughout his starts as a Los Angeles Dodger and hoping for more. He has high expectations for himself. Everybody here in LA has very high expectations in the guaranteed months that Tarik Skubal is a Los Angeles Dodger. So I think it's interesting now where the conversation kind of shifts to Yoshi Yamamoto as the guy that you would put out there on the front line, because Skubal still is learning Los Angeles. He is learning this Dodgers staff. He is learning this Dodger club, and he will certainly still be learning when it comes to playing for the Dodgers in October and not putting all that pressure on him despite the blockbuster deal to get him. Yeah, I mean, you don't he's Tarik Skubal. Yes, he's capable of it. So it's not so much trying to say somebody's better than him as a pitcher per se. It's not. It's just more creating a gap in a space where you can recognize the guys that have been here and helped build this thing into what it is deserve that opportunity to go out there first or initially. And they've been in this position before. They've carried the responsibility of the team on their back, and Yamamoto for sure has felt that before. And that it's not, you don't put a new person in that role right away necessarily. Is he going to win an important game or two for the Dodgers in the postseason? For sure.
Yeah.
And he could play his way into, if it comes down to Game 6 or Game 7, he could play his way into the guy that you go with. But we're sitting here now in late August. You go with the guys that have won the World Series titles before. They've been out there on the pitch before. I agree wholeheartedly with that approach.
And I think that's a really good point and some necessary context for that conversation as well. If Tarik Skubal is not starting Game 1 of the NLDS as the Dodgers are getting ready to host the Philadelphia Phillies, it is not an indication that Skubal has not lived up to the expectation following the blockbuster deal. He is going to contribute to the Dodgers winning a World Series. That is the hope. That is the goal. He might not be the only reason he is going to help the Dodgers in their chase for history. Hour number 2 on D. Fish and Decker on the other side. More reaction from Fernando Mendoza's second game as a Las Vegas Raider up next.
You should be furious that they did nothing. If you're a Rays fan, the Rays just gave up arguably like the same exact haul that the Dodgers just did to get Freddie Peralta, who's got like a 6 ERA this season out of the New York Mets. You're telling me they couldn't get this done? Throw an extra prospect in there. You're the Rays. You got endless prospects. Do something. I have no sympathy for anyone in baseball, and sure as hell no fan in baseball that's complaining about this, because this was more than a fair asking price, and there are many, many more layers to break down. But I just want to start with that. Everyone that's complaining and moaning that the Dodgers are ruining baseball, no. It's not one team ruining baseball. It's the other 29 teams that are currently ruining baseball.
In a world where you can book a trip anywhere, one man booked a trip to Hawaii in the middle of a goddamn hurricane. The one and only Cody Decker.
Yeah.
Wow.
There he is. Pitch black outside. I heard rumor has that he slept out there.
So, Cody, do you think it's just bad luck, or is it just a sign of the times that your first vacation in more than a year comes in the middle of Hurricane Lila?
One, I would appreciate this hostile work environment to calm down just a tick. This is my first time I've been not working in a full year, and I walked it right into, as Raj put it very, very eloquently, into a goddamn hurricane. And yes, this has been nuts. Absolutely nuts over here. But listen, the weather has calmed down a little bit. We are better. We are better. We are better. It is humid as hell, though.
Who had a better weekend? Cody Decker out in Hawaii or Kyle Tucker inside Dodger Stadium?
Well, I got to tell you, I would say it's Kyle Tucker, and I'll tell you why.
Wow.
He didn't have to watch Kyle Tucker the way I had to watch Kyle Tucker this last weekend in a hurricane. It was awful. He was awful at the plate, 0 for 17. He was awful in the field. Now, granted, a tough play towards the right field wall, but, buddy, we're paying $60 million a year. Run into a goddamn wall every once in a while. Did Nick Van Exel ever, have an issue with you coming in? Like, oh, this guy's coming for my gig. Because at the end of the day, when you draft a guy, kind of coming for your gig a little bit, at least a little bit.
No, for sure. I'm sure he felt that way. The best story I have, which still pisses me off to this day, is the summer before we started training camp. UCLA men's gym over on the UCLA campus is that was the hub and still is in a lot of ways for summer basketball.
Oh, yeah. Great spot over there.
Pick up games, 5-on-5s, all the best guys in the league end up there at some point throughout the summer. And on this day, I go over there to play and compete. And Nick Van Exel's on one team, I'm on another team. But Magic Johnson is there on the sideline, just kind of there. I think he was on one of the teams.
Rise and shine, Los Angeles. It is hour number 2 on this Friday morning on D. Fish and Decker. It's the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. He is Derek Fisher. I am Ben Stevens. Last night was a celebration of football. 2 NFL preseason games. A huge watch party at the Fisher residence. Really, it was just Derek. But we were all excited to watch Fernando Mendoza in his second game as a Las Vegas Raider. His first start in the silver and black. There was plenty of football to discuss here to start this second hour. Tomorrow in SoFi, the Los Angeles Rams in their second preseason game will host the New Orleans Saints. Last night in SoFi, it was the Chargers and Justin Herbert getting the start for the Bolts as they took on the San Francisco 49ers. Fish, I have often said that the month of August is a month of football. And on Friday, August 21st, we get closer and closer by the day. 20 days away from the Australian opener between the Rams and the San Francisco 49ers. We are 8 days away from football here in Los Angeles when the USC Trojans start week 0 of the college football season against the San Jose State Spartans. Football in August, it's a beautiful thing.
It's hot in August.
It's hot in August.
So I feel bad for football players.
Did you ever do 2-a-days in Little Rock? Did you ever play football?
Yeah.
What was your position? Quarterback?
Quarterback and defensive back or cornerback as well.
What do you think you were better at? As a point guard, I just feel like the natural ability to kind of facilitate, run the show, that's in your blood.
Yeah, I was probably better as a defensive back in terms of being physical and tackling. I had good command of the team, like you said, offensively, getting us in and out of huddles and stuff. But I didn't see myself being a football player. I wasn't trying to study quarterbacks.
Yeah.
I was studying basketball players.
Yeah.
And at that time, everybody ran the ball. So, there was not a lot to.
You weren't showing off the left arm with 50-yard.
Not too much at all.
Understood.
But yeah, I mean, August, for me historically, August has been it's back to school.
For sure.
Basketball's a little slower, but then football starts to ramp up. And it signals a new year, even though it's kind of it's not halfway through the year.
Right.
It's not the holidays yet, but it does start to signal a newness to what's ahead.
That's how I look at the calendar. I don't care about January 1st. I care about September and football. I think of things through the lens of football season. That is the start of my year. So we are getting close to the start of my year. I was a high school quarterback as well.
Yeah.
Bet you didn't know that about me.
I did not know that.
Backup high school quarterback for the Calabasas Coyotes on a 1-win team my senior year.
I was going to say nice, but that's not nice.
That's not that great. To be a backup on a 1-win team? It's not great. Aaron, I don't need you to hit the buzzer on me like that. That's just a little bit rude and disrespectful.
I'm sorry.
Did start senior night for what it's worth against the number 24 team in the country, St. Bonaventure.
There you go.
Derek Fisher can't say that.
I don't know.
Aaron can't say
How
that.
did that work out?
I almost threw a touchdown pass on my first drive of the game. My tight end dropped it in the end zone as we had a really good play, like a 66-yard pass to get us down the field. Dropped the pass on the second play in the red zone. Third play, I think, was an incomplete. Might have been my fault, maybe not. We decided to kick the field goal from the 9-yard line, not go for it on fourth down against the 24th ranked team in the country. Missed the field goal. Next possession, I'm out there. I throw an interception, pulled, yanked. Senior night done.
Oh, as a senior?
As a senior. I told this story on Brock and Alex, but the way that my coach at the time gave me the nod to start on senior night. He walks into the locker room. He goes, all right, what seniors do we got? He looks at me. He goes, all right, I guess Ben's going to start at quarterback. I was like, oh, thanks for the vote of confidence. I know Coach Fish would have never done that. You would have came in, fired me up. Great
How'd
moments.
you do in the start?
I just said it wasn't great. I did lead us down the field on the first possession. I told my offensive line, because we were overmatched, there was 8 guys for St. Bonnie that were going to play D1. And I said, give me 2 seconds. All I need is 2 seconds. I'm going to catch the snap, and I'm going to throw it as quickly as possible. Hit a guy across the middle because they were trying to blitz me with like 8 guys. Read it quickly. We got down there. It was like a 66-yard play. I think it was 2nd and goal, Raj, from inside the 10. Tight end was open on a hot route, dropped it in the end zone. Next play, incomplete. Settled for the field goal, missed the field goal, threw a pick on like the second pass of the second drive, was
Hope
pulled
they cut
from the
that
game.
damn tight end. What was his name?
You want me to throw him under the bus here on the Los Angeles airwaves? I don't know if he still lives in L.A., so I'm not going to do it. But we did a couple of years later at a party when everybody was back from college kind of rehash and work through our differences, and we're good now.
Okay.
But Coach Fisher comes in, and you probably give me like a Herb Brooks type speech. Great moments, Ben, born from great opportunities. And that's what you have here on senior night. Right? You're that motivational guy in the locker room?
Sometimes, yeah.
Okay.
Sometimes,
I'll take that.
Yeah, sometimes motivation is good. Sometimes you don't have to say a lot. You got to read the room.
Yeah, I needed some confidence instilled in me. It didn't work out very well. You know who was always confident, always positive, always optimistic? That's Fernando Mendoza. And despite throwing a pick 6 in his first NFL preseason start last night in Houston against the Texans, Mendoza, struggling slightly in his second game in the silver and black, still gave some glimpses of how his second game went. Let's hear from Fernando Mendoza about the pick 6 against the Texans, detailing the play as only Fernando can.
It was a play-action play and went through my progression. Probably should have checked it down to the flat. Saw the flat player relate to him. And at that point, I started backing up and threw the check down to Mike Washington, and it was not a good throw. We weren't on the same page, and it was a interception.
All right. That was pretty matter-of-fact for Fernando Mendoza. Not a lot of gimmick there by any means, just laid it out for what happened. It was a little bit behind the running back in Mike Washington. It was picked off by Wade Woodaz. It was taken 80 yards the other way for a defensive touchdown for the Texans. That was probably the most notable play of the night for Fernando Mendoza. 8 of 15, 86 yards in the 5 offensive possessions that he orchestrated in that first half. But D-Fish, of course, it's one pass, it's one preseason game. What are the glimpses that Raiders fans are getting of Fernando Mendoza? What have you seen of this young rookie, understanding where he is coming from, about to embark now on a new set in his professional career?
Yeah, I think just, in the preseason, it's not so much about, whether he throws an interception or not, or some of the statistical things. You're looking at, for a rookie quarterback, you're looking at his command of the team, his command of the huddle. Is he avoiding delay of game penalties? Are they avoiding pre-snap penalties? Does the team look connected, like they're on the same page? And if those things are happening, then that means he's doing a pretty good job of leading and managing the team, which is probably the most important part. Mm-hmm. The talent for most of these guys, if not all of these guys, is there. Being able to make the throws, understanding the progressions, as he just talked us through it, he knew what was happening and who was where. He just didn't execute the throw. But, it's more important to see, how the team operates while he's on the field. And again, I think, avoiding delay of game penalties, not having a bunch of pre-snap penalties where, not wrong formation, but illegal formation, false starts, just things that just can be frustrating to watch. And then, after the interception, the effort to try and run the guy down and still make the tackle is a good leadership quality that he has as well. And then I think we have to keep in mind, similar to neither team is opening up the playbook fully. So, he doesn't have all the, tools at his disposal in terms of what plays they're running, the things they're dialing up to try to move the ball down the field. It's a pretty basic vanilla package offensively, and then for the most part defensively as well. But it's much harder to be successful with the vanilla offensive package, even if the defense is vanilla. Because there's only so many options, and the defense knows that as well. So overall, I thought he did a pretty decent job against an elite defensive team. Even second and third string guys with the Texans have elite defense, and he'll learn and grow from it.
The Raiders would come back to win the game in the second half, 22-20. Aidan O'Connell, who has started a number of games for the Las Vegas Raiders, looked pretty good in relief. No Kirk Cousins for the Silver and Black last night in Houston. And I think, D-Fish, what you laid out right there, we could make our jokes about preseason football and how significant or important it is, but for coaching staffs and as they're looking at their roster and finishing out the 53-man roster that has to be decided a week from Sunday, 9 days from now, you're trying to figure out the players that are going to fill out the depth that you have to fill out the 53-man roster. You are also, as a coaching staff in your operation, you are treating it like a real game. You want to have the schedule ready. You want to have the warm-ups ready. You want to have that in-game communication ready so you don't have the pre-snap penalties that drive coaches insane. Whether that's a third-string guy or your starters, even if it's 4-1 drive, you want it out there looking clean and crisp. We basically knew that after winning the Heisman Trophy and with the Raiders drafting first overall, that Fernando Mendoza was going to make his way to Sin City. If there was a knock against him in the pre-draft process, we have all heard from Fernando Mendoza. We know that at times he can sound a little bit goofy, very contrived in how he speaks, trying to always relay the positive. You have been in a ton of professional locker rooms among many different personalities. If Fernando Mendoza, as a quarterback, with the way that he goes about things, being the face of your franchise, was your leader, would you take to his style? Would you take to that positivity? Do you think it will work in Las Vegas?
I mean, if it's real, yeah. I don't think it has to be one way or the other. I think your team just needs to know, that's you, and you believe, the things that you're saying, and that there's not too much inconsistency with the sound bites or the quotes you're giving after the game or before the game, and then when you come in the locker room, it's a completely different story.
Yeah.
I'm still learning whether or not, it's an act per se, or if it's fully real. I think as long as it's real for the most part, I've always believed you lean towards the positive, when you're talking about yourself and especially if you're talking about your teammates and the team. Mm-hmm. You can hold yourself accountable and say certain things openly or publicly about your performance. But when it comes to the team overall, and teammates, by and large, you want to try and stay fairly positive and neutral. Just not, especially now in 2026. You just don't want to give anybody any reason to make it seem like you were talking about your teammate in a certain way. So I like the fact that he's an overly positive guy. It reminds me of Peyton Manning's leadership style, where it was matter of fact. There were not a lot of subliminal whatever's involved, it's to the point. And I think that allows for him to be consistent in his approach and his performance. And I think his teammates, will respect that consistency from him.
And for what it's worth, as a college football guy that has watched Fernando Mendoza play late-night games at Cal for the Golden Bears before leading Indiana to an undefeated national championship season, it might be intentional that he is positive, but intentional doesn't mean it's not authentic. It is. It is genuine. This is Fernando. This is who he is. This is what he believes. And for what it's worth, all of his teammates, whether it's been at Cal and Berkeley or in Bloomington at IU, seem to love the guy. And I think he will have success as a leader and as a quarterback in the NFL. In the other game that we had last night, here in Los Angeles at SoFi, the Chargers hosted the San Francisco 49ers. The Niners routed them. I think winning 41-17 was the final tally. We saw both starting quarterbacks out there in the opening possession. For the Niners, it was Brock Purdy on a lengthier scoring drive. For the Los Angeles Chargers, it was Justin Herbert. We said yesterday it might only be one possession, and it was exactly that. Just 3 plays, 2 pass attempts for Herbert. But as his head coach Jim Harbaugh told us pregame, Herbert is locked, cocked, and ready to rock. And he was out there for one possession. And he looked okay for what it was worth in Mike McDaniel with that new offensive system. We didn't get a lot from the Chargers yesterday, D-Fish. Probably the biggest thing was Jake Slaughter, the second-round rookie out of Florida, starting at the center spot. Following the game, Harbaugh telling reporters in terms of the injury to Tyler Biadasz, he said it looks like an ACL, not good. That probably means that Biadasz is going to miss a significant amount of this season, if not the entirety of it, after coming over this offseason from the Washington Commanders.
Yeah, I mean, Jacob Slaughter made it. They bubble wrap him
For sure.
He's now, the most important guy on the roster. The Chargers. It sounds like internally, they're excited about their team and what they could potentially accomplish this season. I think even folks around football like what the Chargers have the potential to accomplish this year. People are really, really, really highly anticipating Mike McDaniel and Justin Herbert working together and this offense kind of being unlocked. And so to lose the center, before you can even get the thing going it's a tough blow. But I think, they have enough talent to figure it out. Thankfully, they'll have a few more weeks of training camp and preseason to get some reps. And then the first 2 weeks of the regular season, I think they play the Arizona Cardinals and then the Raiders, I think, in week 2.
Yeah.
And NFL teams, great players throughout the NFL, regardless of the teams.
You can say the Cardinals are not very good.
Yeah, but you're not seeing the Seahawks and the Rams week 1 and week 2.
True, exactly.
So that hopefully will also give Slaughter a couple weeks of video and film and mistakes that won't maybe cost them the wins.
Yeah.
Because mistakes at the pro level cost you games. And mistakes at the center position get your quarterback hurt. And so he'll have, another 4 to 6 weeks now to kind of get enough reps and enough video to be able to go back and watch and see where he could be better by the time they get to week 3.
Camp is about being optimistic. You want everything to be positive in the preseason. This is your time for expectation. We're going to win a playoff game. We're going to contend for a Super Bowl championship. Everybody sets out with the same goal. So when you have something as devastating as losing a highly priced offseason acquisition to solidify your weak spot last year, which was the offensive line for the Bolts, and you lose him for what might be most, if not all, of the regular season, that obviously stinks. It's a bummer. It's an awful loss for the Chargers. If you are looking for a silver lining, it's the fact that it happened in training camp ahead of week 2 of the preseason and allows the youngster in Jake Slaughter some time to accommodate. Mike McDaniel, the Chargers can make their plan offensively in the absence of Biadasz. The Chargers preseason finale next Thursday at SoFi, the first of 2 battles of Los Angeles this year. They will take on the Rams in both preseason finales for the LA teams. They will also meet in week 8, the first Sunday of November. The Chargers, the home team in that one at SoFi as well. The Rams' home preseason debut comes tomorrow. They host the New Orleans Saints. Of course, Fish, the main conversation around the Rams right now, the backup quarterback battle between the rookie and the 13th overall pick and Ty Simpson, and of course the more veteran presence of Stetson Bennett. We expect to see both guys out there tomorrow against the Saints. The Rams conducted a joint practice against New Orleans yesterday as well. And as we alluded to earlier, we are 9 days away from cutdown day in the National Football League, when on Sunday, August 30th, you have to solidify and make official your 53-man roster. Did you vote for where you think Aaron Donald, or when you think Aaron Donald is going to return to the Rams on the calendar in the sports office here at the new 97.1 The Fan? Did you have a day listed?
Yeah, because I felt like I had to. I didn't have a choice.
What was your choice, though?
Felt like it was mandatory.
Yeah, it was, by the way.
It's okay. No one was hurt in the filming.
No. My heart was hurt.
Your heart was hurt. But you wrote down a number. You wrote down a date and a time.
Yeah.
What was it?
It was Monday the 17th.
Oh, so it's already passed and you lost.
Yeah. I mean, everybody's date is passed, basically.
I don't think
so. I mean, not
so.
Everybody, but
I think Brock Vereen is really on the nose. He thinks it's going to be a week from today, August 28th. Friday news dump ahead of cutdown day for the 53-man roster.
Yeah, that's fair.
Do you think, as we were having a discussion during the commercial break, that Sean McVay and Les Snead know when that date is going to be for Aaron Donald? That right here, right now, Snead and McVay know when Aaron Donald is returning, although it is not made public.
I don't think they necessarily know what he's going to decide. I think they know there's a date that is more likely or more possible from a contractual standpoint. Meaning, I don't think, him signing prior to a certain date. I mean, what are you going to throw him into practices? I don't think he needs a lot of practice per se.
Right.
Why risk injury, before he's even able to play in a game? And then I think, from a 53-man roster perspective, you don't want to put Aaron Donald or other players in a position where a guy feels like he lost his job, over some media stunt, as though it's not real kind of thing. You want the football team should make decisions based on the best guys there, and I think they feel like they'll have one roster spot available, and when they get to that point, right before cut down date, they'll make the call and they'll ask him if he wants to do it.
Yeah.
And he'll say yes or no. But, yeah, I think they know it's not going to happen prior to that cut down date, just because it's not like you're evaluating him, and you want to have a clean evaluation of the guys that are already there.
Yeah.
So that whatever decision you want to make sure you cut the right guy.
For sure.
Because if you bring Aaron Donald in too soon and you don't really get good looks at some of these other guys, you could end up letting go of a guy that could help you right now.
I think it's going to be next weekend at some point, ahead of the 53-man cutdown, which really might be a 52-man depth chart for the Los Angeles Rams in the wait for Aaron Donald. To me, it is not a matter of if, but simply a matter of when. And I don't really think Aaron Donald needs to partake in any training camp festivities, but starting the Monday after August 30th, when you're a week and a half out from that season opener against the San Francisco 49ers, it flips from training camp and figuring out the depth chart to true game preparation against the 49ers. So I think at some point next weekend, Aaron Donald will make his decision and determination that he is playing for the Los Angeles Rams in 2026. Kyle Tucker had a 2-game hit streak on the road to end out the series in Denver against the Rockies. But this weekend is back in his own personal house of horrors inside Dodger Stadium. What version of Kyle Tucker are we going to see against the Pittsburgh Pirates this weekend at the Ravine? We'll tell you next here on D. Fish and Decker.
If it was you that have had the front row courtside seat to all of this history and success of the Los Angeles Lakers, who wouldn't want that person to still be
for sure
involved in the business? And so it made a ton of sense in terms of the sale to Mark Walter, Jeannie still being the controlling governor, at least until 2030. Maybe that would have been longer, who knows? But it would make a ton of sense to keep someone that's had that front row seat, that's been involved in not just running the team, but seeing the fabric of how the team has operated, the right things that the team has done, and the areas where they failed, and how do we manage this in a really effective way moving forward. And it showed to me a lot of awareness that the family individually couldn't continue to compete at the highest level with these larger ownership groups that include venture capital firms and private equity, et cetera. So for the Buss family to drop down in ownership percentage but still have enough of a controlling stake to still be involved in it. That all made sense to me.
Yeah.
I just don't envision a world where there's zero bus involved.
Two truths and a lie.
Yeah.
I have giveaways. Which of these is not true? I once got in a fight with LeBron James in an elevator. I once interviewed Bill Clinton when he was at a urinal. Or could this be a true one or a fake one here?
You're selling it well.
Uh-huh.
Or
Yeah, I know. It's a whole setup.
I once spent 4 hours having caviar with Emma Thompson while talking to King Charles.
I am going
Two truths and a lie.
to say, we'll all put in our guesses.
'Kay.
I'm going to say the Bill Clinton one is the lie.
I'm also going to say Bill Clinton is a lie because of Secret Service, and you would have had to get by because it's president. So even like former, you're surrounded by Secret Service. Also kind of creepy. Kind of creepy if it's true.
Yeah.
But also very on brand for Bill Clinton. So like that would be hilarious.
On brand for Bill Writers.
Yeah.
Those bills are weird, man.
Wow.
Those are weird.
Stay away from Williams.
Can I play? But I feel like I have unfair advantage. I know a little
You
bit.
know one of these.
Okay.
Yeah, I know one of them. I'm going to say the third one is the lie.
I did not get in a fight with LeBron James in an elevator, though I just written a scathing column and we were in the elevator in awkward silence. I did, in fact, hang out with Emma Thompson and hang out with King Charles when I was a young reporter, and I did, in fact, once as a very aggressive reporter march past the Secret Service.
No!
And I used to be able to do it. I used to cover Bill Clinton back when I worked at a newspaper in Arkansas early in my career, and it was, Bill Clinton, what are you doing?
That's really good.
Yeah.
That's really
So
good.
you interviewed him at a urinal.
Yes, he was the first white person inducted into the Arkansas Black Hall of Fame. He wasn't taking media. I saw him get off the dais.
Wow.
I walked into the hallway of the convention center. I saw him go into the restroom. There was Secret Service.
Yeah.
And I just marched right in like Michael Keaton from the paper. And,
No.
All right, so that's mine. You guys do it on Friday.
Earlier, we were discussing Philadelphia and how much they idolize fictional heroes. So what is more insane, Bill Clinton being in the Arkansas Black Hall of Fame or Sylvester Stallone being in the Boxing Hall of Fame?
Adrian. I got to go the Bill Clinton one, but I don't know. Bill Clinton was very popular president.
I know you guys.
Wait,
I know you guys
that's
want to
so
know, so I'll
weird.
just give. Yes, there was a partition. Can we just? There was. I got the quote though. I got the quote.
I have to. You did. What did he tell you?
And then I followed him to the sink, and he's like, are we good?
Yeah. Can you leave me alone, please?
Is that enough for your newspaper?
Yeah.
Yes, Mr. President. Thank you.
Also, that Secret Service got fired, right?
He had stopped being president 3 months earlier.
Derek, are you excited or a little bit upset that the Lakers are quickly becoming the whitest team in the league? Because
quietly,
I not even quietly.
I think it's pretty outright.
We are, holy God! Like, I don't know if we're playing basketball. I don't know if we're storming the Capitol. Like, I don't know what the Lakers are doing right now. But there's a lot of white. There's a lot of white. There's gonna be.
But the two white guys can really shoot it.
I mean, I know, but I just don't know if the locker room vibes are gonna be good when it's yacht rock being played after a win.
What's wrong?
Yeah, I can tell you the answer to that. No.
Yeah, it's like you just beat the defending champion Knicks in Madison Square Garden. Let's go back to the locker room. Sailing, take me away.
Christopher Cross. It's always Christopher Cross for victories, baby.
That's
my team. That's my Lakers.
Does that fire us up? I don't know. I like Rob Pelinka, please get for lack of a better terms, give some people that will celebrate at Roscoe's Chicken and Waffles after.
A Friday night at the Ravine as the Dodgers get ready to start a 3-game weekend set against the Pittsburgh Pirates, and we set the stage for you here on this Friday morning on D, Fish, and Decker. About 12 hours from now, that series opener between the Buccos and the Dodgers will begin. In D, Fish, to end out the sweep against the Colorado Rockies at Coors Field this week for Los Angeles, it ended with some good offensive mojo for one Kyle Tucker. Had the go-ahead RBI in Game 2 in the top of the fourth. That snapped. An 0 for 26 hitless streak. It was the longest of his Major League Baseball career. He backed it up with a couple of base knocks in the third and final game against Colorado on a 2-game hit streak. That has been the story for Kyle Tucker this year. So much better away from LA than he has been at his own personal house of horrors inside Dodger Stadium. The splits do not lie. Dave Roberts discussed it last week. A 189 batting average for Tucker at Dodger Stadium, 271 away from home. 2 home runs, 17 ribbies at home this year, 9 home runs, 38 RBIs on the road. What version of Kyle Tucker do you think we will continue to see at Dodger Stadium? Because you made this point to me yesterday, that sometimes when you're a veteran and you're going through the struggles, being back at home is not actually home cooking. You would rather just be on the road and so focused on what you were doing, because the last time Kyle Tucker was at Dodger Stadium, he was getting booed in the top of the 9th inning against the Milwaukee Brewers.
Yeah, that makes it a little harder to perform well,
yep.
I would say. Yeah, I don't know. I don't feel like I have a long enough history with how Kyle Tucker is wired. You know, I wasn't like super glued into his journey prior to becoming a member of the Dodgers, so I don't have a point of reference on, like, you know, how he's going to respond to this, you know, this type of stretch. You know, there are times where, you know, just the timing of, like, you sign a new deal, you go to a new city, you know, you're getting paid all this money, but you just kind of, especially for veteran players, like, sometimes you fall into the trap of, like, doing the same thing you've done training in the offseason for the last 5 years or 7 years or whatever. And it doesn't hit you until, like, you're in the season and you're like, whoa, like, I'm not as sharp as I used to be, or I'm not, you know, doing things the way I'm capable of doing them. And I don't know. I don't think guys just fall off. Like, it's not like he isn't trying or doesn't want to play better.
Of course, yeah.
But if over the offseason, like, you're not maniacal about your approach to certain things, it's just not going to continue to carry over year. And so it could just be something that was missing, you know, this past offseason in the training and in the preparation for the season, that just didn't have him as ready to go. One could argue, when you're joining the Los Angeles Dodgers and you really don't feel like your individual workout routine is going to determine whether or not the team wins the World Series or not, then that also that's newfound territory.
Yeah.
Like, when a guy's leaving a team where his usage rate is X% and he impacts winning at Y%, and then you come to the Dodgers and all of those numbers are like a tenth of the value because of the roster that you're a part of.
Yeah.
I think it does soften you sometimes when you just don't feel like you're as needed. And so it's going to be interesting to see, as the Dodgers struggle as a team and when some of these big moments come where guys have to step up and come through. Like, I think he's still going to have a moment or two, because it's possibly going to be the first time all season he felt like this team really actually needs me to step up.
Interesting.
That if you don't feel that as a pro athlete,
then
it's
yeah.
I mean,
then it's like, okay.
Yeah, it's just kind of like taking the garbage out. Like, you just in a trance taking the garbage out.
Right.
But when it really comes down to it, like, no, man, we need a hit right here in order to, you know, get out of this inning and advance to the next round. Okay, I got to figure it out. Got to step up.
And I think that's an awesome perspective, because from your athletic perspective and what you have known from those high leverage and significant spots of a professional athlete's mindset, you don't know Kyle Tucker personally. You don't know how he might deal with things. But I think that's been one of the calling cards for Dodger fans. And I know it's certainly been echoed in that Dodger clubhouse, that in those moments, and you will have those opportunities because of the team that you play for, being the Los Angeles Dodgers, and you are going to see October, and you are going to be in contention contention for a World Series, there is still so much left to come. So do you still believe that right here, right now, the best version of Kyle Tucker in 2026 is still to come for the Dodgers?
Well, percentage-wise, I mean, he's not going to get a chance to, like, become a 300 hitter.
Right.
There's not enough season left. But what I do see is, postseason success is all about timely, moments, plays, situations, even a timely defensive play, as we saw, from multiple Dodgers players, last season in wrapping up the World Series.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's what I see still coming for Kyle Tucker. Like, there's going to be a big outfield grab and a play in the outfield that helps him feel like he just did something really huge for this team. He's going to get a timely single, or a double off the wall that just is just the right time. The Dodgers really needed this in order to. And that's all it takes is one time feeling that that just kind of like gets you going in a different way. In a postseason, you still might have 10 at-bats and go 2 for 10, but the timing of those 2 hits,
right,
that's what people are going to remember. And I think he still has those 2 hits or those 2 plays in him.
And that would be all worth it, right? Those moments, if it helps the Dodgers win that 3rd straight World Series, you would forget a lot of the struggles that Kyle Tucker has put on display throughout his first season in Dodger Blue. 855-975-2326. 855-975-2326. Do you think the best is still to come for Kyle Tucker in his first season as a Dodger, or is the 189 hitter at home the version of Kyle Tucker that Dodger fans are going to have to accept moving forward? There has been some conversation, D-Fish, that the last time he was at Dodger Stadium on Sunday in a tough series finale loss, in a tough series loss to the Brewers, he made a bad play on the ball in right field. That was the sentiment being hurled his way at Dodger Stadium, the boos, that there is some conversation that tonight in his first at-bat on this Friday against Pittsburgh, if Kyle Tucker is in the starting lineup, that there might be a standing O for Kyle Tucker at Dodger Stadium. We have seen this happen in times past. Trey Turner in Philadelphia in the 2023 season got the big deal, 11 years, $300 million, was having the worst offensive year of his career. The Philly faithful, if Philadelphia can do it, anybody can. They stand up, they cheer on Trey Turner. Last year, when Mookie Betts was having the worst offensive season of his career in early August, the Dodgers return home to take on the Cardinals. In his first at-bat in the bottom of the first, Dodger Stadium, Rose gave Mookie a standing ovation. Mookie said after the game, it meant a lot to him to know that Dodger faithful still had his back and supported him in those moments. Do you think a standing O is a potential thing that could happen tonight for Kyle Tucker? Do you think it would have a positive effect on Kyle Tucker?
I mean, it could happen. It's, similar to how we talk about these other things. Like, if it's real,
yeah,
sure.
Would you stand if you were at Dodger Stadium for Kyle Tucker tonight and applaud him? If everybody else was doing it around you?
Yeah, if everybody else was doing it, sure.
But you're not leading the charge.
No, because I don't. I'm sure it was appreciated by Mookie, it's appreciated by Trey Turner, but it has to come from a genuine place for fans. Like, I don't know. If today is Friday and you were booing me on Tuesday, like, I don't know if that's real.
I mean, the last time he was there on Sunday, he was getting booed.
Yeah, so okay, so then the next time we're at home, I guess if the fans, I don't know. I just... anything sure that like helps a player or an athlete feel like they're appreciated is helpful.
Okay.
I would agree with that. Whether it's 100% genuine or they're just trying to do it to get him to perform better, he'll still appreciate it.
All right, let's go back quickly here. 2002, Derek Fisher has missed his last 17 three-pointers in a row. First time he touches a ball at Staples Center, Laker Nation stands up and applauds you. Would you have liked that as Derek Fisher? You are Derek Fisher, but would you have liked that in 2002 as Derek Fisher?
Sure. I mean, if they booed me the game before that, though, I don't know.
Fair enough.
I might kind of be off them, too.
Yeah, I get it. Hey, listen, it's a give and take. It's a relationship, right? And Kyle Tucker does need to continue to perform for Dodger faithful to really feel as though they are going to support him. We'll have more on Kyle Tucker, the series against the Pirates, later on in the show. But if you think you drink a lot of coffee, you have to listen to the amount of caffeine consumed by Lions head coach Dan Campbell. We'll talk about it next here on D. Fish and Decker.
Okay, like get some
We
people
all
in.
celebrate there, though.
Trust me, I love it. But get some soul in that locker room, please. Get some melanin.
I believe in him. I believe that Rob can do this, no question.
If you guys remember back in 2013, Zach Greinke hit Carlos Quentin. He charged the mound. Zach broke his collarbone. I had a little kerfuffle with Matt Kemp on the field, going back and forth, yelling at each other. And to what Cody's referencing, Yasmani Grandal came off of his steroid suspension at 32. I was optioned to the minor leagues. In Tucson, this is where Cody and I were teammates. And I imagine that part of the reason that drew us so close was the fact that the manager of that team was Pat Murphy, who may be the best besides Dave Roberts, social guy in baseball. What an incredible person. And you see the Milwaukee Brewers continue to outperform expectations over time with him around. And I think that's a big part of that. A big reason of that is Pat. But then I got run over at home plate, designated for assignment, and claimed off of waivers by the Dodgers. And when I went to Albuquerque, where the AAA team was, I got there a little bit early. And the door opened. I was the only person in the locker room, and the door opened, and in through the door walked Matt Kemp. Now, he was on a rehab assignment with LA. The last time I had seen Matt Kemp, we were face-to-face screaming obscenities at each other. I was telling him, I was saying, like, look, I told Matt Kemp, I'm like, look, you better win this fight, because if you lose to me, that's going to look so bad for you, because you are significantly larger than I am, way more athletic. And I think at the time he probably had more homers than I had at bats on the season. And so he walks into the room, and, everything kind of went cold on me a little bit. I started to notice the physiological symptoms of heading into fight or flight. And Matt Kemp walked over to me, and I stood up because I wasn't going to be sitting down to get punched. I stood up, and he stuck his hand out and he shook it, and he said, "Hey man, I know we were at odds before, but I got respect with how you stood up for your teammates." And I let out probably the biggest exhale of my life in that moment. So yeah, that was it's my Dodger story.
Have you ever had a head coach or manager just tear you a new ass? Because I have definitely had that done to me a couple times.
I was like so terrified of having that happen.
Really? Oh, yeah. That I was very lucky. It was behind closed doors, but boy, oh boy, Bud Black tore me to shreds once.
Yeah, I mean, like my high school coach stopped the drill one time. Jerry Sloan, when I was with the Jazz, I was whispering on the side. He was talking about something on the other side of the floor, and I guess he could maybe hear me a little bit, and he just turned and was like, do you want to include everybody else in the conversation?
He went like school teacher.
Yeah, you want to share with the class?
Yes.
You passing notes?
Yeah. And man, my high school coach, like he blew a whistle, and like we were doing like a 3-on-2 fast.
Resort and Casino at San Manuel.
A Friday morning here on D. Fish and Decker, and now Raj sets the stage for us, and you in or out.
That's right, fellas. Hey, Rams Chiefs last week was NFL Network's most watched Week 1 preseason game since 2015. Take that, Fish. Are you in or out on people excited about some preseason action, Fisher?
I mean, I'm excited that people are excited.
You sound excited. You sound excited.
You're in.
Something's going on.
You're in.
Like, I feel like...
tinfoil hat music for TV ratings?
Uh-oh.
No, we're still like, I think people are still like, we're finally coming out of like post-pandemic, like malaise and like.
I've been out.
But now we're starting to see it in the numbers though.
Yeah. Okay.
Like, what I mean? People were like starving for just
Preseason
opportunity
football.
to just support, sports and feel inspired and excited. Like, it's a crazy world out there. You can't watch the news as much anymore. everybody's getting polarized one way or the other, and I think sports is that thing that's just kind of people are like really excited about sports, man.
I'm in.
I like it.
I'm in. You're in. I'm in. Everybody should be in for preseason football. Sure, the TV ratings being juiced because of a new Nielsen system. Who cares?
Yep.
Most watched NFL preseason game in more than a decade. I am in. Preseason football matters too.
All right. Hey, guys, after suing his dad's company for $12 million over alleged fraud, Baker Mayfield says he's reconciled with his family. You guys in or out on giving a family discount, though? You're going to give back the money that you sued for? You in or out, Fish?
No. I mean, the fact that he had to sue his dad's company for $12 million?
Yeah. But they good now.
I guess.
What about you, Ben? You giving a family discount? You giving the money back that you sued for?
I don't know about the money. I'm in on reconciliation with your family. It's been a summer of reconciliation for star quarterbacks. Baker Mayfield back with his family. Aaron Rodgers and his family. They're back together. Vibes are high. It's almost like maybe a certain family here in Los Angeles should learn a thing or two about that. About the ability of reconciliation, of moving forward, of burying the hatchet. I'll leave what family that is up to interpretation.
Yeah, I don't know who you're talking about,
You know
man.
what I'm talking. You guys know? You guys know?
No, there's a lot of families here in Los Angeles.
It rhymes with schmuss. The schmuss
Is that the
family.
best you could come up with the rhyme?
Yeah.
Jesus.
Tuss.
All right.
All right.
Hey, guys, you teased it, but Dave Campbell revealed his daily Starbucks routine. This is now a couple years ago, but he said he's cut this in half. But check it out. Now, I don't drink coffee, so help me on some turn. Two Venti Pike Place coffees, is that right?
Beautiful.
With 2 espresso shots added to each. That means 40 ounces of brewed coffee plus 4 shots of espresso. That's roughly 1,100 milligrams of caffeine. Fish, y'all know you be drinking some coffee. I see you there. Are you in or out on 100 or 1,100 milligrams of caffeine?
I mean, yeah, Dan Campbell's a large human being. I'm sure
That's a lot of caffeine for a rhino, Fish.
I think so.
Yeah, but he's not drinking them back to back, like smashing them out like it's a shot.
He might.
So he's getting both at the same time, but he probably starts one on the way to the facilities or whatever. The other one goes to the side. And then maybe after an early meeting or after some film sessions or whatever, then he cranks up the second one. So he's consuming this over a pretty decent amount of time. He's not just like drinking them like bottles of water back to back. So I'm in just because I've,
That sounds like
1,100 milligrams. I don't know about that. But yeah, I'm in.
I imagine Dan Campbell kind of has his 2 Venti Pike Place coffees with espresso shots like Stone Cold Steve Austin and like smashes them together. And just inhales the caffeine right away. None of this like into the facility, after the facility. I'm out on 1,100 milligrams of caffeine. I wouldn't sleep for a month. If that was the case, I would probably shake just continuously. That's way too much coffee for me, but I'm in on it for Dan Campbell. How many cups of coffee are you having in a day? Is that coffee right here that I'm seeing?
Yeah.
Did you make it here or did you make it at home?
The first one starts at home.
Yep.
And then because I'm having the first one at home, I'm probably down to like 2 rounds here.
2?
Before I was like 3.
Gotcha. So you will make a cup of coffee here during the show?
Yeah.
No. Okay.
2.
Okay. 2.
And, of course, Dan Campbell's his running back, Jahmyr Gibbs, is #1 pick most likely in the NFL, fantasy football drafts. And it's fantasy football season, so what you got for us, Ben?
You in or you out is brought to you by Yamava Resort and Casino. Host your fantasy football draft like never before at the Yamava Ultimate Draft Party on Saturday, August 29th or Sunday, August 30th. 3-hour premium draft table, delicious food, swag for your whole league, plus crown your champion with an official fantasy football championship belt. Spots are limited. Book your league's fantasy draft now at Yamava.com. Is the 97-1 The Fan Fantasy Football League going to have an official championship belt, Raj?
Of course we are. Promotions, Ricky Darling over there in promotions going to hook us up with a little something because he got us the World Cup statue. It was really heavy, a nice one, too. So, yeah, we're going to have some good stuff there. But, hey, guys, James Harden agrees to a 3-year, $97 million extension or deal with the Cavaliers. You in or out on 3 years and $97 million for James Harden with the Cavs, Fish?
I mean, I'm in more so like in the short term. James had a $42.3 million player option this year that he opted out of. So it saves the Cavs like a gazillion dollars in terms of the second apron and their luxury tax penalties. I don't know if he'll play all 3 of these years. So
Yeah.
I'm in on it because it helps the Cavs now and kind of buys them a little bit of room. I don't know if James will be playing until he's 40. So I don't think it's going to cost them that third year of $33 million. And if he is still playing then, they'll probably find somewhere to trade him where somebody else wants to pay him to be 41 and still playing.
Yeah. Next Wednesday, James Harden's 37th birthday.
Yeah.
By the way. So, yeah, I'm in on it for the Cavs. Good deal for Peyton Watson. Like what Cleveland is building. Still think there are better teams in the Eastern Conference. I believe James Harden and LeBron James are the only 2 players now in NBA history to agree to a deal worth more than $80 million at age 36 or later.
Oh.
Still getting the bag later on.
And this could be his first year he makes all defensive team too.
Yeah,
right.
Out on that.
No, okay, all right. Hey, I try, Fish. I try to give your boy some love. See how he does.
Just went too far, right?
Yeah,
that was Ben. I was trying to give it to him.
Ben?
Yeah,
I just said he's not going to be all first team defense.
He is not. He is not.
It's not what he's known for.
But Raj knows that.
Breaking news.
That James Harden is a bad defender. Breaking news? Yeah, I think that's all right. You played with James in his rookie year, in OKC?
It wasn't his rookie.
Or his second year?
Yeah.
Oh,
It was
okay.
early.
All
right, there you go.
D-Fish in the beard.
There you go. I heard that during practice, Derek Fisher averaged 57 points a game while Harden was guarding him. Hey, guys, a judge grants multiple NFL players an extra year of NCAA eligibility, despite some playing in some damn preseason games. Fish, are you in or out on NFL players being able to go back to college after playing in preseason games, NFL preseason games?
Yeah, no, I'm not. I think I am okay with a guy going back or a girl going back to college, like, based on the ruling, but like next year, right? Like if they went into the NFL draft or NBA draft or whatever, it didn't work out, and now they don't have, like, okay, when the fall comes back next year, like, you can apply to go back to school and get that additional year of eligibility. But, like, going to, like, an NFL training camp first for 2 months or whatever, and then just because you didn't make the 53-man roster, now all of a sudden you're thrown into a portal thing and the football season basically has already started?
Yeah.
No way.
All right.
That makes no sense.
We're out. Everybody is out. If you're not out, I don't want to be your friend. I don't want to talk to you. We're all out. When you have headlines that say Cleveland Browns tight end, so on and so forth, has entered the transfer portal. Cleveland Browns tight end enters the transfer portal.
Yeah.
We have lost the plot. We are all out. I will speak on behalf of all of civilization. We are all out on this very idea. If you're playing in the pros, college is over, buddy. Give it a rest.
I heard that. Well, that was obviously In or Out, brought to you by Yamava.com Casino and Resort. Are you in on taking a phone call before we hit the break, Ben?
I believe we are. 855-975-2326. Chris from Los Angeles, you have some thoughts on the struggles of Kyle Tucker. What do you got for us on this Friday on Deep Fish and Decker?
Hey, fellas. Yeah, Tucker, baseball's crazy, man. Baseball, all I want from him is some hits. They don't have to be big, timely hits. Right now, I just want some hits from him because baseball, you fail 70% of the time. So to think that he's going to succeed in a big moment, I don't know. I'm just wondering what's up with him. Maybe he needs to have his eyesight checked or something, like Muncy did and Kike Hernandez did. But there's something there that we're missing, and I don't know what it is. And it might just be his makeup, but baseball's a tough sport, man. I mean, that's the bottom line. Baseball is a game of failure.
Chris, let me ask you a follow-up here. If you were in attendance tonight at the Ravine at Dodger Stadium, would you give Kyle Tucker a standing ovation in his first at-bat to try to bring him some positivity into his life?
Absolutely. Okay. And Fish, you got to figure a positive standing ovation is better than nothing. What have you got to lose? If that might be what helps him feel comfortable, like Freddie Freeman said, and Mookie said. we got nothing to lose. Give him some love and see if that is the key that breaks him out. Because right now I have no idea what's going on with him.
Yeah, no, I agree, Chris, from a fan perspective, yes. Yeah. I'm coming at it from the former player perspective. Like, is that really going to move me if I know it's just kind of a ceremonial, like you guys are just basically telling me I'm terrible and you're trying to help me get out of my terrible funk.
Right.
I don't know. Like if you instantly feel appreciated because this has happened before.
For sure.
We've done this annually with the other guys that sucked before you.
And you guys just booed me like crazy on Sunday. Which,
that's all. But from a fan perspective, sure.
Yeah,
do whatever you got to do.
So it was interesting because like you and me, Mookie Betts is also kind of a media member. And on his podcast with Miguel Rojas the other day, he was talking about Kyle Tucker's struggles. And everybody in the Dodger clubhouse is aware of it. Everybody understands it. And Miggy, who is going to be a coach one day, probably a manager in Major League Baseball, has said, I have tried to get close to Kyle Tucker because I want to be a leader on this team. And I want to know how he thinks, how he operates to help him through what has been a disappointing season. And Kyle Tucker is well aware of that. And Fish, Miguel Rojas said that basically his message to Kyle Tucker has been, the noise is the noise. It is going to happen. That is the reality. But we want you to know the guy on your left and your right respects you and is there for you. And you do it for the guy on your left and your right when the moments matter most, which should be, I think, the calling card in that Dodger clubhouse. And hopefully they continue to preach that to Kyle Tucker so that when the moment does present itself, whether it's at the end of the regular season or certainly October, Kyle Tucker, who was paid $60 million, looks like the Kyle Tucker we all expected him to be.
The aspect of, his teammates getting to know him and understand how he thinks, and when he hit the double a couple days ago, and the dugout went crazy and kind of gave him that standing ovation type of energy from the dugout. Like, those are the things that guys are doing to try to help him work his way through this. Like, he cares about it. If he was a guy that didn't care and was just kind of this wasn't important to him, you wouldn't see his teammates responding that way. You wouldn't hear Mookie Betts saying the things that he's saying about trying to help him figure this out. So, you don't get to this point in your life where you become a guy that's a $60 million guy without being able to navigate through some adverse situations. He'll figure it out.
Kyle Tucker back at the Ravine tonight as the Dodgers host the Pirates. Plenty more on D, Fish, and Decker, including the carousel that is the Lakers ownership drama. That's next.
Break drill, and I threw a behind-the-back pass. It was a successful pass, but he blew the whistle like, don't you ever even think twice about doing that.
Did you ever do it in the league, though?
In the league, yeah.
Yes, I take that, college coach.
Sure. And do you get on the kids now for behind-the-back passes or a little showboating?
I do, but what I try to help them understand is there's a time and place for everything. Behind-the-back passes when it's a tie game in the first quarter is not the time to try something.
So when is it?
If we're up by a big score and the game is pretty much decided, you got a little bit more leeway. But even then,
how do you do it without showing up those guys?
Yeah,
now?
So that's the difference, though. Like, I'm not going to embarrass you in the game, but they just know based on my body language and how I move on the sideline whether I approve or not. So they know, like, as soon as they do it and they look at the bench, and it's not a big demonstrative movement. It's just
just something small.
Something small.
Subtle,
and
so they
like,
know.
Coach is not feeling that at all.
The Dodgers a few years back had an outfielder named Andrew Toles, a good, solid player they got from the Rays organization. Smaller guy, fast, speedy, can really just play. And he played for the Dodgers on and off for a couple of years. And there were rumors about the guy that he was wired a little differently, like really wired a little differently, and the Dodgers had to kind of keep tabs on him type of thing. Well, after he left baseball, he kind of went off the deep end, ended up being like homeless in a car, and the Dodgers found out about it. So the Dodgers have been signing him to a contract every year, but it's only to get him health insurance, so he's getting his mental health health taken care of. That is just the Dodgers doing that out of the kindness of their heart. And that is a really awesome thing, just because he was one of their guys. As a guy that played professional baseball for a lot of years, I've never seen an organization do that for a guy.
Fernando Mendoza does care about something. He has reportedly filed a trademark protection for the nickname Nandalorian. It is unclear whether or not Disney will fight it.
I mean, A, come on, Disney. And B, do you like the Nandalorian? I don't like this one. I don't like this nickname. I don't like it. I think there was one I saw it to the Cuban Missile, because he's Cuban. That people were going with, but I think this is a little safer than that.
Yeah,
right?
that was better. This one, he's really forcing it.
Yeah, I see it, man.
See what I did there?
Hey,
the force.
I see it. Yeah,
okay, I just didn't know if you caught
it. That was.
It's like a marathon, you know?
Trademark or do not trademark.
That's an amazing Yoda.
Yeah, but
Whoa!
That cease and desist is coming from George Lucas and Disney.
Is it true you stood up today in the break room or like in the public area and just did that out loud and people look like, what are you talking to yourself?
There was a couple people that did. I ran off. I didn't say anything. It was extremely awkward. I hit it with a
you don't say
comedy store a little bit.
I spent time with Mike Tyson. Does that count?
I'm a boxer. I'm a fighter.
I don't do that.
I'm Mike Tyson.
He was kind and he was. I mean, I think he's sharp. But it was like being with a tiger. Like I was afraid. It was like being with a tiger. They tell you is docile.
Spinal.
Oh my God.
My back. Spinal. I love Mike Tyson.
Mr. Tyson, I have nothing to do with this on D-Mac and Ryder. I want you to know when you lay him out, I support you 1,000%. I celebrate whatever violence you must bring.
Bill, you're
to
friends
my
with
partner.
D-Mac. I'm going to hurt his back. Spinal.
Okay. Yeah, oh my God, Alex Curry thought I was mocking her snort earlier.
Really?
Yeah, I was like, no, I wasn't. I was mocking my snort.
I like your snort. It's cute.
Thanks, man. Can we move on to something else? But this is digressed.
That
comment smacked me the way that Mike Tyson will smack you if you're ever in a room with him.
D-Mac.
Okay. Should we do it? Say, what do you? They can see you on the screen when you do the let's stop. It's not a secret.
Oh no,
it's not a surprise. You're on camera. There's a thing right there, dude. At the Fan LA.
That's crazy, man. This Laker talk is
big secrets.
Oh man,
Have you already been punched by Mike Tyson? What is wrong with your brain right now?
I'm just so obsessed with the radio element of this. You know what I'm saying?
Cut. Fly, bro.
Dude's going through it right now.
I mean, I'm sure he is because he's put so many years of higher performance together. But it also sounded to me like
it's
like
8
frustration.
a.m. in Los Angeles. It's a Friday morning on D. Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. We get you rolling for the next 2 hours up until 10 a.m. The Dodgers back at home inside Dodger Stadium tonight, beginning a 3-game home set against the Pittsburgh Pirates. We will talk some football in this month of August, 20 days away from the Rams' regular season debut against the San Francisco 49ers. 1 day away from the Rams' home preseason debut tomorrow against the New Orleans Saints, and 8 days away from the start of this USC football season. Week 0, Saturday, August 29th. That is 1 week from tomorrow at the Coliseum against San Jose State. We will preview this season for the Trojans up next. But right here, right now, some more Laker ownership news to bring you. Dr. Patrick Soon-Shiong, who owns 4% of the Los Angeles Lakers, has no intention of selling his minority stake in any of the changing hands of this Lakers ownership. Mark Walters selling his majority stake to Bob Iger and Josh Kushner. Of course, there is the Buss family feud and what happens with the remaining 17.8% under the Buss family trust. But Dr. Soon-Shiong saying he is not going to sell his 4% that he bought off Magic Johnson back in 2010. D-Fish, if a Laker fan is seeing this and they're looking at the latest headline from all of this ownership chaos that we have seen in the last week plus here in Los Angeles, and they see that Dr. Soon-Shiong is retaining his minority stake in the Los Angeles Lakers, how should they read this situation?
That he's a smart businessman.
He is.
Because, I think in 2010, if my math is correct, I think that 4% was worth about 30 to 35 million.
I believe so.
At that time. It's now estimated to be worth about 500 million.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I don't know if that's an investment I would want to get rid of quite yet either.
And it's only going up for what it's worth.
I mean, all signs indicate. But outside of that, I also think he's a person that loves L.A. He also bought the L.A. Times several years back and cares about, how stories are written, what L.A., how L.A. is represented. And I think, he's a Lakers fan, cares about the team, but he's also it's not the only thing that he does in life.
Right.
And so I think he does bring, whatever type of conversations or meetings or discussions he's involved in, he brings a very non-emotional adult perspective to the room because I think he can just kind of, he helps everybody stay focused on the business at hand. And, there's a reason why there are a lot of great things about, running and operating business with family members or folks that are just focused on the money aspect of it and business and profit. But it's also important to have folks that are just kind of grounded and balanced in their approach to the whole situation. And that the family dynamic isn't going to sway them in one particular way, or a new ownership group coming in isn't going to sway them in one particular way. Like they're just going to, kind of stay neutral and do what they think is best for, their interests and the team's best interests. So Dr. Patrick's a great human being. He's done a lot in terms of cancer research and medical research. And so, I'm not surprised that he's going to, keep his shares for now.
He amassed his fortune originally because of his innovative cancer treatment processes that have allowed him to be where he is today. Bought this from Magic Johnson back in 2010, to your point, D-Fish, to the tune of around $30 million, that 4% minority stake in his ownership of the Los Angeles Lakers. If we base it on the $12.5 billion valuation of which Mark Walters sold to Bob Iger and Josh Kushner just last Wednesday, that's around $500 million. Half a bill up from about 30 to 35 million a decade and a half ago. And of course, that continues to work its way up. It was sold from the Buss family to Mark Walter, the majority share for $10 billion last summer, $12.5 billion earlier this summer as well. And I think when you look at ownership and how it works around the NBA or any sports franchise, you have a lot of people invested. You have a lot of hands in that pot. And to your point about Dr. Patrick wanting to remain with the Los Angeles Lakers, he knows some stuff. And I'm sure that Iger and Kushner, who need to learn now on the fly with how quickly this all came together, should and will tap into that experience of the Los Angeles Lakers ownership. Maybe it's not the Buss family, but it can be some people that have been here, have worked for the iconic brand that is the purple and gold. And by the way, the Soon-Shiong family attorney, whose nickname is Tiger, that's a guy I want arguing for me if anything comes down in legal proceedings. Dr. Patrick is absolutely not selling his minority share of the Lakers. Bob Iger and Josh Kushner are good friends, and we will be joining them as supportive, active, and engaged partners once they close the transaction with Mr. Walter. We are extremely excited about the Lakers' future and look forward to many more championship years. That was the statement released by Dr. Patrick Soon-Shiong and his legal representation in terms of any questions about selling any more of the minority ownership into the Los Angeles Lakers to the majority owners of Iger and Kushner. When they go before the NBA Board of Governors, whatever that is going to be, and whoever is the active sitting team rep for the Los Angeles Lakers at that time, D-Fish, they will have to have a plan in place. What do you think the first little bits of that plan are going to be for Iger and Kushner? Or, as a former Laker and a 5-time champion, what would you advocate for them to at least know as the priority here in Los Angeles?
Ben, we, until they call our representatibles and ask us for our thoughts.
You have a higher
plans,
fee than I do, yeah.
Then, we'll give them bits and pieces. We're not going to tell them everything. No. I just think, sports teams don't change hands like, at the bar, for lack of a better phrase, right? Like, if you own whatever team, like, you don't get to just walk around and sell it to somebody that wants to buy it because you're part of a club. And so, a country club membership, like, you can't just go out and sell that to somebody else. It has to go through certain steps and channels to get approved by a committee or a group or a board. So Mark Walter clearly had, a plan that was presented. He had the proof of concept of his ownership in Chelsea Football Club and the Dodgers, et cetera, of having a certain acumen and approach to running sports teams. And so I'm curious for myself in terms of how Bob Iger and Josh Kushner are figuring out how they're going to present that to the league office. Like, I think that part is going to be first, is how are we going to present to the NBA and to the Board of Governors that we are, qualified enough, not necessarily doing all of these things ourselves, but we've amassed an executive team, a group that understands how to run pro sports franchises. Yeah. That's going to be the first step. Who those people are, I don't know. Are there going to be some, folks that Mark Walter had already kind of highlighted or earmarked as folks that were going to help him do it? Are they going to try to hire those, people and bring them over? Or an entirely new set of people are going to come in? I think those things are first. You have to show what plans you have, in terms of, the arena. And, do you have plans for continued renovations and updating of Crypto.com Arena? And what is the current, lease structures there?
Yep.
And are you prepared to meet those standards, moving forward? What are your plans from a facility standpoint? The Lakers have a new enough facility, but wouldn't be surprised if in the next 2 to 3 years there needs to be a new one that actually meets the needs required for a pro sport team in 2030 and moving forward.
Yeah.
So there are going to be a lot of things that they have to present, but it's going to start with the people, which most successful companies do. Like, who are you hiring to help you navigate and not just make the decisions, but actually execute it at a level that doesn't have everybody looking silly because somebody bought an NBA team that has no idea what they're doing.
For sure. It is a new era of Laker ownership. We know that. It is a new era for the Lakers roster as well. It is a Slovenian summer for the boys in purple and gold. Yesterday, the first supper in Slovenia as Luka Doncic is hosting his team. There is the photo that Luka posted on Instagram. If you are joining us on YouTube at The Fan LA, you are witnessing this with your eyes. If you are listening on the radio live on the Odyssey app, we will detail it for you. You see Luka Doncic front and center. I'm not a big fan of those crunchy breadsticks they love in Europe, by the way. I don't really think they add much to a meal. They certainly do not quench any appetite. Not my favorite. You see Zaire Williams, the new acquisition this offseason. Bronny James across from him. They played high school basketball together at Sierra Canyon. Looks like a dude Theroux. You see Austin Reeves, Matisse Thybulle, Jared Vanderbilt, Dalton Connect, Jake LaRavia. Maybe in the far back, Fish, if you can see it, kind of in the shadow. The tallest guy in that back left corner looks like Walker Kessler having a laugh with his new teammates. What do you think the guys are talking about right now in Slovenia?
I don't know. I mean, Bronny is probably talking about golf.
For sure. Big in the James family nowadays.
Yeah.
Have you ever played with Bronny?
I've been at the same golf course as Bronny. We've not been in the same group, though.
Okay, so no on LeBron, no on Bronny, no on Rory McIlroy. We will continue to work on Derek Fisher's golf foursomes. Okay.
No, man. Not yet.
Okay, fair enough.
But no, they're just having fun, man, getting to know each other. They've obviously, heard the news, but they also know the gap between how much this directly impacts them and not. And so, this is all about just having fun and getting to know each other as brothers a little bit. They have a big task in front of them.
For sure.
It's there's going to be a lot of positives to, and excitement in terms of a new era and Luka now being more of that, primary kind of leadership role, which is a big part of why this dinner and this trip is even happening.
For sure.
But this is a great. I mean, the timing of this couldn't be better. Where like all of this stuff going on at the top, with ownership, and these guys are halfway across the world, just connecting with each other. That's ultimately what you need to have happen during the season as well. When it gets noisy and there's stuff going on that you have no control over, just binding together as a group and staying connected is the most important thing you can do. So it's cool to see them getting this opportunity.
It almost sounds ironic, like the timing of this couldn't be better for them to be hanging out in Slovenia, but you mean that sincerely. Because they can kind of focus on this nucleus, on hanging out, spending time together, and getting to know each other, and direct their attention there as opposed to anything happening in the ownership drama circles.
For sure. Because, when, free agency was more at its peak, a few weeks back, and the new additions were coming in, and the roster, starts to look very different than the roster did a season ago.
For sure.
This piece is going to be the biggest piece. There's enough individual talent within the group, enough individual, speed and length and athleticism, et cetera, to some degree, right? But how connected are they going to be? How much are they going to care about each other's success? Those are the questions that they're going to have to try and figure out how to answer. And when you're on the big stage and the bright lights of wearing a Lakers uniform, you don't really get as much space to kind of stumble and bumble around the way. You need to have some things figured out, even if you're not going to win a world championship. You still need to, look very competent in your job. And so this group, the biggest part of their season is going to be truly caring about each other's success, because it's going to become real easy to Luka and Austin Reeves are returning guys. Everybody knows them. Everybody loves them. But how else can they bring this group along to achieve at a high level? Nobody has any expectations for them at all, other than Lakers fans. And so, they're going to need to – they won't be able to get away to Slovenia every time they need to get connected, but they're going to have to be intentional about that part of it. That continuity that the Lakers had leaned into over the last 3 or 4 seasons is primarily gone. I mean, you do have Vando, Bronny, Austin Reeves. Those guys have been together for a few years. But by and large, Dalton Connect's going into his 3rd year. But, by and large, this is an entirely new group.
For sure.
So they have to get connected and learn how to play basketball for one another, and to really understand that the Lakers name and brand on the front outweighs any of their individual names on the back.
And there's a lot of new names and faces for this team. The only guy that is not there is the first-round rookie in Cameron Carr, who is unable to attend because of the rookie orientation, and it is mandatory in the NBA right now. He's probably sitting at some conference room in Orlando, wishing he was at this Slovenian summer trip with his guys. Now, we just put up the new look Los Angeles Lakers. We see them at dinner, hanging out, having fun. Do you like the look of the new look Los Angeles Lakers entering 2026-27?
Yeah, I mean, I like, in the NBA today, you need, it's not so much about superstars, at every position, or super team, quote unquote. It's really more about, it's almost like having a ton of Allen wrenches and tools and, screwdrivers and a hammer and a wrench, and you just need a little bit of everything to kind of draw from. And I think this team has a little bit more of that than the team did a season ago. And so I think the coaching staff they have more things they can do to create issues for the opponent. What made them so formidable this past season and the last couple of years was LeBron was the one guy nobody had a matchup for. So he could always force teams to put 2 guys on the basketball and then, make plays for other people, or if you played him one-on-one, he could get to the rim almost at any time. That gave Austin Reeves the ability to develop into the player that he has become.
Yeah.
Where he became a guy that could just dominate with the basketball and do things. Then now you then turn the page to Luka, and you saw that kind of that March 2026 stretch that the Lakers were on, where like they figured out how to work all three of those guys into different opportunities with different combinations of guys next to them, and they were playing at a really high level. But they still they were missing like a certain level of on-ball point of attack defense from the perimeter outside of Marcus Smart that also could then like space the floor offensively the right way. So when you start thinking about, Quentin Grimes and Colin Sexton, like those guys are like talented offensive players, but also there's a toughness and a speed and a physicality that they also can play with on the defensive end that's going to help this team a lot. And like from a floor spacing perspective, like Luka's so good with the basketball, everything's going to start with him. Austin will be next. The other three guys have to be floor spacers, cutters without the basketball, great screeners. Walker Kessler will be the lob threat rim guy. But now as you take LeBron out of it and then you add guys that are kind of like 3-and-D type guys, it gives Luka and Austin even more space to operate around, how they're going to attack the paint and get 2 feet into the lane. And so it's just a different combination of guys that I like. And then lastly, super quick, I think defensively is really where the coaching staff can have a lot of fun, like unleashing a few more things defensively. Colin Sexton can get up and guard the ball full court. Quentin Grimes can get up and guard the ball full court. Like you can just make things hard for teams compared to the combination of Luka, Austin, and LeBron defensively. You never really had Marcus Smart was the only guy that could actually apply a certain amount of pressure to the basketball. You can't win in the NBA now without being able to pressure the ball.
Is this year's Lakers team closer to knocking off the Spurs and the Thunder than last year's?
No.
Okay. Are they behind last year, or is it still like, hey, these guys are the Giants atop the Western Conference, and nothing that happened this summer really closed that gap?
Yeah, I don't think anything that happened this summer closed the gap.
Yeah.
But I don't think it didn't set them back either.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
I think that's a fair way of saying it, right?
I don't think it set them back. I think the team still has the potential, like the Western Conference. After those two, I would throw the Houston Rockets probably into that third team that for me stands out. I think the Phoenix Suns and the Minnesota Timberwolves are kind of 4 or 5-ish, but the Lakers could be right, that 4, 5, or 6 where they were basically this past year. That's more than doable.
And if you're going to get to the pinnacle of the West, you got to knock off OKC and San Antonio. Still a very far climb for this new era under Luka Doncic, but you hope the summer bonding trip in Slovenia helps them gel together as a group to maybe do just that. Did we learn the Pride of Troy song yet, Raj? Bum, ba-da-dum, dun, dun. Oh, you're so off a little bit. Okay, that was better. All right, we'll get Raj up to
That
speed.
and the Raider one is confusing.
Yeah, well, that's like an autumn wind. Anyway, we'll get everybody caught up to speed.
Oh, new poll.
There's a new poll out there at the Fan LA on YouTube. Let me see what the new poll is. I don't even see it yet. All right, but we'll get it up.
Jesus Christ.
Oh, there it is. Kyle Tucker's first home at bat tonight. Do you give him a standing ovation? That's what the new poll is. At the Fan LA on YouTube. Yes or no. Support the guy. Help him out. Bring him positivity, or no. That's kind of dumb and lame. We'll get you up to speed with everything you need to know about USC football. Just over a week away from the Trojan season opener. That's next here on D. Fish and Decker.
Knows he needs to be better, wants to be better for his team and teammates, but that, he's seen everything and he's been through everything. Like, you don't get to where these guys are without having navigated some of these moments and stretches. What I can tell you, though, is, the third time through is, you are on fumes. I don't care how hard you work out in the off season, how much time you put in, what kind of recovery you're trying to do. 3 seasons in a row playing all the way to the end is exhausting. Your body is not what it used to be 2 years ago.
Not to mention the years before that, because listen, this guy's played to the playoffs every year, both in Boston and here. He's won 4 World Series now, 3 in LA, 1 in Boston. I mean, this guy definitely has played like full seasons post the regular season.
Yeah, and some of it, it's not an age thing, or it's not because of, he's getting older or this, or like some of it is just, in particular when you've had such success in the past, like you have a standard for yourself. And sometimes when that standard isn't being met, like you can feel I'm not meeting my standard. Mm-hmm. That's the additional frustrating thing as well that can start to negatively impact your performance, because now you're pressing, you're trying harder, and you're trying to replicate what you used to do or what you normally do when the situation requires you to just be the present version of what you need to be. And so maybe your power isn't there, maybe your speed isn't there, maybe whatever, for whatever the reasons. But what adjustments can you make in real time to try to still be successful for the team? And that's kind of what everybody's going through in some form or fashion. Robleski, who's not the same age as Mookie, but he's not playing well right now. So, again, it's not automatically like we like to quickly just go to age or to some like easy thing that we can wrap our brains around.
Yeah.
But if a 24-year-old is struggling and a 34-year-old is struggling, that's not an age thing.
No.
Right? That's just part of sports and part of life. And you just have to figure out how to navigate these things. And to me, Mookie has world-class experience in navigating adversity and will ultimately do things that are going to help this team win.
Honestly, guys, the biggest news out of Rams training camp didn't even happen here on the LMU campus. It actually took place in Woodland Hills. Aaron Donald, the guy that everybody's anticipating to make a return to the NFL, actually had his first workout today at the Rams facility. Just a helmet and no pads per ESPN. We talked to Myles Garrett, who added a little something to the conversation.
Hopefully they'll link up here soon, see where his head's at, and just break bread with him as well. I don't know how he's feeling or where he is in this process, but it is a process, coming back from no such time off.
It was a scheduled rest day for Matthew Stafford and Devontae Adams, so that means we saw a lot of the backup QBs today. It was Stetson Bennett taking the first team reps, Ty Simpson coming in on the second team reps. And of course, the star of training camp has been wide receiver Puka Nacua. Today was no different. We saw another beautiful one-handed grab over the middle by Nacua, and we can't forget the people on the sidelines, because guess who was here today? It was Dodgers legend, World Series champion Clayton Kershaw. He was watching practice. We had an amazing time here at the LMU campus, and we hope you enjoyed this recap.
After I've just finished my 14th season, I've been very lucky and fortunate to win 4 championships.
Uh-huh.
However, that means 10 times I didn't.
Exactly.
And so I've experienced not winning a championship much more than I have. And in saying that, though, I think I'm lucky from the standpoint of I was blessed to win a championship in year 3.
Yeah.
And so the stress that guys carry throughout the playoffs, or the emotions that they may have in not being in it, I don't necessarily have that as much, because I'm not, I'm not chasing the idea of being a champion. And I get it, and I actually feel for guys, but I'm just blessed and lucky. So I can watch it and appreciate it, and appreciate the guys who's like, yo, they're doing it for the first time. Like, that's amazing.
Okay, so you say that.
There it is. Feel it in your bones. Unless you're doing the 8 clap for the UCLA Bruins, but that's how it goes for the University of Southern California. When's the last time you went to the Coliseum for a USC football game?
Never.
Never. Well, I can tell you if I were to ask you when's the next time you're going to the Coliseum for a USC football game. Saturday, August 29th, 8 days from now, as the Trojans take on the Spartans of San Jose State. You juiced up for Lincoln Riley entering year 5?
I'm curious. I don't know about juiced up. I think,
I'll take that.
yeah, I mean, college football is, similar to college basketball. There's so much change each year. New rosters, new players. So, I'm curious.
Curious.
Yeah, because he's done a good job.
I think that's a good way of saying it.
Yeah, and so
fine.
Yeah, but in LA, it's tough. Once you kind of become part of just the glance over, it's tough. So I hope that SC football, even UCLA football, the better that sports teams in LA do, it's better for the city.
For sure.
It inspires more young kids to want to be a part of the programs. So I'm hopeful that SC has a good year.
Listen,
sure.
Growing up here in Los Angeles, the Dodgers were always one of my favorite teams, but the two coolest teams when I was 8, 9, and 10 years old were your Los Angeles Lakers winning multiple championships and Matt Leinart and Reggie Bush winning Heisman trophies and national championships under Pete Carroll at USC football. It was awesome. It was super cool. It was Hollywood. It was the professional football team in Los Angeles that LA at that time did not have. Now, can USC get back to those heights this year? It's a different climate in college football. But to your point, Lincoln Riley has done a good job. They've had multiple 9-win seasons, including last year. He has not done what he was brought here to do, which is lead the Trojans to the college football playoff and be that true national championship contender that USC football was 2 decades ago. Now, I do think, D-Fish, that could happen this year. USC has a very difficult schedule. And when I say very difficult, they will play all 3 of the Big Ten CFP teams from last year, including Indiana, Ohio State, and Oregon. The good thing for the Trojans, they get Oregon and Ohio State at home in the Coliseum. The Ducks to end out September. The Buckeyes to end out October. And if USC can win 2 of those 3, and post 10 wins with all the returning talent under Lincoln Riley this year, USC for the first time ever is going to reach the college football playoff. And then we'll all be at the Coliseum celebrating that.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's
there you
that's
go.
A big call right there, man.
I think it's happening this year. 10-2 USC college football playoff. And I'm not even the biggest Lincoln Riley guy. I think Lincoln Riley deserves his fair bit of criticism because he is a genius offensive mind. He gets the best out of his quarterback play. If USC gets to that mountaintop that I have said they can to reach the college football playoff, it will be because of the offense and Jaden Mayava, who I think is truly a worthy Heisman Trophy contender here in the preseason, but it will mostly be because of the defense. And that's where Lincoln Riley's teams have fallen short, especially now in the Big Ten. They have not brought the level of physicality necessary to knock off the Ducks and the Bucks and the Hoosiers and the Hawkeyes and the Wolverines, even though they beat Michigan and Iowa a year ago. I think this year, all of the returning talent they have, 15 starters back for the Trojans, the most at the FBS level, D-Fish, it happens for USC. When you're in that locker room, because you have been a part of many, and you know what the goal is, to get over that hump, as they have 8 days until they start their season in 2026. What do you think some of the closing messaging is going to be from Lincoln Riley to his USC team this year, just in terms of getting to a place as a true contender they have not been just yet?
I think the importance of everybody, just winning each day and remembering to do your job. Team sports is really difficult because oftentimes it is hard for a group to stay on the same page, and staying on the same page doesn't mean we always have to agree with each other directly. It just means we have to agree on what the same page is. And so I think that some of that messaging as the season gets closer is reestablishing, they in their first meeting, sure, it's in some off-season conversations, they set out to establish what their non-negotiables are going to be, what their standards and expectations for this year, the habits that they wanted to build. And so as the season approaches, you're kind of You're reviewing that. You're reassessing, like, have we lived up to this thus far? Do we really feel like we're building these type of habits day in and day out? But now, the work begins, and we're going to start to see. But we have to always come back to this page. So even when we disagree, even when the offense isn't performing well, the defense isn't performing well, or you're mad at coach because you didn't get as many reps as you like, or wide receivers not getting as many plays called his way, or running backs not getting as many touches. Like, can you come back to what we said the same page is about? And if it's winning our conference, going to the CFP, then your feelings right now don't matter on how many touches you got. We want to go to the CFP this year. What does that look like? What is that going to take? And so each week they're going to have to just come back to that. Now, the difficult part with college football is, like, 1 week can just make that reality poof.
For sure.
Like, you take the wrong loss at the wrong time, and it's a wrap. So that's difficult, but it's also very positive from the standpoint of, like, you can't look ahead, and you also can't spend too much time looking in the rearview mirror either. You have to be fully present and in the moment. So that, to me, those are the things you're trying to remind, these young guys about. But I mean, they're getting paid bread. They're like, it's hard to, get a young player to have that type of focus and discipline and commitment, in 2026. But there's a lot on the line for Lincoln Riley and the program. So if there is a year to figure it out, this is the year.
8 days away from USC's opener at the Coliseum, a week from tomorrow against San Jose State. Of course, we will have you locked with everything you need to know about Lincoln Riley entering year 5. And Bob Chesney, we're all Bob Leavers here for UCLA football in his first year in Westwood/Pasadena. But today was a certain Laker great's birthday. So now it is time for 3 the hard way. And this is going to be very hard.
Oh, yeah, that's right. You got to push the right button there, Ben. Just after I hit the gong, you got to hit the play on the music, man. We keep going over this. Fish, help him out.
Oh, man. You're the guy controlling the
help
button.
Help him out, Fish. Help him out. That's right, guys.
The Wi-Fi, the buttons, everything's not working.
3 the hard way. That's right. We got a big birthday. Is Wilt Chamberlain's birthday is today. And the late, great Wilt Chamberlain, 98 or 99, I think we lost Wilt.
99.
But, of course, he is one of the, to me, I kind of think he's, I never saw, but the greatest center of all time in terms of record books and all that. I loved it. And, of course, the records he has on and off the court, I'm impressed with. But, guys, it got me to thinking we got to come up with 3 the hard way. There are other great centers, 3 of which have donned the Laker uniforms, but we'll go with Wilt as one, Shaq as one, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, and then the most winningest center, of course, is Bill Russell, whom they named the NBA championship after. So, Fish, I'll start with you. Who is?
Número
uno. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna go with Shaq first. Like, in terms of just, he's gonna be on my list. So I'm saying Shaq.
Okay, all right.
Shaq, number 1.
Bill, what you got, Ben?
I'm going with Kareem the Dream. Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, number 1 in terms of my greatest centers of all time.
Okay, why?
Skyhook. One of the prettiest things you'll ever see in your life.
Yeah, was pretty. Pretty indeed. Indeed. Okay, and now we start with
Número 2.
For you, who's safe? Number 2, Fish.
Yeah, I would go with Kareem.
Okay.
Yeah, and I'm saying 3 the hard way as though, like, 3 guys out of these 4.
That's the way the game is played,
yes. But I'm not ranking them in terms of player.
You're not?
No.
Shaquille O'Neal is not number 1?
That's how we do it. Who's first safe for you? Yeah. So Shaquille O'Neal is Fisher's greatest center of all time?
Yeah.
Based on the tape. We got it on tape.
All right, man.
That's the way we always play. I don't know why you making up new rules.
It's not.
It is. Ben, who's your second
Kareem
safe?
1 for me. Second all-time leading scorer in the history of the NBA, of course. The innovator of the skyhook. Number 2, Wilt Chamberlain.
Oh, yeah.
Just for what he meant for the sport of basketball. They had to widen the lane because of how dominant Wilt was.
Didn't they change dunking because of him? Like, you couldn't dunk for an era in basketball?
I believe so.
Yes.
And he scored 100. in a single game. I don't care what you could say about competition against Wilt Chamberlain back in the day. You know what he preferred his nickname to be? Big Dipper. Woo! Because he would have to dip his head under doorways to get in.
See, I thought that was for off the court record, but
well, Raj, I think that would work there as well.
So, Fish, tell me who's off your big three. This is how we play the game. We got your two, but who is off? Who's out of the three the hard way? Who's in? Off.
I would add Wilt to this list. It's no disrespect to Mr. Russell.
So you're just going to leave the Celtic off?
For sure. I'm doing the same thing for what it's worth.
Yeah, Wilt.
Both of you are just need to.
Listen, Bill's great. 11 NBA championships. Bill Russell, an iconic brand and figure in the history of the association.
The way he would block a shot, he would block it and catch it.
Yeah, but but still.
What the hell's wrong with you guys?
You know, Bill Russell, great of University of San Francisco. But an LSU great, Shaquille O'Neal, rounds out my list at number 3. You played with Shaq. You know that?
Yeah, but Raj knows this. If there's a guy that I went to battle with and won championships with,
Shaquille O'Neal,
he's getting extra points for sure.
And of course, we have that Shaquille was first on his list. That means he's the greatest of all time. For that's what you said.
There will be a banner printed somewhere. Derek Fisher says Shaquille O'Neal is the
greatest center.
It's
on tape, Fisher. You can't argue with the tape.
In NBA history. I thought you were giving us breaking news, Raj, because Cody Decker in Hawaii has commented in the YouTube chat about the photo of Luka Doncic and the teammates in Slovenia, saying that photo is the living embodiment of the dog drinking coffee in a burning room meme. Everything is fine. Really? Looks like they're having a good time.
And Cody, of course, will be back Monday.
Yes, he will. Show. And we wish him safe travels
Big
back
ups to
from
you,
Hawaii.
Cody. Big ups.
Because flying there must have been a doozy in that hurricane. All right, we will continue to have a conversation around the Los Angeles Dodgers. Who is the true ace of staff for Dave Roberts? We'll debate up next here on D. Fish and Decker.
With me, part of why I'm doing this is to try to help us get out of this idea that we have to label athletes anything, right? Like, why is he a mercenary, right? Why can't he just be a guy that worked at a job for 8 years, his contract at the job was up, and he's choosing to go work somewhere else? So then why do we have to start labeling it like it's a negative thing and he hated the city and he didn't love the city? What about I just want to go work somewhere else, and that's fine?
I didn't tell you or your partner that you guys should agree with me.
No,
I didn't.
Let me just. Not agree with you.
I didn't tell you that you should say LeBron doesn't love LA. I didn't even say that you should think what I think about LeBron. I mean, Doug and I disagree on topics. I gave my perspective on a huge news story. I think you called it noise the other day. News story that involves LA, and that's my view, and I'm entitled to it. And the people in LA are entitled for all of us, and if you're doing that, great, to give your honest, unvarnished perspective.
Resurgence of Mookie Betts. Of course, those first couple weeks post coming back injury were a little shaky, but what can you say of him getting back to his best form?
He's such a talented guy. He's going to the Hall of Fame one day. And a lot of times I think we tend to write off guys who get older. Then they prove everybody wrong. They still have a lot left in the tank. And I think the same thing with Mookie. I mean, just such a great athlete and a lot of pride. So, no, he's back to being the Mookie Betts of old. In good shape going forward. There's really no signs of letdown that he won't keep performing well throughout this whole contract.
Did Nick Van Exel ever have an issue with you coming in? Like, oh, this guy's coming for my gig. Because at the end of the day, when you draft a guy, you're kind of coming for your gig a little bit, at least a little bit.
No, for sure. I'm sure he felt that way. The best story I have, which still pisses me off to this day, is the summer before we started training camp. UCLA men's gym over on the UCLA campus is that was the hub and still is in a lot of ways for summer basketball.
Oh, yeah. Great spot over there.
Pick up games, 5-on-5s, all the best guys in the league end up there at some point throughout the summer. And on this day, I go over there to play and compete. And Nick Van Exel's on one team, I'm on another team. but Magic Johnson is there on the sideline, just kind of there. I think he was on one of the teams. I think his team lost, which was almost impossible because Magic was always going to, if the game was tied 6-6 and we're going to 7, Magic was going to make sure his team got to 7. So I won't say more. But so Nick Van Exel and I are matched up against each other, and he was cooking. But Magic is literally on the sideline enjoying the fact that Nick Van Exel was frying me.
Oh, no. In front of your guy.
And I'm like, yo, I cannot believe this is happening. Like, Magic is literally my greatest of all time, and he's over here laughing at me getting fried. And so it wasn't so much Nick. He was great. He never gave me the energy that, like, I know you coming from my spot.
Yeah.
And I always give him a lot of love for that because I definitely was coming for his spot. Like, it just as a competitor.
Absolutely.
But he never made me feel that way. But yeah, that's the story that, like, yeah, bro.
You ever talked to Magic about that? I'm like, dude, you have no idea.
No, I've never.
Well, you might hear about it now.
No, because it's like, if you get 5 minutes to talk to Magic, you're not going to bring up the time that he was laughing at you. You're going to be talking about a whole bunch of other stuff.
Absolutely. How can you not?
Two truths and a lie.
Yeah.
I have giveaways. Which of these is not true? I once got in a fight with LeBron James in an elevator. I once interviewed Bill Clinton when he was at a urinal. Or could this be a true one or a fake one here?
You're selling it well.
Uh-huh. Yeah, I know. It's a whole setup.
I once spent 4 hours having caviar with Emma Thompson while talking to King Charles.
I am going
Two truths and a lie.
to say, we'll all put in our guesses.
'Kay.
I'm going to say the Bill Clinton one is the lie.
I'm also going to say Bill Clinton is a lie because of Secret Service, and you would have had to get by because it's president. So even like former, you're surrounded by Secret Service. Also kind of creepy. Kind of creepy if it's true.
Yeah.
But also very on brand for Bill Clinton. So like that would be hilarious.
On brand for Bill Ryers.
Yeah.
Those bills are weird, man.
Wow.
Those are weird.
Stay away from Williams.
Can I play? But I feel like I have unfair advantage. I know a little
You
bit.
know one of these.
Okay.
Yeah, I know one of them. I'm going to say the third one is the lie.
I did not get in a fight with LeBron James in an elevator, though I just written a scathing column, and we were in the elevator in awkward silence. I did, in fact, hang out with Emma Thompson and hang out with King Charles when I was a young reporter, and I did, in fact, once, as a very aggressive reporter, march past the Secret Service.
No!
And I used to be able to I used to cover Bill Clinton back when I worked in a newspaper in Arkansas early in my career, and it was, I'm Bill Clinton. What are you doing?
That's really good.
Yeah.
That's really
So you
good.
interviewed him at a urinal.
Yes, he was the first.
Dude.
We welcome you back to D. Fish and Decker on this Friday morning on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. It should be a fun weekend inside Dodger Stadium, at least for the postseason vision of what the Dodgers have assembled in their starting pitching rotation. Tonight, getting the ball is Yoshinobu Yamamoto in game number 1, the series opener against the Pirates. Tomorrow, on a Saturday afternoon at the Ravine, it is Tarik Skubal making the start for Los Angeles. All probable pitchers, of course. And then Sunday in the finale, it is Blake Snell. Fish, that is the vision. That is the postseason picture for the Los Angeles Dodgers as they hunt down a third consecutive World Series. This is why you acquire Tarik Skubal, so that you have an Avengers sort of staff to take on all that will come your way in the playoffs. But we had the conversation earlier. We have it in the chat as well at the Fan LA in a Game 7 on YouTube. Who do you trust as the Dodgers ace? That is the poll that we have out there. Yoshinobu Yamamoto, Tarik Skubal, and Blake Snell. Basically what we are determining here. Logistics and scheduling and what the opponent looks like, all going to be a part of this conversation. But if you had to give the ball to one pitcher right here, right now, based on what he has done with the Dodgers or what we expect him to do, who do you have the most confidence in as the ace of Dave Roberts' staff?
I mean, my confidence, I guess, would be with like a person I've seen do the thing that I'm asking them to do before, which is Yoshi Yamamoto.
That's a good way to describe confidence. You have seen it happen, and thus you have the sample size, and thus you can feel good about it moving forward.
Yeah, that's where I would lean. Right now, if I had to make the call today, We have to win this game. This is a guy I want to put out there. I think Skubal, I think he's going to have a couple of those games as the season goes on and the Dodgers get into the postseason. But I also think in a situation where the team is vying for, its third title in 3 seasons, last year, clearly Yamamoto was, a significant, driver of a lot of the success that the team enjoyed in the postseason. Like, he gets the ball first. He just does.
Yep.
And then if we need to make an adjustment or do something different, because he pitched a couple complete games last year. So it's like, if we need to go somewhere else, yeah, we have Skubal, we have these other guys we can go to. But right now, Yoshi gets the ball first.
A complete game in Game 2 of the NLCS against Milwaukee. A complete game in Game 2 of the World Series against the Toronto Blue Jays. Yoshinobu Yamamoto, the World Series MVP last year for the Dodgers, who also pitched in Game 7, 2 2/3 to end out that game, recorded the win, and, of course, earning the MVP hardware. Doing all of that in Game 7 on 0 days of rest. It'll be interesting again, based on what the opposing offensive lineup looks like. If it's a bunch of lefties, Dave Roberts probably goes with a lefty, which Tarik Skubal and Blake Snell both are. If it's more right-handed bats, or he likes how the opposition faces up against a right-handed arm, he probably will go with Yoshinobu Yamamoto. There is just the logistics of it all as well. And later, as October drowns on for the Dodgers, there will be rests and how you're managing people and where you put them in spots. But I think if I had to give the nod to the guy that will start the Dodger postseason, Game 1 of whether it's the NLDS or a wild card round for the Dodgers, it is Yoshinobu Yamamoto, who this year is 12-7 with a 2.6 ERA. That is 8th best in Major League Baseball. And Fish, all year long, one of the main themes for the Dodgers has been a starting staff not at 100%. We haven't seen Tyler Glasnow since early May. He is working his way back. Blake Snell has looked phenomenal in the 2 starts since his return from the IL in early May. And we have now seen Tarik Skubal pitch 3 games as a Dodger, 0-2 with a 3.18 ERA, but we don't know necessarily what Skubal has in the postseason. It's not because he doesn't have the track record, mind you, and I think it's important to state that he's been in some big spots for the Detroit Tigers, each of the previous 2 postseasons. He started the first playoff game for Detroit back in 2024 that they had seen as a franchise in a decade. He has made 6 playoff starts the last 2 years. He has looked pretty good. He has started the elimination games for the Tigers in each of the last 2 division series. Game 5 against the Guardians, he got rocked in that game, probably his worst playoff start. Game 5 last year against the Mariners, in which Detroit would end up losing in 15 innings. Tarik Skubal has said, D-Fish, and it was part of what he said in the immediate aftermath of being traded from Detroit to Los Angeles, the Game 5 loss of the 2024 ALDS against their divisional foe in the Cleveland Guardians has spurned on his desire to compete for a championship. He thought first it would be in the Motor City, but now having the opportunity to contribute to the Dodgers in their run for history, that has motivated Tarik Skubal to be in a big spot. And even if he's not the first guy for this starting pitching rotation, he will be in many big spots, we would all presume, for the Dodgers in this playoff run.
Yeah, we would like to think so and hope so for sure. The Dodgers are gonna have to go through, some pretty, serious opponents. I mean, you're talking about on some level between the Phillies, between the Braves, between the Brewers. That's just off top. You could run into the D-backs.
Yep.
You could run into the Padres. There's a lot of good teams that the Dodgers are going to have to battle to win in advance. And so I think it's going to take all the great pitching that they have in order to get this done. And so, I do think Skubal's going to have some great moments and be able to help the Dodgers secure a couple games that, will finally give him that feeling like you described those 2 elimination games he was in. It's as a pitcher, I'm sure he takes on all the responsibility for them not winning those games, but I think it's going to be fun to see him have a chance now to enjoy being as great of a pitcher as he is, and then having some guys being able to step up with the bat that can just change a game with one swing, multiple guys that are capable of doing that. And so that's going to be an enjoyable kind of balance for him to have at this stage. And so it's going to be fun. I want to see it. Like, I want to see him have that, this is why, we brought him here type of game.
For sure.
I really do.
And with so much that will be on the horizon of uncertainty for 2027 and beyond, like if we'll have a baseball season, if there is going to be a lockout in the winter, what a potential contract would look like for Tarik Skubal, where he is going to sign that contract, to have those moments with the only guarantee that this is Tarik Skubal right here, right now for the Los Angeles Dodgers, it will add to that magnitude. Another unique thing about Tarik Skubal's 6 playoff starts in his career, all on the road. Never happened at home in Detroit for him. So a home start at Dodger Stadium in October with the crowd rocking at his back, that is going to be a big moment for Skubal. And again, these are good problems for Dave Roberts to have to iron out and go through, because he has the embarrassment of riches. He has a plethora of options to be his ace, to start that most critical game, whether it's game 1, game 5, or game 7. And last year, that guy was Blake Snell, who started the first game of the wild card round against the Reds, started the first game of the NLDS against the Phillies, game 1 in the NLCS against the Milwaukee Brewers. He was that guy from the very jump, and in those first 3 starts, he was absolutely lights out. He wasn't as great in games 1 and 5 in the World Series, allowing at least 5 earned in both of those outings. But again, Fish, in a critical spot, when an inning and a third in game 7, when it was absolutely needed in the 8th and the 9th. So that is another guy with a proven track record, albeit just 1 October, but here in a Dodger uniform in Blake Snell that Dave Roberts can rely on. It is why the Dodgers have built this roster as such, because they know they are going to need everything if they are going to become the first National League team ever to win 3 straight World Series titles.
Which, as long as a baseball season is, to be going for 3 straight
it's crazy
World Series titles is insane. But again, whether you, obviously most of the people listening to us loved what the Dodgers are doing.
Yeah.
But for those that find reasons not to, this is why anytime you have a chance to improve your roster and put yourself in a position where you have another piece that you can call on in these specific situations you're going to be in. It's why the Dodgers have made those decisions, so that you can have Yamamoto and Skubal and Snell and Ohtani and Glass now, and you can. It's because the game is requiring that too now.
Yeah.
It's like, to beat opposing teams, you can't keep showing them the same guy for 6 and 7 and 8 innings.
Yeah.
So it's gonna be fun.
The Dodgers have a huge weekend series against the Pirates that we will preview in our 4th and final hour, and to start at 9 a.m. Some football conversation up next here on D. Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports.
White person inducted into the Arkansas Black Hall of Fame. He wasn't taking media. I saw him get off the dais.
Wow.
I walked into the hallway of the convention center. I saw him going to the restroom. There was Secret Service.
Yeah.
And I just marched right in like Michael Keaton from the paper. And,
No.
All right, so that's mine. You guys do it on Friday.
Earlier we were discussing Philadelphia and how much they idolize fictional heroes. So what is more insane, Bill Clinton being in the Arkansas Black Hall of Fame, or Sylvester Stallone being in the Boxing Hall of Fame?
Adrian, I got to go the Bill Clinton one, but I don't know. Bill Clinton was very popular president.
I know you guys.
Wait,
I know you guys
that's
want to
so
know,
weird.
so I'll just give. Yes, there was a partition. Can we just?
Yes.
There was. I got the quote though. I got the quote.
I have to. You did. What did he tell you?
And then I followed him to the sink, and he's like, are we good?
Yeah. Can you leave me alone, please?
Is that enough for your newspaper?
Yeah.
Yes, Mr. President. Thank you.
Also, that Secret Service got fired, right?
He had stopped being president 3 months earlier.
Turn it up and down. There we go.
Two-time captain, DB, and the hometown team. Quentin, thanks for joining us.
Of course. Thank you guys. Appreciate it.
We love this.
Yeah.
So, Chris Shula, future head coach.
Yeah.
I know you may not want to hear that since he's your defensive coordinator right now, but What is it like playing in his system? And I want to hear from you, a man in that system, what makes it so unique? Why are our quarterbacks always freezing, hesitating, and struggling against your defense?
Yeah, well, Chris Shula has been there since the beginning of my journey in the NFL, right? He was the DB's coach when I first came into the league. So he's seen my journey for now, going to be 5 years, right?
Yeah.
But his system, I love it because he always tries to maximize what a player can do best, right? If a player can do this best, he's going to put you in the best positions to make plays at that position. And obviously, I've had in my journey where I've moved around, I played so many different positions.
Yeah.
But that was a credit to, Coach Shula as, what can Q do the best? Can he cover the best in this situation? Can he blitz the best in this situation? So he's moved me around a lot. And the thing I like about it in terms of just the grand scheme of things and really the landscape of the league is you're trying now for a lot of NFL defenses is can you rush four? Can you create pressure with 4 defensive guys? And luckily we just got I know there's probably going to be another segment. But, we got a great guy that will help us do that. But yeah, can you be able to show the same look in every single defense to make everything look the same? So you don't know if it's man, so you don't know if it's zone, so you don't know if there's pressure coming. That's, where the landscape of the league is going towards, is where you can have these defenses and play so many different coverages, but everything looks the same, so you can't give off a tell. I'm going to give you credit. That was a great transition. That was a great.
Here we go. Here we go. Talk about it.
So
let him know,
it's funny because I try to do that, like, in the interview space and all that stuff. Like, how can you transition? So that was
all right,
because that was flawless. That was flawless.
Thank you.
But yeah, so. You have so many guys now that can do a lot of different things. Guys like me, guys like Kyle Hamilton, guys like Nick Emmanwori, Devin Witherspoon, Brian Branch. Like, there's Derwin James.
Yeah.
I don't want to discredit anybody because there's obviously so many fantastic players out there. But it's now, obviously, our league is it's a passing league. But most of the explosive plays and touchdowns are through the air game. And how can you get these versatile defenders that can, yes, stop the run, but also play a pivotal part in the pass? Can you mix them up? Can you put them in different spots? And if you're able to do that, then you change the numbers on defense. And, offense is always trying to dictate the terms, but when you have the ability to do that on defense, that's huge. And I think that is where the league is going. You're getting these kind of bigger bodies, whether they're in the slot, deep, or outside, that can just do it all. Can they blitz? Can they play zone? Can they play man? Can they play the run? And can they play the pass? And if you're able to do that, you can change the math on defense. You can do so many different things. And, what we've been talking about is we're not trying to give off these telltale signs. You can run 6-1. You can put that slot defender on.
It is 9 a.m. here on a Friday morning in Los Angeles. You are up, you are Adam, and we hope you are listening to the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. It is D. Fish and Decker. He is Derek Fisher. I am Ben Stevens, in once again for Cody Decker. We wish him safe travels back from the Hawaiian Islands. He will be back to start off a new week here on D. Fish and Decker. But we set the stage for your weekend. What you need to know on this Friday evening at the Ravine is the Dodgers will start a 3-game series against the Pittsburgh Pirates. We will preview that series, the significance for the Dodgers and the postseason standings around the National League, and of course talk Yoshinobu Yamamoto making the start tonight against Bubba Chandler for the Pittsburgh Pirates. But we will begin here to start off this fourth and final hour on Friday, August 21st, on what feels like a football Friday. A doubleheader of NFL preseason action last night that featured Fernando Mendoza making his second appearance in a Raider uniform and his first start in the preseason. The Chargers at home against the 49ers, and Fish, 3 more games for you to choose from for your NFL preseason slate on this Friday. Which one interests you most? The New York Jets visiting the Pittsburgh Steelers, the Carolina Panthers visiting Duval and the Jacksonville Jaguars, the Green Bay Packers at altitude in Denver taking on the Broncos. You cannot answer D, none of the above.
Yeah,
I will not let that happen.
It was close.
Yep.
If Micah Parsons was playing, I'd be interested in the Packers a little bit more, like one series of Micah Parsons. But yeah, probably the Packers game.
Okay.
Because I also want to see the Broncos. I think they kind of quietly fell to the back a little bit, even though they were basically a game from going to the Super Bowl.
Right. The one seed in the AFC last year, but I would agree. They don't have a lot of conversation around them. In fact, you want I don't know if it's so hot of a take. I think the Broncos are going to kind of stink this year. Not stink, but like 9-8. I don't think they're going to make the playoffs.
Wow. What happened? Who left?
Nobody.
Dang.
But here's why. I think actually they added. They got Jalen Waddle. They've got a new offensive coordinator in Davis Webb, who's a young gun, 31 years old, learning under Sean Payton. They were 11-2 in one-score games last year. And as we saw from the Chiefs from 2024 into 2025, when Kansas City was 12-0 in one-score games, reached the Super Bowl, and then went 1-9 in one-score games in 2025, I think your luck evens out a little bit. So I think they're going to lose some of those tightly contested one-possession games.
Yeah. I mean, their schedule isn't the easiest either.
No.
I mean, in the AFC West is always going to be hard. But, no, that's fair. In close games, yeah. I understand that. That's what you're saying. But 9-8?
9-8.
That's a pretty big fall-off right there.
That is a pretty big fall-off.
Bo Nix is back?
Bo Nix is back. Just not the biggest fan of Sean Payton either. So it's a little bit of my own personal vendetta, and it's also a little bit of my own read on one-score games.
All right.
And I think the Chiefs are going to be back. I think with a healthy Patrick Mahomes, Kansas City is going to win 11 games. And then I think the Chargers factor into that as well, 10 or 11 games as the second playoff team out of the AFC West. And then the Raiders will be there to be competitive, but probably not win more than 6 games or so this season. That's my read of the AFC West division.
Not a bad one.
Okay. But let's say the Chargers are going to go 12-5.
12-5. Derek Fisher's official Charger record prediction, 12-5.
Kansas City is going to be back, but not all the way back.
Okay.
I'll give them 11-6.
11-6, Kansas City. They had won 11 games, by the way, in all of the 7 previous years with Patrick Mahomes as the starting quarterback prior to last season.
And I'll give I'm going to Broncos.
Yep, you're with me.
12-5.
Oh, 12-5.
No.
I thought we were on the 9-8.
11-6.
11-6 Denver. So that looks like, once again, as it was, I think, in 2024, yes, 3 playoff teams out of the AFC West.
Yeah, I think all 3 of those teams will be good, but not unbeatable.
Okay.
They'll beat each other up a little bit, but then they'll travel well also, like when they play in other divisions or against other teams. But, yeah, I don't think the Broncos are going to super fall off like that.
I think 9-8.
Okay.
I think the one-score games are going to hurt them. I don't think Bo Nix is all that great. I do wonder about the offensive coordinator power struggle with Sean Payton and Davis Webb. He promoted Davis Webb to keep him there, but I don't know if he loves giving him the play-calling sheet, so that's why I think they're going to fall off. And then how many wins for the Las Vegas Raiders? Cody Decker has coined the race to 6. Can they get to 6 wins?
Their schedule does not look like 6 wins for me.
No.
Hold on, let me.
They're probably going to be, if in their 17-game regular season schedule, they will probably be an underdog. My guess would be in about 12 or 13 of those games. So you're talking about a team with a win total of 5.5 this year. I think the under has the juice on that win total, meaning the odds makers expect, if that's your kind of thing, 5 wins kind of as their ceiling. Now, I think they're going to steal a game, and they're going to upset somebody, and we're going to be like, whoa, those Raiders. But they're not actually going to win a ton of games in 2026.
6 is a good number.
6-11.
Yeah.
All right. There
6
it is.
is a good number.
So that was Derek Fisher's AFC West breakdown. 12-5 Denver Broncos, 12-5 Los Angeles Chargers, 11-6 Kansas City Chiefs, 6-11 Las Vegas Raiders. Official. AFC West. That's how you see. We'll have to do it at the NFC West another time.
Yeah, I think I dropped the Broncos back to 11-6.
11-6.
Yeah.
Oh, you did go 11-6.
Yeah.
You didn't go 9-8. I wanted you to go 9-8 with me.
Not that far.
All right, 11-6 Broncos. That would mean the Chargers' first divisional title in the AFC West since 2009 when they were in San Diego.
I like it.
LaDainian Tomlinson was running the ship then for L.A., or I guess then San Diego.
I think Phillip Rivers only had about 8 kids then.
For sure. Only 8.
Right.
He's talking stats.
He's got his own football team now.
I can't talk stats, Fisher. Jesus, you guys up here talking stats.
He's got 10 kids. His
saying.
youngest son, Gunner, is about to go to NC State and follow.
Nobody was talking about anybody's kids. That's why I'm like, where did that come from?
Well, that was because a young Phillip Rivers only had about 8 kids then.
Oh, man.
Yeah. But you want to know a great story real quick? And then we'll get back to what the Raiders did last night with Fernando Mendoza. Gunner Rivers, the son of Phillip, who's probably going to play quarterback at NC State where his father was a star. His recruiting profile player comparison for Gunner Rivers, who do you think it was?
No way.
Phillip Rivers. That's what they said. Now, I don't know what that recruiter was making and what that analyst was making, but they're not paying him enough for whatever that player comp is.
Yeah. Don't do that to the kid, man. Yeah. Give him another comp.
Yeah, give him something
Give
else.
him the comp.
Like Peyton Manning or something.
No, not that either.
Phillip Rivers. For Gunner Rivers. The player comp for Fernando Mendoza? We'll see after 2 NFL preseason games. Last night, maybe not as crisp and clean as his debut a Thursday night ago. 10 of 16, 97 yards, and a touchdown against the Cardinals. And his first preseason game in Las Vegas. Last night on the road in Houston. Got the start. Played all 5 of the opening offensive possessions in that first half for the Silver and Black. 8 of 15 for Mendoza for 86 yards and a pick 6. It was the opening drive of the game. He hit Jalen Naylor for a 22-yard reception, moving the ball down the field. Running back Mike Washington takes the next play, 33-yard explosive run. Raiders near the red zone. And Mendoza kind of threw the ball behind his intended target. It was Mike Washington. It was picked off by the Texans rookie linebacker Wade Woodaz, who took it 80 yards back the other way to the house. Here was Mendoza detailing what happened and what went wrong on that pick 6 interception in the first quarter.
It was a play-action play and went through my progression. Probably should have checked it down to the flat, saw the flat player relate to him. And at that point, I started backing up and threw the check down to Mike Washington, and it was not a good throw. We weren't on the same page, and it was a interception.
Very matter of fact from Fernando Mendoza, as he is apt to do. Fernando Mendoza now 2 preseason games, D-Fish. You said it yesterday. This is your glimpse if you are a Raider fan buying into the future. If you are a member of the Black Hole, you are going to see Fernando Mendoza in the preseason, but more than likely not in the regular season, at least to begin. Do you like the plan that has been put in place in Vegas by new head coach Clint Kubiak to more than likely start Kirk Cousins and have Fernando Mendoza give him that time to develop and to learn in his first NFL season?
I like the plan. I like the plan. I think, you know, if you knew you were going to start him right from the beginning, you don't sign Kirk Cousins for $20 million. Yeah. I mean, they're less expensive backup quarterbacks to hire. But my concern is if like he really does have. You know, if he is a guy, like, why delay getting the reps going?
I hear that.
And then also, probably even more importantly, like, does the locker room feel like you're artificially suppressing a young guy just because you signed Kirk Cousins, right? Like, if there's a sense that he's ready for it and they can win just as many games with him. You know, I feel like in a football locker room, like you owe it to those guys to make sure you are putting the best guys out on the field that give them the best chance to win. And if there's any feeling that like, hold on, you're just trying to keep him from getting a scratch too soon, nah, we're not going for that.
Right.
I'm hopeful that Kirk Cousins can get the team off to a decent start. My concern is if it starts slow, not even bad, just slow, and then the fans and people start to clamor for Mendoza, there's no window in this season schedule until like week 7 or 8 to get to it. And, you know, so by that point, I don't know, is it worth it? At that point, you know, so we'll see. I mean, I think the Jets game would be if he doesn't start week 1, then at the Jets is the next best opportunity, in my opinion. there's no way you start him in a game against the Chiefs or the Patriots or the Bills or the Rams.
No.
I don't think you throw him out there for his first NFL start against either of those opponents.
I don't think that would be a very smart decision. You are trying to give him the best pathway for success, and I think the Raiders are doing that in large with their future plan. They bring in Tyler Linderbaum, the best center in the NFL, to anchor an offensive line that desperately needed improvement after last year. There are tools around Mendoza, the outstanding tight end in Brock Bowers, the second-year running back in Ashton Genty. We shall see exactly what the Raiders decide to do this season. I like what they are building, but to your point, D-Fish, if they're going to, even with Kirk Cousins playing well, win 5 or 6 games, then why not let the rookie get out there and run and experience and learn on the fly? The idea of developing a number 1 overall pick and letting him sit on the bench to learn, that's kind of like a decade ago's thought in the NFL. Now it's if you're investing that valuable draft capital in a quarterback that you expect and think when you made that decision could be the face of your franchise, let him go out there and rip it from the start.
I mean, that's what I would think. I mean, it's Jaden Daniels, other guys.
CJ Stroud, Caleb Williams, everybody basically started from the very beginning.
And, and there are going to be some growing pains and they're going to make some mistakes. And, I don't, in the NFL, you definitely can't avoid injury, so there's only so much you can do there. But I also, I think with Tom Brady's involvement, I also understand that perspective. Like his experience is worthy of consideration, and how he kind of learned the game, playing and having to learn behind a veteran quarterback, and how valuable that was for him. I could see, if that perspective in conversations and meetings. Like, I could see saying, okay, this kid is going to be our guy, but, let's give him a chance to really see what somebody that knows how to be a pro and play the position looks like on a daily basis, to kind of, when we do hand him the keys, he's that much farther along. The live reps will help, but obviously Tom Brady played the position, so he knows even more. It's the live reps, but it's also being able to have a blueprint of what you're supposed to be doing that can also help accelerate that learning curve. So we'll see. I don't know if there's an exact right or wrong, but I don't want the Boo Birds coming out in week 3 and then everybody just gets put into a bad position at that point.
Yeah, you don't want it to sour too much where pessimism is the big thing. You still want it to be, even if it's a developmental year, we are building and growing towards something. Football coverage on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports, is presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi, one price, 5 years guaranteed. Xfinity, imagine that. Of course, the plan in place here in Los Angeles for Ty Simpson, who was the second quarterback taken this past April at 13th overall, shocking to some, is to, of course, allow him to learn and develop and grow behind Matthew Stafford. Stetson Bennett got the start in preseason game number 1 for LA last week on the road in Arrowhead against the Chiefs. We would expect to see both Stetson Bennett and Ty Simpson in action in their preseason home debuts against the New Orleans Saints tomorrow at SoFi. First kick scheduled tomorrow, by the way, inside SoFi Stadium, 1 p.m. here in Los Angeles. Little matinee on your Saturday at SoFi Stadium to take in the rookies and the young guys for a Rams team that is expecting and hoping to win a Super Bowl in 2026. When we look at the Los Angeles Rams, D-Fish, it is a very, very talented roster. We are not going to see a lot of those guys play on Saturday against the New Orleans Saints, but coaches like Sean McVay utilize joint practices a little bit more to see his best versus an opponent's best than the preseason. And the Rams in Woodland Hills yesterday afternoon hosted the Saints in a joint practice. The defense continues to look great even without Myles Garrett out there. He's kind of resting the left knee. Hasn't been a true update on that. I don't know if it's concerning just yet. Puka Nacua did not play in the joint practice yesterday as he is still nursing a hurt groin as well. One of the stellar things offensively was Matthew Stafford and Davante Adams. That connection continues to be prolific. 14 touchdowns between the two last year. Davante Adams and his 14 receiving scores leading all of the National Football League. When expectation comes into the fold here for the Rams in their final few days, gearing up at training camp before they get to game prep, now 20 days away against the San Francisco 49ers. What are the Rams focusing on, you think, in their final week plus or so of camp to put in those fine-tuned things to get ready for what everybody hopes is a Super Bowl season?
That's a good question. I would say teams that are talented, right, where they're the second most stacked team in the NFL.
Yeah.
According to BR NFL 1000 or whatever.
Yeah, we disagree with that.
It's when you're talented, sometimes you can get disconnected from the little small things, the little details that that add up to success. And so, Sean McVay strikes me as a personality that is very keen to attention to detail and little small things that are going to be important for the football team this year. And it usually always comes back to limiting turnovers, limiting penalties, not having unnecessary like the Raiders game last night.
Yeah.
The little bit that I did watch, there was a defensive play, third down. Defensive back got a stop. There was a lot of contact on the play. No defensive PI. Incomplete pass. He didn't try to taunt, but he just did like a 2 thumbs down thing, and he happened to be standing near what looked like over the receiver.
Yeah.
15 yards, first down, just like that. And so I think in football, when you are the more talented team, the more favorite team, is you have to almost be boring in your approach.
Mm-hmm.
Like turn the noise down, turn the extra stuff, turn down the antics. We don't need all the crazy stuff. We need the most boring, simple approach that we can, just so that the main thing of playing football and winning football games can be the focus.
Yeah.
And that's what, I think the Rams just have to kind of keep it simple this year, man. The ability is there. You can get it done. You're in a tough division, but it's a really good football team. So don't overcomplicate it with a lot of extra stuff.
For sure. And coaches in preseason care about the operational things. The Rams only had 4 penalties as a team last week in KC. The Chiefs committed 12. They did not have a turnover. That is a clean, crisp preseason debut. Ty Simpson looked fantastic. 21 of 25 for 190 passing yards and 2 touchdowns. It will be his first time playing in a game inside SoFi Stadium. Ahead of your first preseason games, way back in your rookie season, you told us earlier that you were so excited to get into the game that you ran down the line off the bench and bumped knees maybe with Nick Van Exel and a few of your Laker teammates. Did you have nerves? Did you have butterflies? Were you anxious, excited? How did you feel ahead of your first few preseason games, especially at home?
Yeah, probably all of those things. Just wanting the chance to be out there. For me, I wasn't really measuring whether or not it was a preseason game. It was this is the NBA. I knew it was different than Summer League. Playing in Summer League at that time was not even anywhere near what playing in Summer League now is.
Where was Summer League then?
At the Pyramid in Long Beach.
Oh, not Las Vegas, huh?
No. And so, yeah, that first preseason game was I've been waiting my entire life for this. You better bet I'm ready. I'm ready to to get out there and play hard and bring energy. And, at that time, you're also still trying to earn your role and your place on the team, even if your contract, quote unquote, is signed. Am I going to be a starter? Am I going to be a backup? Am I going to be third string? So, I knew at that time I wasn't necessarily competing with Nick Van Exel to start.
Yeah.
But I was competing with myself and with anybody at the guard position to be a guy that my coaches could trust and my teammates could trust. And so that's what to your point with coaches, like the operational stuff, they're also watching that. Like, who can they trust on special teams or third down to not get a silly penalty?
Yeah.
To not jump off sides on a hard count. Like, that's all the stuff that a second and third string guy isn't being kept on the 53-man roster because he's more talented than Myles Garrett.
Right.
Can we trust you to not jump off sides because you're in your feelings or you're emotional about something? Like, that's where we got to know.
Yeah, and the coaches care about this. The players, of course, care for the opportunity, even if the fans at times just do not think that preseason football is the prettiest product. The Dodgers swept the Rockies at Coors Field. Can they continue the momentum back in downtown Los Angeles this weekend against the Pirates? We'll tell you that next here on D. Fish and Decker.
On the line of scrimmage, you can go 6-1. You can run a 3-4. You can do so many different things on defense. It just really gets your DC, like, I can go, okay, what can I do here? What can I do on this play? What can I do in this situation? So I love it. And for me, it's been fun because, you're not just tied to one thing. I can be back. I can, be on the line of scrimmage. I can be in the box. I can blitz, play man, play zone. But it's difficult at the same time because you have to think. There's so many things that you have to think about when you're out there. But at the end of the day, we've been talking about preparation.
There you go.
So just being able to be prepared, be able to do all those things, and, go out there, cut it loose, and have the confidence to do it.
Now, this team has all the confidence.
Derek Fisher said something interesting to me on the show yesterday where he was talking about
Wait, what?
D. Fish.
Oh, he said it to you?
Not to me. Did I say that? I must have misspoke. I was listening
Are
to the show.
Are you pretending on this show that you speak to Derek Fisher?
He
when
said
you don't?
something on the D. Fish. I promise that.
Is talking to me not enough?
I promise that was just me.
I mean, I actually did talk to Derek Fisher 2 weeks ago. But what do you?
I misspoke there. I promise.
What do you mean? But you just said Derek Fisher said something to you on the show.
That's what I gave for the Sex and the City stuff. Man, I look.
This is Lies in the Studio. It's a different show.
Well, okay.
Similar plot line. It's about somebody can't stop themselves from doing something.
Well, okay, so I was what I think it was? Because I watched the show and they're in the studio. I feel like I'm in the studio. Maybe I feel like I was a fly on the wall or something like that.
You're telling me that you visualize yourself hanging out with Derek Fisher so much that you come on this show and say that you hang out with Derek Fisher when you don't? Are you okay?
No, I was locked in, okay?
Delusions in the Office. That's like a sequel.
Well, okay, so the point he was making, though,
was that, when you guys had a conversation.
Okay, man, I'm struggling. Okay,
We're all struggling.
What D. Fish was saying was that what Draymond Green was saying on his podcast was about LeBron James and about maybe the motivation for LeBron.
Because I want to come at you so bad.
Maybe the motivation for LeBron and wanting to go to Golden State.
I was talking on the show.
Okay, maybe the motivation
LeBron's
for the motivation for LeBron and why he might want to go to Golden State is, to your point, that's why I brought it up, just to slam dunk your point when you're talking about this being a young man's league.
That's a lie. That's a 180 attempt.
Maybe,
ain't gonna work.
Maybe LeBron
Can't give me flowers after you
wants
slap
to
me.
go to the Warriors because they want to prove that older dudes can still win in this league.
I'm not even listening anymore. I'm just lost in your Derek Fisher talk to me.
That's so hilarious to me. But yeah, so the point is...
What's hilarious to you? That you said that you're hanging out with Derek Fisher? It's hilarious to me, too.
Speaking of putting words in someone's mouth, I never said that. I didn't say hanging out.
He's going to get it.
Oh, no.
He's a good producer.
Oh,
he knows.
no,
it's okay.
I hate when that happens. I always lose.
You are. By the way, there's a bunch of people in the chat.
So no response?
There's a response coming.
Okay.
There's a bunch of people in the chat talking about how excited they are to see Cam Carr. I'm not just pushing this so you'll go click on it. The Scott Drew interview we did with the Baylor University head coach was really good. And I love Scott. Scott's a friend. I didn't know, he's a good player. He broke down every aspect of it. Okay, we like to fact check things here on the show, all right? Here's Doug 2 minutes ago.
Derek Fisher said something interesting to me on the show yesterday where he was talking about...
Wait, what? You just say it.
So I meant to say Derek Fisher said something that was interesting to me. But then I left out a couple words that made it seem like he was speaking directly
NBA
to
old
me.
fart is enjoying the chemistry that we have. Any honorable mentions?
Dude,
I should have put you number one. I should have put you number one, man.
I can't. First of all, I think
fair.
First of all,
I think we agree that's a totally fair.
We're not gonna. I feel like we shouldn't go to break here until you actually give us your real fifth one. Having me versus Shohei Ohtani in the Cy Young is absolutely ridiculous. I think you need. What was the actual one there?
Think about the compliment.
That is absolutely insane. What's the real fifth one? What's the real fifth one in there? What's the real fifth one there? You technically just named four. That's not true.
D-Mac and Ryder, I have you on a greatest all-time list because I view you as a GOAT.
You're the greatest troll of all time.
Hey man, I am morally and spiritually offended by your zealous love for Shohei Ohtani that has turned you into the mother from The Aviator with the soap and the flashback. You're not safe. You're not safe. You're not
I'm
safe.
Marlin
You're
from
not safe.
Finding Nemo. I'm fine with that, though.
Yeah.
What's the real fifth one? Come on now. That's absurd.
That's fine. It's Doug versus his inner true self when talking about Dalton Rushing. But I didn't want to bring it
Wow.
up. Yeah, I know, right? I got you, man. You're my boy, Blue. I just rewatched that movie. I just rewatched Old School.
Holds up. Great. You're my boy, Blue.
You're my boy, Blue.
Let's go streaking. KFC. Okay.
You good?
How are you gonna bring up movie lines and I do movie lines in that same movie and then you go silent?
I was looking at my list and thinking and rethinking whether or not I made a mistake, and then I realized I did. I should have put you versus Shohei Ohtani Cy Young Award number 1. Can I get a cheer? Oh, that's an endorsement.
It is? Okay, fine. At least I'm number 1 in something, so I'll take it.
You're number 1 in my heart. D-Mac and...
If that is the
A 3-game homestand at the Ravine. After 13 games and 13 days, the Dodgers had Thursday off. They are back in action on the diamond tonight inside Dodger Stadium, hosting the Pittsburgh Pirates. 3 games this weekend, off day Monday before the Dodgers begin yet another road trip where they will head to Atlanta for a critical midweek series against the Braves starting on Tuesday. They will follow that up with a return to Detroit, which will be Tarik Skubal's return to the Tigers as well. He is slated to pitch in the Motor City, as he is on Saturday against the Buccos at home. D-Fish, one of the big conversations this week with the Dodgers completing the sweep against Colorado in Coors Field was taking advantage of the altitude. They scored 24 runs in 3 games. They scored 11 in the opener. It was the first time LA had scored double-digit runs since July 2nd against the San Diego Padres. It was the first time LA had scored more than 6 runs in back-to-back games since late June. But I think what a lot of Dodger fans wants to know, okay, you beat the Rockies good at Coors Field. The altitude helps the offense. All great things. Can the Dodgers maintain that momentum after a day off as they head back to take on the Pirates inside Dodger Stadium tonight? When you had off days, coming off winning streaks and playing at your best, what was the calling card to try to keep that momentum and the train rolling the next time you were back on the floor?
Well, I think sometimes like getting home, having a day off from playing allows you to, like, it's important to get some perspective back into your life as well, which sometimes that gap in, games helps you to do. 13 games, 13 days, like it's Groundhog's Day.
Yeah.
And you get you get into autopilot. And so your brain isn't firing the same way. Your perspective isn't as, as deep as it needs to be. And so, yesterday evening, I went to a foundation, like a charity foundation gala dinner event, and several of the current guys and Dave Roberts were there. And they had a hard out, by 9:00, so that because they had a game tonight.
Yeah,
and so they, I think Mookie, Kiki, Teoscar, Miguel, Andy Paez, Will Smith.
Whoa.
And Dave Roberts received a Lifetime Achievement Award at this gala. And so, the reason why I'm bringing that up is, being able to do those types of things actually help performance, right? It's they showed up to support their manager because he was receiving an amazing award. They each got recognized, and there was a lot of, positive things said about them as players, but those types of things give you a chance to kind of take a step back from seeing everything in your life through the lens of balls and strikes and hits or walks and strikeouts, et cetera. Like, there's a much bigger world out there than what's happening on the baseball field.
Right.
And so I've always found that was helpful for me, to just kind of remember that, like, making every shot isn't life or death, literally. It may feel that way in the moment, but that's not reality. And sometimes until you kind of get out of the matrix a little bit, like you don't know what the real world feels like anymore. So I'm hopeful that at least for that glimpse, the guys were able to kind of get away from, just the everyday routine of game day. And now when they show up to the park today, like, they missed it a little bit yesterday.
Nice. Yeah.
And so hopefully, they can bring some of that energy to the park this weekend.
And it's that daily minutia of baseball that is so unique than many other sports where you're in it every day. You think playing that many games in a row, obviously you just stay in the flow, you have all the feels, but stepping away brings back that enthusiasm for the environment as well. And anytime you are playing inside Dodger Stadium on a Friday evening, it is going to be a great atmosphere. We have asked you in the chat, who do you think the Dodgers ace is? Who do you trust most to pitch for the Dodgers in a Game 7? We will get the results from Crash before we go here on the other side of the break. The current poll in the chat right now for a guy that I'm sure, D-Fish, as you said, not every shot felt like life and death. Right now for Kyle Tucker, he probably feels like every at-bat at the Ravine feels that way. Kyle Tucker's first at-home bat tonight. Do you give him a standing ovation? Yes, he needs love and support from Dodger Stadium. No, we deserve more from a $60 million a year man. The last time Kyle Tucker was at Dodger Stadium, the last time the Dodgers were there, Sunday, losing to the Brewers and losing 3 of 4 in that home set. And Kyle Tucker made a bad play in right field on a ball he should have caught and was booed by the Ravine. Michael Durkin in the chat right now at the Fan LA on YouTube saying, gonna be a great weekend in the Ravine. That is the hope for the Dodgers. And when we look at things right now, Fish, we are here on Friday, August 21st. There are 34 games remaining in this regular season. That is a long marathon for the LA Dodgers. They are 77-51. They are 2 games better than the Braves for that 2 spot in the National League. That's important because it earns you the opening round bye past the wild card series. They are 2 games back of Milwaukee for that number 1 spot. Both the 1 and the 2 seeds get the bye, but of course, if they were to see each other again like they did last year in the National League Championship Series, Milwaukee would have home field advantage. How critical do you think playoff positioning is for the Dodgers? And just knowing what it takes to go after a championship. Is that something that Dave Roberts is telling his team, hey, we need to be in the moment right now because we are trying to solidify the 2 spot using the postseason and a potential playoff bracket as motivation?
It's tricky because with a team like the Dodgers, there is no scenario or situation you can't overcome. And so you want to set, short-term, intermediate, objectives, goals, et cetera, however you want to label it. But you also want to keep that fully present and in the moment mentality that, like, regardless of where we land in seeding, like, we still got to go out here and win baseball games. Yeah. And so sometimes you're almost kind of separating it from the seeding aspect of it, even though for Dave Roberts, it's like, no, I think the 2 seed is vital.
Yeah.
But to the team, it's more about how we're playing baseball. Are we doing the right things? Where are our energy levels? If we're hitting the ball decent and we're pitching the ball pretty well, even if we come up a little short and our seed is 3, but I like the baseball that we're playing, that's better than ending up with the 2 seed, but we're not playing good baseball.
Right.
We just ended up with the 2 seed.
Yeah.
And so you're trying to kind of, feel that out as best you can. But from my perspective, with a multiple title type of group, they each are so vastly different and they get harder in different ways you're going to have to go on the road in game 7s. You're going to have to win game 1 on the road. Like, you're going to have to do it all. So there's no particular seed that's going to make you immune to the situation. Like, it's like last year. You lose game 5 at home in the World Series, and now you got to go to Toronto and win 2 games.
Yeah.
It's going to be harder than that this year.
Yeah. There will be those unique challenges for sure. The Dodgers showed last year that in a wild card round they could go beat the Cincinnati Reds. Now the wild card teams in the National League currently so much better than what the Reds were a season ago. But just to say, every path in the postseason is different. I've always been curious from the media perspective. I think the fan perspective, you like update the standings daily. You're like, oh, the Dodgers won last night. The Brewers lost. It's only a game and a half difference. Is that something that as a pro athlete in the locker room you guys are talking about and tracking constantly? Like, do you know where you stand entering every game?
Once you get to a certain point in the season, yes. Not too early. I think there's more standings watching at earlier stages now than there used to be. But it's I think in baseball they probably have to watch it a lot closer because there's the divisional aspect of it. The league aspect of it, and then of course, overall, I think for our groups, it was watching it really just from the standpoint of home court advantage throughout. It was almost like either first or whatever else didn't matter. Like if we weren't first, where we were going to have, and that was first, in the entire league. Then who cares? Yeah, we'll go anywhere we need to go to win a game, and so. But I think in baseball, they're watching it closer. I think even though there's 34 games to go, they're already still watching.
34 of 162, that's the home stretch because of how many games you play in a baseball season. We will talk about Friday. Yoshinobu Yamamoto starts for the Dodgers. Bubba Chandler on the other side for the Pirates. What you need to know, and we hear from you on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports, up next on D. Fish and Decker.
Reason why he ultimately decided to sell his majority stake in the Lakers, because he had to get some liquid, right? To get some money to get out of that. That's one thing, right? And sometimes, look, you got to sell the house to pay the mortgage. I get it. But if you're taking that face value and it's not about that, and it's just about the fact that he wanted to sell the Lakers for a profit, that to me doesn't make a lot of sense. Because as you just pointed out, this is a guy that already owns the Dodgers. This is a guy that's worth over $7 billion. This is a guy that bought into the Lakers in 2021 to own 27% of it, and not into $2.5 billion in profit.
He doesn't need the money.
He doesn't.
He's got money.
So then, really, are you of the side where it feels like this is something to cover himself from a legal standpoint?
Look, I don't think it's unreasonable to worry, as politics are played out now, and the muscular, and I know this is politics, but the muscular nature of how the federal government and the executive branch operates, and I'm not taking a side, I'm just talking facts. I don't think it's unfair to wonder if selling the team, when clearly that wasn't his original plan, isn't about this. It is about this investigation. Now, whether it's about coming up with the money, whether it's about I don't have the bandwidth for this, I think that's a very generous reading, or whether it's about, hey, do us a solid and sell this team to my son-in-law's brother, and maybe things go better since the president does control the Justice Department. That's how the system works, especially today. I don't know.
And those of you that are mad, let me start by saying, shut up. Just shut up. If you're mad, how about this? If you're mad about the Tarik Skubal trade, let's start with something really simple. Who are you mad at? That is the first question you need to ask. Because if you're mad at the Dodgers, slap yourself in the face. I'm going to give you a minute, because the Dodgers did nothing wrong. The Dodgers did nothing wrong. In fact, the Dodgers, I'll actually go a step further. They're the only ones that did anything right in this entire situation. because the Dodgers get their hand on Tarik Skubal for giving up 3 prospects. Now, are they bad prospects? No, in fact, they're good prospects, but they sure as hell are not the prospects that are end-all, be-all that should have gotten this done. I couldn't believe the lack of haul that just came in for this price. So just so we're all clear, 3 prospects go over to the Detroit Tigers from the Los Angeles Dodgers, and they are the following. Zaire Hope, who is the Dodgers' number 5 prospect, followed by River Ryan, the Dodgers' number 10 prospect, and Brady Smith, a pitcher who is also their number 17 prospect. The Dodgers still have 7 prospects in Major League Baseball's top 100 list. They didn't even have to give away any of their top 4 prospects to get their hands on Tarik Skubal. And to the point where, if this was all it took, explain to me why anyone's mad at the Dodgers. Because if you're a fan of another team right now, you should be pissed at your team that you didn't. If you're a Milwaukee Brewers fan, you should be screaming at Matt Arnold, their GM. You should be furious that they did nothing. If you're a Rays fan, the Rays just gave up arguably like the same exact haul that the Dodgers just did to get Freddie Peralta, who's got like a 6 ERA this season out of the New York Mets. You're telling me they couldn't get this done? Throw an extra prospect in there. You're the Rays. You got endless prospects. Do something. I have no sympathy for anyone in baseball, and sure as hell no fan in baseball that's complaining about this, because this was a more than a fair asking price, and there are many, many more layers to break down. But I just want to start with that. Everyone that's complaining and moaning that the Dodgers are ruining baseball, no. It's not one team ruining baseball. It's the other 29 teams that are currently morning on D-Fish and Decker, but on a Friday night inside Dodger Stadium, it's the Dodgers and the Pirates in the first of 3 this weekend at the Ravine. Yoshinobu Yamamoto makes the start for LA. The youngster Bubba Chandler on the other side for the Buccos. We want to hear from you. This is the voice of LA Sports, 855-975-2326. We go to the phone lines first. Steven from Whittier, you have a question for D-Fish about what his coaching talents would be for the Los Angeles Dodgers. What exactly do you want D-Fish to tell you?
I just wanted to see maybe he's coached at the highest level. So my question to you, D-Fish, is what would you be telling the Dodgers in the locker room right now as motivation, or do you guys with your eyes and your expertise? With the skill in the locker room, are you worried at all? Or are you thinking, with our lineup, what we have here, we're pretty much fine. We're not really thinking, first place. As long as we get in there, and start getting hot, we're good. And then a second part question, maybe with the Lakers, is like, what is your expectation? What would be a good season for you would say for the Lakers with Luka right now? Would you say ring or bust, or do you think we can go deep in the playoffs? That's what we really want. We consider that it's a win. What would you tell the guys?
Start with the Dodgers first. If you were Dave Roberts, what would you be telling them in that locker room about the importance of this weekend and what it means for their chase for a World Series?
Yeah, I mean, the importance of this weekend, with this group, you're not trying to really hype them up to go out and play their best this weekend. I think with this group, you're just kind of really reminding them why we're all here. They have an amazing collection of individual players and talents and resumes, and when they all look back on it, these are going to be some of the most special times in their lives, and none of it is guaranteed. So you're really trying to remind these guys that they're playing one of the best kids games the world's ever seen, and let's just keep finding a way to show up with that kid type heart and energy about what this is. Nobody's gonna remember, man, what your batting percentage was in August. They just aren't. I try to remind even our team now in high school, our championship rings won't look like the Dodgers championship rings, but none of my championship rings have my field goal percentage on the side. So who cares?
I was a bard.
They just don't care.
Yeah.
And so just remember that when you go up to bat today, like nobody's going to remember whether you struck out on August 20th against whoever. Like just go have fun, go play for the love, play for each other. We're going to be fine no matter what. And that's all you can try to do. I mean, it's they have it in them. So you don't have to try to convince them that they're good. It's just reminding them of some of those basic things. With the Lakers group, it's almost like the opposite, right? Like you don't have a locker room full of guys that have won 2 titles together.
Yeah.
So, you flip your hat a little bit into like, finding that common shared vision and purpose for why we're going to go on this journey together. This is going to be a challenging journey, but as long as we, intentionally choose to keep coming back together to try to figure it out, it's going to give us a better chance.
Yeah.
Right. We're all about to embark on. We're standing at the edge of this cliff. We're all going to have to jump. So we have to get to a point where we're all willing to jump at the same time.
Yeah.
We can't have 3 guys hanging over the cliff on that end and 2 guys over here still hanging on by the fingernails. Like we all have to jump and jump together. Otherwise, it just won't work as well. And so with a new group, you're just trying to get them to do as many things together as possible. You can't try to win it by yourself. You can't try to figure it all out. You can't be the version of yourself you were with another team. Luka and Austin can't be the versions of themselves they were on the teams they played on with LeBron the last couple of years. Mm-hmm. They have to be different versions of themselves. And you got to be willing to kind of reinvent yourself to do what's needed for now.
Stephen from Whittier, if you're not ready to run through one of these fake brick walls that we have here in studio, I don't know what to tell you. I am. That was some good pump up from Derek Fisher. That's a line, man. None of my championship rings for the Lakers have my field goal percentage on them. So focus on the ultimate goal. Tonight it's Yoshi Yamamoto against Bubba Chandler. Crash, what did the chat have to say at the Fan LA on YouTube in terms of their trust for that Dodgers ace in the postseason?
Well, it's funny you ask because we gave them 3 options for who the Dodgers ace should be, and those options were Blake Snell, Tarik Skubal, and Yoshi. And there was an overwhelming support for Mr. Yoshi Yamamoto. He's received 65% of our votes, and that was also your guys' pick as well. So a little bit of camaraderie there between you guys in the chat.
I went with Skubal.
Oh,
Raj went with Skubal.
Of course, he has to disagree with the other ones in the room. So
you need that little contradiction. We're trusting Yoshi because of what he has done, World Series MVP, and just what he has done this year. 12-7, 2.6 ERA. In the 5 starts that Yamamoto has made for the Dodgers post-All-Star break, only 7 earned allowed in total. He is 3-1. The Dodgers are 4-1. He's got a 1.82 ERA. Bubba Chandler, one of the slew of young arms the Pirates have this year, 23 years old. He was a 3rd-round pick back in 2021. He has won all 3 of the starts he has made for Pittsburgh in the month of August. Only 4 earned allowed in those 3 outings. So a good young arm, not Paul Skeens. The Dodgers will not see Skeens this weekend, who is actually struggling in the last month and a half or so. At the Ravine, it starts tonight. Yamamoto, Chandler, first of 3 at Dodger Stadium, with a vision of what that postseason starting staff could look like, because it's Yamamoto, Skubal, Snell, the probable pitchers on the docket for the Dodgers. I talked a big game yesterday in my first time working with D. Fish about my prowess here on the Final Out. I lost quickly. Raj, can I redeem myself today?
I don't know. Let's find out.
D-Fish and Deck know their stuff when it comes to trivia. Well, kinda. Let's see who'll make the final out.
That's right, gentlemen. And, of course, we saw... Am I going first when I come on? Thank you, Ben.
Yeah, you're welcome.
When we saw last night Mendoza, would you say he's a dual threat?
He ran a lot. I mean, the lasting image for Indiana football was his rushing touchdown against Miami in the title game.
That's the one damn thing I seen from him all his college years is that game. I watched that game. You proud of me? I watched.
I'm very proud of you.
But anyway, check it out. So in terms of active quarterbacks, gentlemen, active quarterbacks in the league. Now, there's a couple guys on there, but I'm putting starters on here. So, but if you answer them, it's fine.
Okay.
Who are the leading rushers as active quarterbacks? Active, Fish, you are the champion, so you go first. Bonus points for number one, of course.
I mean, unfortunately, still Josh Allen probably at the top of the list.
Well, he's not at the top of the list, but he is number two.
It's close to the top.
I mean,
number one.
Well, you didn't get bonus points. I got to
No,
buzz you for that. You
okay.
you came in all arrogant. Well, obviously, Rod. Just obviously.
That's a good D Fish, by the way.
Yeah, I know. It's pretty good.
Number one.
You ready for the week? You ready to get away from me, Fish?
Back for 2 days, Raj, and he's like, I got to see this guy. Not till Monday. Number one is Lamar Jackson.
Number one is Lamar Jackson, indeed. So he's got the first two. We're looking for active leaders in quarterback rushers.
Let's see. Active leaders.
Yep.
Last season, before the injury, maybe Patrick Mahomes might be on there. This is top five.
Is that a statement or a question?
Is this top five?
No, it's 10.
Top 10.
Yeah.
But this is active career
Yes.
rushing yards leader.
Oh,
Yes.
Yeah, Patrick Mahomes.
Okay, Mahomes is on the list. He's seventh on the list, yes.
All right.
All
Let's
right.
go with Jalen Hurts.
Jalen Hurts is on the list. He's number 4.
Ooh, that means 3 is still up for grabs.
Yes. Active quarterback rushing leaders.
I think there's a sneaky one in here.
There's a couple sneaky, but a couple guys aren't starting, so I don't have them. So I went with 11 and 12 because they're starters. But anyway, yeah.
Current guys.
Yup, still in the league.
Rushers.
Mm-hmm.
Give me Trevor Lawrence.
Ooh.
Trevor Lawrence. Let's see. You know what? He had a gang of rushing yards last year. That's for sure.
Pause for dramatic effect.
But it was not enough because that's the first time he started running like that. So we have a new champion, ladies and gentlemen, reclaiming his throne. Let me see, make sure he's not on the list. Yep, he's not on the list. I had to double check for you. Sometime I jump the gun, as you know, from here to time to time. But number 3, the sneaky one, do you know who that is?
Justin Herbert.
No.
Oh.
Herbert is at the very back of the list. The sneaky one is a lot of games, ran early in his career, but probably played the most games out of anyone left.
Aaron Rodgers.
Aaron Rodgers is the sneaky one, guys.
That is sneaky.
Yeah, but he had a lot of games. He has by far the most career games over everyone. Another one is, let's say he's height challenged.
Kyler Murray.
Kyler Murray, number 5.
These are good hints, Raj.
Yes. Here's one. I don't think he's starting anymore, but definitely a rusher. Definitely, this is probably the first year he's not starting in a while, and I don't think he should be, but he was at a lot of potential early in his career.
Fish? Went to Oregon. Right?
No. This one went to Ohio State.
Went to Ohio State.
Justin Fields.
Justin Fields. I was thinking Marcus Mariota.
No, but he is on the list. He is number 8 on the list. Tyrod Taylor's number 9. This quarterback has had some legal issues, let's say, but he might be starting this year.
What a way to end out the list, Raj.
Deshaun Watson. And then Dak is on the list if you want to count him. Dak Prescott, who ran a lot prior to having his leg broken against the Cleveland Browns in 2000.
I hope the YouTube chat caught the look of Derek Fisher's face as you were teeing up Deshaun Watson to be featured. Yep, that's good. Shedeur Sanders supposed to start the second game of the preseason for the Cleveland Browns. A lot of fun working together these last 2 days.
Appreciate you being.
Appreciate you being here
Yes,
as well.
sir.
Good stuff as always. And up next, it's Brock and Alex here on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. They will get you set for this weekend series between the Dodgers and the Pirates. I'm sure some conversation around the Lakers and, of course, updates on the Rams. Have a good weekend, Los Angeles. We'll talk soon.
Currently ruining baseball. Once again, Edwin Diaz doing his Edwin Diaz thing. And here's the thing. I am a fan of Edwin Diaz. I think he's a very solid pitcher. And yes, if you look at his career numbers, he has elite closer metrics. He absolutely does. High leverage innings, shutdown innings. He holds the record that will Tides hold the record for most saves in a single season. In fact, when he did it in 2018 with the Mariners. But I've also seen full year collapses on this guy. And I'm talking multi-year. We saw it with the Mets twice, by the way. We also saw the injured year that he had with the Mets. Now he's over here with the Dodgers. And he's been very shaky from Jump Street, before even the microneedling surgery even had. I have not been quiet that I didn't like this deal. In fact, the Dodgers made two very big deals this last offseason in Edwin Diaz and Kyle Tucker. I didn't like either deal. It comes to fruition that both of these guys happen to be the biggest struggle bust players on the Dodgers, both on the pitching side and the offensive side. So it's a little frustrating to see. I do hear the people kind of pointing the finger at Dave Roberts, saying, why are you throwing him back out there? However, we saw him have a very, very efficient 12-pitch inning earlier this week. However, you can't be blowing saves at the Brewers this late in the season. You just can't. So the way I see it, I think an adjustment does need to be made. It's just hard to justify considering how much you're paying this guy.
I'm able to say that it is amazing to be coaching a basketball team with Juju Watkins back on the court. Really blessed to just be here, feeling back like myself, and being able to practice with the team. I mean, it's just been a long time coming. I mean, I've just been working out, grinding every day, so that I could be in this position. So to see all of that hard work kind of pay off right now, it's really fulfilling. Just being around everybody, shooting the ball, like, I don't even know, like the smallest stuff just gets me excited. But I definitely being able to scrimmage again, it's all I could ask for, honestly.
If it was you that like have had the front row courtside seat to all of this history and success of the Los Angeles Lakers, who wouldn't want that person to still be
for sure
involved in the business? And so it made a ton of sense in terms of the sale to Mark Walter, Jeannie still being the controlling governor, at least until 2030. Maybe that would have been longer, who knows? But it would make a ton of sense to keep someone that's had that front row seat, that's been involved in not just running the team, but seeing the fabric of how, you know, the team has operated, the right things that the team has done, and the areas where they failed, and how do we manage this in a really effective way moving forward. And it showed to me a lot of awareness that the family individually couldn't continue to compete at the highest level with these larger ownership groups that include venture capital firms and private equity, et cetera. So for the Buss family to drop down in ownership percentage but still have enough of a controlling stake to still be involved in it, that all made sense to me.
Yeah.
I just don't envision a world where there's zero Buss involved.
What's the best thing about living in LA?
The taxes.
Man, is he giving his taxes to somebody I'm not? That's crazy. But best thing, I'm like, I mean, yeah, when it's December and my mom wants to come out here for Christmas time, it's 75 degrees and we can go to Malibu and sit by the beach and enjoy the waves. So that's not how Christmas is we're spending in Utah, that's for sure.
One day you're going to be in your 30s and you might get some vet days like Matt and Devontae. But while they're getting their time, is it tough for the offense to maybe build the chemistry that you'd love to at this point?
No, I think Coach does a great job, and I think it's been really fun and it requires, I think, a different mindset, I think, from everybody. The command and just the command that Matthew brings when he steps onto the football field, and also seeing Steady and some of the other guys step up and make plays. And I think it allows for Tyler Higbee to be out there, and opportunities for me for the other leaders on our offense to step up and communicate and take pride in us being able to operate still very similar to that same level. We haven't got hit yet, so I would say I feel very great right now. I haven't had to hit anybody or get taken to the ground, so I'm like, yeah, my knees, shoulders, and ankles feel pretty good.
Puka, you're in a contract year. Some news that you've changed representation. What went in? Is that true? And what went into your thinking in terms of changing agents?
Yeah, I did change agencies, and I think it was something for me just kind of looking at the off season and just kind of where I feel like I've been at in this past.
What's up, LA? Welcome to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. I'm Alex Curry here at Brock Ravine. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us, whether you're tuning in on the radio, the Odyssey app, or watching us live on YouTube. We appreciate you being here. And we love when you are part of the show and a part of the conversation. So if you're watching the live stream, get in the chat at The Fan LA. You can also call us at any time at 855-97-LA-FAN. And happy Friday. Preseason football in full swing. Last night, you guys. Chargers looked rough. We'll get to that in just a moment. Meanwhile, the Raiders had a huge comeback that I did not see coming. But again, when you're playing with your third, fourth, fifth, sixth string guys that probably won't even make the roster, anything can happen.
Happy to have football back in any capacity. It's funny, whenever the preseason starts, you kind of remind yourself, okay, the games don't actually mean much. Most of the starting roster's locked in for most of the teams, not the case for every team. But then once you turn on the TV and they're treating it like a Monday night football game, and you see Joe Buck and Aikman, you're like, you know what? This does matter.
It's so funny because the first half felt like it really was like back. And Troy Aikman was really funny on the broadcast. You could tell it was their preseason too, okay? Everyone's getting back in the swing of things. But Troy was like, once the starters come out, these are a lot of guys that you're not going to see actually make the team. He's like, I've never been there before, but I've heard you don't get much protection. It was such a funny, subtle little flex.
Yeah.
But it's true, like, when you think about that.
Yeah.
Like, and I had to remind myself, like, watching it, because, like, once we got, like, a full half of Fernando Mendoza, and he had a very much, like, a welcome to the NFL moment with that pick six.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Recovered well after, which is what you want to see. But moments like that, and then, like, after that, the first question, I think, to Clint Kubiak was like, well, are we going to see him in the second half? He's like, nope. Like, okay. And here we go. We're going down the depth chart. And you heard like the whole broadcast kind of like talk about, okay, here we go. We're going down everything. But I think that was kind of the first real feeling of football is back because it was like a Monday Night Football broadcast vibe.
Exactly that. It was a warm welcome back to being in the groove of things, of getting into the flow of watching a football game. Because even as a fan, it's kind of your preseason as well. It's like, I got to make sure my work is done. I got to make sure the dog is walked. The
making dinner.
Yeah, dinner's ready to go because I don't want to be coming back and forth. So it is preseason for all of us.
I like that. Like the fan preseason. How are you getting ready for football season? What do you got to practice? Because it was funny too, because I kind of like, after Fernando came out, I kind of like zoned out. I was like, obviously also at halftime, it wasn't looking great. Mm-hmm. So I was kind of just like doing my own thing. And I look back up and you're like, oh, wait, what? What? They came back?
Oh, shoot. Okay.
They came back? Yeah, Texas must have taken everybody out as well. So, yeah, a lot of football we're getting to today. We're going to go over kind of that Chargers. Remember, starters only played one series. So that's another thing you have to remind yourself. Raiders, big comeback. Rams taking on the Saints this Saturday at SoFi. We'll be diving into all of that throughout the show. You're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1, The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. But the Dodgers, you guys, they are back home tonight to open a 3-game series against the Pirates. And if you've looked and just taken a moment to just smile when you see who they have on the mound this entire series. It was a really happy reminder of like, oh my gosh, we are going to be scary. You got Yoshinobu Yamamoto starting tonight. Tarik Skubal is scheduled to go Saturday, and Blake Snell on Sunday. This is the Dodgers 1-2-3 knockout punches on the mound this weekend.
Yeah, and it is the closest thing that we're going to get to a playoff preview, not in regards of quality of team that they're playing. Mm-hmm. Pittsburgh's still trying to fight for a wild card spot. But just the feeling of this is what a playoff series would look like. We have the big three lined up. We'll see what happens with Glass now and how he would fit in to this. But that's how I'm approaching it as a Dodger fan. It's perfectly lined up. What is the record after this series? Can they win this series? Can they take care of the Pirates? And what what does the bullpen rotation look like? Who works best with who? I'm fully treating this as a playoff preview from a pitching standpoint.
You know what else I noticed when I was looking at who was pitching what day? With Tarik Skubal scheduled to pitch Saturday, that means he's also lining up to pitch next weekend back home in Detroit, because that kind of gives him a little wiggle room, whether it ends up being Saturday or Friday, Sunday. Doesn't matter. He's going to end up on one of those games, and it's going to be must-watch TV because I think both sides. I believe he will be getting a standing ovation celebrated, not booed, also because, he went on that podcast right after the trade went down saying he'd love to go back to Detroit. I don't know after the end of the season if he'll feel the same way, but... That it was also like when we're like, oh my gosh, this like 1-2-3 knockout punch of Yamamoto, Skubal, and Snell. Oh, that means Skubal's going to be pitching in Detroit. That was also my biggest takeaway from this, because I want to see that, because I feel like that could be, again, we haven't seen that kind of I've arrived outing from Tarik Skubal yet here in LA, and this hasn't been kind of that season for him coming off the loose body surgery that he got as well. However, we know it's in there. We know he can get there. And whether it happens this weekend or back when he's back in his old home in Detroit, I feel like that could kind of be what turns the page for Skubal.
Yeah, I would anticipate a somewhat struggling, sometimes pretty decent Pirates roster is a perfect tune-up before going back to Detroit and wanting to have the best outing of your life. Even if part of you never wanted to leave Detroit, even if part of you felt there was unfinished business, now that you're wearing a different uniform, you do naturally lock in as an athlete and say, you know what, regardless of the emotions, I want to have the best pitching day I have ever had in front of my old fans, who I agree with you will give him a standing O. He said the right things and made it very clear throughout a couple years now how much he wanted to make it work there. So he will get his final opportunity. He is pitching tomorrow. Yes, so he'll get his final opportunity on Saturday.
So we got a little quickie home series to close out August here in LA. What do we want to see over this 3-game set before the Dodgers head back out on the road? For me, I want the bats to stay hot. More importantly, Kyle Tucker to turn things around at Dodger Stadium, because the last time he was at Dodger Stadium last Sunday, he was getting booed.
Loudly and proudly he was getting booed. And rightfully so, from the standpoint of that was rock bottom for him. And the beauty of rock bottom is hopefully things can't go lower. No, hopefully things can't go lower. For Kyle Tucker, it's unfortunate that the success that he has on the road, I'm not going to say it doesn't mean anything, but it doesn't mean anything to the fans who sit behind him in right field, right? Because they need to see it in front of them. They are sick of seeing him do all of his best work on the road in front of other fans, even if it leads to Dodgers wins. They want to see it at home. And yeah, pressure's on him there. I think what will help him is that the bats seem to have come alive. Selfishly, I wanted to see Paul Skeens on the mound one of these days, but he pitched in the most recent,
good for us.
In the most recent
us
Pirates game. He's not having his best month, but just for the sake of facing a Cy Young winner. But that being said, Kyle Tucker is definitely the name of the game there. I'm also looking at the bullpen.
Okay.
And there has been as much movement and rotation in the bullpen as there's been in the starting rotation, and the bullpen needs to get finalized before starters get bumped down in there, because all the guys that are in the bullpen now, there's only going to be about 3 of them that are there come playoff time.
So Kyle Tucker's got a couple things working in his favor, right? Okay. He snapped his 0-1 streak the last 2 games, but he's also had a couple teammates now come out publicly and talk about the situation and talk about the support for him. We'll start with Miggy Rojas, who spoke to Noel Sanchez at the Harold and Carol Pump Foundation. I think this happened yesterday, and he really just went on to talk about the belief in the new guys on their team that are currently struggling.
Guys as talented as Edwin Diaz and Kyle Tucker going through some tough times. Where do you feel you step in to kind of help them through that?
I just believe that they're new to the organization. They're gonna take time to adjust to what it's like in the clubhouse, but they will realize and figure out that our opinions inside the clubhouse are the more important ones, and we want them out there. Every single day that Edwin take the ball in the 9 and Kyle have the opportunity to play, we all feel like they're the best option out there. So they will figure out and find out that the love and support that they're going to have from their teammates and the organization is going to be overwhelmed. And I have no doubt that they're going to come out of the slump and they're going to play good for us whenever it counts the most. And you're one swing away from becoming a legend. And I can speak from my own experience. And that's what I try to tell Tucker and the boys, because it's not easy to play in this franchise, in this market, but at the end of the day, you're just one swing away from doing something really important and big.
Man, I love Miggy.
He's great, man.
Like, that is the guy you want leading your clubhouse. Like, he's going to be a great manager one day. This is obviously his final season. He's talked about it. And he was that one swing that turned into a Dodger legend during the World Series. So to have that kind of support in the clubhouse and to remind guys like Kyle Tucker and Edwin Diaz, like, it doesn't matter what they're saying out there. What matters is the conversations that we're having in here and how we believe in you. And so to hear Miggy say that is really rad. As a former just athlete, when you hear a teammate kind of talk about a struggling teammate that way, how does that make you feel?
Yeah. Talking about a teammate via the media can be a really motivating thing. It can also be a very demoralizing thing, but I think in this case, when a player of yours is at rock bottom, that is one of the few times it's okay to go about it, right? Because if you're Kyle Tucker, you're enjoying your day off, you don't want your name to be in any kind of headline, because every time it's in the headline,
it's
you feel negative. But when it's Miggy having your back and Miggy choosing to do this publicly, it's not just Miggy talking about Kyle. It's not just Miggy talking to the reporter. It's Miggy talking to Dodgers fans. Like that's why he's doing it publicly, because as much as he's talking to Kyle, he's talking to however many fans are going to be there tonight and throughout the weekend, saying, our guy needs us, and he also needs you. We don't know how he's going to do Friday, Saturday, Sunday, but we hope you guys have his back. So I think this is one of the rare cases where you can talk about a player who's not present into a microphone.
Okay, so then here's another example, and tell me how you feel about this one, because this is Max Muncy talking about all the changes that Tucker has been going through.
Just let him know that you're there for him. It's his first year in LA. He's across country from his home. First year with a new baby for him. There's a lot of things going on right now, and he has to find a way to battle through all that. And so the biggest thing that we can do is just let him know that we're there for him. We have his back no matter what, and he's part of this team. He's part of this clubhouse. Nothing's ever going to change that. No matter how good or bad someone plays, you're part of this team. You're part of the family. And so for us, that's always the biggest thing, is just let him know that we're there.
Like, can you just hear the support within that clubhouse? Like, that is such a special bond that is so rare just in sports, let alone like back-to-back champs going for a three-peat team right now. Just the unwavering support. Doesn't matter what you're doing on the field. You're a family. Okay. Yeah. You're a part of our family. We're going to take care of you. And that gives me a little bit of hope for Kyle Tucker after what we saw. What was it now? Monday? Was that Monday night when he was crying in the dugout and just had those back-to-back games of dropped routine fly balls? And you just kind of, you looked at the TV and you looked at people you were talking to about like the Dodgers and Kyle Tucker. You're like, that's weird.
Right.
That's weird. It's off. Something's very off with him.
Yeah, it's great for Miggy and Muncy to be the ones to say it too, because among the favorite Dodgers, they are ranking high, probably top 5 for almost every Dodger fan. And there's something special about, obviously Shohei could have said something, Freeman could have said something, but that's not really their jam. Like you want to hear it from the Kikes, from the Miggies, from the guys who are the
heart and soul,
the heart of the team.
Yeah.
Exactly. Like you look at Max Muncy, you know his story, you know his struggles, how close he was to calling it quits as a very young player, and then reignited the love of the game. You look at Miggy, who maybe the majority of his years he wasn't one of the best players on any team he was on, but he was an essential piece, and he knows the ups and downs of a season, he's always been a guy who has been, if you are going through something, I'm there for you. If you are succeeding, I'm going to be your loudest cheerleader.
Yeah.
And I love that it's Muncie and Miggy whose quotes are kind of making their ways out there, because those are the guys that you want to hear it from.
Crystal ball. What do we think the fan reaction is going to be to Kyle Tucker tonight?
It'll be positive today.
Because people like maybe saw how gnarly it was on the road Monday.
Yeah.
After they booed him Sunday, saw how much it affected him Sunday, had like a Monday even worse game, and then snapped his over 26 Tuesday, Wednesday, day off. Now we're back here at Dodger Stadium.
His first at bat will be overwhelmingly supportive. I don't know if it'll be as dramatic as Trey Turner. Was that
Standing
last year or
ovation,
the year before?
2 years ago.
Two years ago.
Yeah.
I don't think it'll be that dramatic, but it
hope
will
so.
be positive. I would love it for it to be.
I
but
hope Dodger fans come together and can give him a standing ovation.
I would love to see it, but
that would be like, we know it's a mental thing.
Yeah.
Like, we very much can see
Yeah.
and know it's a mental thing with Kyle Tucker right now.
Yeah.
Obviously, he's getting the support within the clubhouse, and there's only so much that can go, because you're like, yeah, okay, I know. Yeah, okay, I know. Yeah, I get it, okay? It's on me now. I got to figure it out. This is going to be a really interesting. That is going to be my key to the series. That's like who I am watching every single night, is how is Kyle Tucker going to respond being back at Dodger Stadium?
30-something games left. The sprint begins now, and Kyle Tucker knows what is being asked of him. Kyle Tucker knows that the greatest addition that the Dodgers can have is Kyle Tucker going back to form.
Yeah.
And how greatly that improves their chances of winning a three-peat of a World Series. It's just a matter of going out and doing it. He's his own worst enemy right now, but the beauty of that is the easiest person to get out of the way is yourself. So hopefully the fans have his back. Clearly the players do. We know Dave Roberts does. And he needs to have a good series, and it starts with a good game tonight.
Oh, yeah. Yoshinobu Yamamoto on the mound tonight for the first of a quick 3-game series at home. But last night, you guys, here in LA, we watched the Chargers just brutal loss to the 49ers. Can I just say I hate the one series for the starters? Like, it's such a tease. It felt like unfinished business. Herbert, like, had that one series, went 1 for 2, like, just absolutely aired a ball. That was your thing. You're like, I want to see Justin Herbert make a good deep throw. And he only got one real opportunity of that. And it just like, 3rd and out, they're taking him out. And you're like, come on, are you going to just put him back out for one more series? No. And then it just kind of felt like,
It was very disappointing and underwhelming. The 3 plays were a run for a negative gain by Omari Hampton. He was tackled behind the line of scrimmage. It was a rollout play action pass to a open Charlie Kohler, who kind of stumbled. And so instead of getting a first down, it was just a 9-yard gain.
Yeah.
And then on 3rd and 1, instead of running the ball because they had a negative run or rolling out again because they just did, McDaniel went for it. He called up a shot play, and it was incomplete. Ladd McConkey had no chance of catching that football. He was blanketed, and then they're just done. So I wonder what the plan was if the starters were ever going to play Game 3, but I know that now they probably need to.
Right?
One series is not enough.
You have to see something.
A 3 and out is not enough,
Like,
so
what?
they have to be out there for
You
Game 3.
have to do something,
Yeah.
which is wild. And it's so funny because Jim Harbaugh, he always has like really funny quotes. Shay, he was talking, I think this was like before the game, a day or two before, about Justin Herbert. Because even when he was asked, like, is that it? Are they going to go back in? He's like, nope, that's it. One series. This is what he had to say about Herbert just coming into the game.
He is, and he's locked, cocked, ready to rock.
I love Harbaugh, man. It's unbelievable.
Locked, cocked, ready to rock.
Yes.
But again, what you saw out there, do you feel like there was a good sense of like, yep, we got everything we needed?
No, nowhere near it. A brief rundown. We saw Trey Pipkins at the left tackle spot, pointing out that we still have not seen Rashawn Slater return to practice. It is growing on my list of concerns. Kyoto Yoshika took over the left guard spot now that Jake Slaughter is at center. The 2 tight ends that we're going to see out of that 12 personnel, that's 2 tight ends on the field, are going to be Charlie Kohler and David Njoku. Charlie Kohler stumbled in what should have been an easy first down catch, but by stumbling, they go 3 and out, and we could have seen more offense if he's able to stay on his feet. David Njoku, who's a great balanced tight end, meaning he can catch and he can block, got dominated at the line of scrimmage, did not block well at all. The bright spots of the offense, there were two. One, running back Keaton Mitchell was out there. He is a clear backup and showed enough as the game went on, even without the starters, why he's going to be RB2. And Brendan Thompson, love seeing him out there with the starters. He was out there for those first three snaps. They clearly trust him. He was the shot that Justin Herbert threw, a post route. I'm sorry. That Trey Lance was throwing to and DJU were thrown to. But Brendan Thompson has speed, man. He is so fast. Trey Lance missed him on a fade route, but he broke off. It was Renardo Green, a starting corner for the 49ers, and all I wanted to see was Brendan Thompson's speed against the starters.
Yeah.
Trey Lance was not able to connect, but the speed was there. Thompson was wide open, and Herbert will be able to make that throw. There weren't a lot of positives, but certainly not on that first series. But as the game went on, Brendan Thompson and Keaton Mitchell were really the only positives you could take offensively.
Offense struggled most of the night. Finish was just 8 first downs, punted 8 times, 7 penalties. And it's funny seeing Trey Lance out there against his former team, too. You're like, oh, yeah, I forgot.
Forgot that's where you foot snapped in half.
This is where you are now. Dude, brutal.
Yeah, it was scary.
Brutal. But again, preseason, starters only got 1 series. You're thinking maybe we're going to see them again come.
I would say typically the starters don't play in the third preseason game.
But because this is a new system.
And because it was 3 and out and because it was 2 negative plays, I feel that you have to put them out there for at least another series.
Like, was there ever a possibility where they're like, okay, if it was 2 negative plays, we're just going to keep them out there for 1 more series? Or no, because you publicly said it's only going to be 1 series and we've all been talking about that it's going to be 1 series, that's it?
One thing that coaches never waver on is preseason snap count. If we say you get 2 series, if both of those series, the very first play is a pick 6, the offense is done. Like they have to stick to it because not only do they not want guys to get hurt, 2, there's only so many opportunities they're going to get to see the backups.
Yeah.
And so they want to be able to properly rank who can stay on the team, who's going to the scout team, et cetera, the practice squad. So that's why they do that, but they always stick to it. And honestly, that's probably why they say it publicly.
Okay.
So that people don't wonder why would they only get 3 plays?
That's weird.
Exactly.
Yeah, even though I'm still saying it, even though you told us there's only 1, it felt like a tease, and I wanted more. Okay? Give me more. All right, guys, we're going to take a quick break here. When we come back, we're heading to Rams camp. We have Rams host Cameron Irwin joining the show. Don't go anywhere. You're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan.
Last year or so, and just trying to reset and being able to refocus and reprioritize some of the things that I feel like are best for me. And I'm just grateful to feel like I have a team supporting me in all facets.
Just, a coach or whoever's evaluating just sees too many areas of growth and they just move on. But like you said, spending some time working on your body, your mobility, your core strength, like some of these things that are going to actually make you a better baseball player or a better athlete. Sometimes that's the better investment for most.
Completely.
And, it's hard, though, because there's so much out there about showcases and opportunity and being seen, and the scouts are going to be there. And
it's getting younger and younger and younger. You got like 12-year-olds, 10-year-olds, like parents being told, oh, you need to get in this program or else your kid's not going D1. I'm like, that's not how any of this works. There are so many snake oil salesmen out there that are just getting so many families to put so much money into things that just simply will not help their kid. But those parents they don't know any better. And I feel like it's important. And honestly, I just want to help so many of these parents.
Raj, you remember when that sound you made when we were talking about the NFL last week and the NBA and Major League Baseball, and what is it always about?
Money! By the way, that's to get even like darker into it. Like private equity is so into youth sports now. It is a multi-billion-dollar endeavor. Everything with youth sports. You got the travel teams, you got the equipment, you got the showcase culture that exists right now. I think it's a real dark, ugly thing right now. And when it comes down to it, me explaining, like, get him a trainer with that price and, like, really kind of get him a better athlete. They're like, well, can he get recruited because of how he hits? I said, like, it's not impossible. I'm just saying, like, how people go to a game, they will just look at him and say he's a little out of shape, and whether this is fair or not, they'll see him and be like, he's not projectable, he doesn't really put the work in that we need as an organization or as a school. It's just for better or for worse. So I was explaining this all to them, and I hope I steered them in the right direction.
And what are the, like, now in basketball, there's you don't necessarily have to physically be somewhere to be seen always. Some events are live viewing events where college coaches can be there and see the players in person, and then some events are not, but they're all on some type of platform where coaches that want to see them or hear about them can go pull up the film, they can go pull up the video, and that's what's also changed a lot about recruiting and being seen, is that the video is, 2 seconds a coach can have a video of you playing in a game without actually having to be there. So there's pros to that. And
What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us, whether you're tuning in on the radio, the Odyssey app, or watching us live on YouTube. We appreciate you being here, and we love when you are a part of the conversation. So if you're watching the live stream, get in the chat at The Fan LA. But I am so excited right now to bring in our first guest of the day. This woman does it all, you guys. She's the host of the LA Rams and Big Ten Tailgate. She does play-by-play for AVP Beach. Both friends of Brock and I. Please put your hands together for Cameron Irwin.
That's quite the intro. Let's go. Gosh, I cannot believe I'm sitting here with two of my good friends. So this is a blast, and especially because we get to talk ball.
I know, Cam. We love this so much. Full circle, which I love this for all of us.
It is.
So let's start with the Rams, because they've kind of been the belle of the ball this offseason. First with the big offseason acquisition in Myles Garrett. But now there's kind of been a couple concerns, question marks with him being held out of practice the last week plus. What can you tell us about his status, and should we be worried at all?
No, I don't think you should be worried at all. I mean, we're talking about a veteran, and we've seen this time and time again, whether it's Myles or even you think about Stafford last year, and kind of doing the alternating days on and off this preseason as well. I think you just have to understand, like with veteran players, you got to take care of their body. It's not a secret Sean doesn't play those guys in the preseason. And also I think there is an element of like, Myles is dangerous to others, not necessarily to himself.
Our own team.
So I think it's more about protecting the teams on the other side than protecting him, if that makes sense.
That's great.
That is incredible. Cam, as the in-stadium host, nobody feels the energy of Rams fans more than you. How can you gauge the excitement level of this season with maybe Aaron Donald coming back, maybe not, but even if he doesn't, what does this preseason feel like compared to previous ones?
I'm going to answer with a question, which is how often are you guys getting asked if Aaron's coming back? And you can only think of that answer and multiply it by about 100, because that's what I receive every single day. So that speaks to the excitement of just what Aaron Donald has meant to this organization, the prospect of him coming back. It's highly reported that he's been working out, he's been training. And I think just from my own personal take, a guy's not going to put on a helmet and train that hard. So I feel that it's, in the words of Sean McVay, it's trending in the right direction. But yeah, just the fear of the tandem. We've been known for the fearsome foursome for years and years, and the legendary defensive line that the Rams brought previously. And it was interesting. Shefty mentioned something about like the dynamic duo or the dangerous duo. And I'm still sitting there. I'm like, yeah, but what about the other two guys or the other? Like, It's not just those two. And you consider the likes of Braden Fisk in the mix and what he's been able to do. Like, he was a guy that was second up in terms of defensive player of the year for his rookie season. Like, it was him and Jared Verse, took it home last season. His sophomore campaign, not necessarily up to the standard that he would like, but he was dealing with some injuries. So I'm really excited to see Braden, whether or not Aaron does come back or not. But they're just menaces. And then you also think about BY, like Byron Young and the force that he can put. He is a highly athletic, just so dynamic, great off the edge. Like, he is somebody that, regardless of whether Aaron comes back or not, which I hope he does, we got some playmakers on the defensive line. That's going to be one of the most exciting units to watch for the Rams. And not to mention the secondary, which we can dig into later. But yeah, I'm actually, as much as everyone's talking about the reigning MVP returning, yes, it's great, Matthew Stafford, but the defensive side of the ball could be really fun for the Rams this upcoming year.
So I'm gonna stick on the Aaron Donald topic. Okay, we're gonna keep it going a little bit, because if he does come back, I'm more of a like when. We have like a poll going of like what day the announcement is gonna happen, because like you, if you're putting on pads and you're officially doing these, like they have to be tryouts, but you're at camp and you're training, we're just waiting for when the announcement's gonna come. So what does this mean in terms of the other guys on defense? Like what does that do for this defensive unit? Because this offseason you get the reigning defensive player of the year, Myles Garrett, and you're like, oh wow, this is gonna be scary. Now you bring back one of the most feared other defensive, who was a defensive player of the year, pairing them together. The guys that you just mentioned, all the other guys on defense, what does it do for them to have both when Aaron Donald comes back alongside Myles Garrett?
Yeah, I think, Chris Shula is going to have an absolute field day because the embarrassment of riches, right, on the defensive side of the ball. But I think you're just going to create a lot of one-on-one opportunities. Like, it's interesting because, like, where do you slide the protection at that point? Like, we're used to seeing Aaron, or I was, previously when he was out on the field for the Rams, like, he wasn't just getting triple teamed. He had 4 guys draped over him. So you think about the one-on-one opportunities on the opposite side. And even, he's more of an interior guy, but just the amount of protection that slides his way. So I wonder, like, do you go to the direction of Myles or do you go to Aaron? And think about the field day that you could be having with some of those guys, even on the interior too. Like, gosh, whether it's Poona Ford, like maybe it's those guys that are actually picking up more of the sacks because you are just attracting so much attention elsewhere. So there are guys on the defensive side of the ball that could have career years coming up because so much attention is drawn the other way. So yeah, there's a couple of names I think are really excited to play alongside those guys, let alone the fact that, like, when I sat down with Myles in training camp, he said his goal is to break his own record. Like, getting out there and just having, and getting out there and just winning a Super Bowl, like, that's great. But he is somebody that actually wants to break his own record. And he keeps track of those stats. He's sacked 21 of the starting 32 quarterbacks in the NFL for this upcoming season. Of the 11 he has yet to sack, he'll have a chance to take down 6 more based off of the Rams schedule. So he's building tombstone after tombstone, and he's chasing his own records.
Yeah.
We will definitely be sure to keep track of that. Thanks for sharing that with us. So when you think of the Rams, you think of star power, offensively, defensively. As you spend time around this team throughout training camp, as they prepare for the season, who's a name that we maybe don't know right now or aren't talking enough about, but will be doing so by the end of the season?
This is so fun. Because I actually just got a chance to call the Rams game out in Kansas City as well. And a couple guys' names obviously popped, whether you think about like the first round pick and Ty Simpson. He had been taking a lot of the QB3 snaps through training camp, and he put on an absolute clinic of a performance. Now, obviously, the offense was a little bit more vanilla in terms of what he was putting out there. However, like, he stayed disciplined. I think him outside the pocket was really fun to watch. He can throw on the run. That's somebody I think there is competition at that QB2 spot with him and Stetson Bennett. So just from the preseason, that's a competition you kind of want to keep an eye on. But I also I liked what I saw from Max Clare, our tight end out of Ohio State. And then I'd also add in CJ Daniels. Like, the Rams historically have done an amazing job picking up wide receivers in late rounds and having them be impact players. Like, whether you think of Cooper Kupp or Puka Nacua, and I'm not saying CJ Daniels is the same in terms of his frame or his build out or even how he plays the game. However, they have done a really nice job in developing young talent at the wide receiver position. And I know they're excited about CJ, and he was also solid. Route running, I liked him off the edge, especially even blocking as well. Like, we know what the wide receivers for the Rams are tasked with, which is oftentimes like you got to be great in the run game as well, blocking for your guys. And I think CJ did that in that first preseason game. So we'll see what he puts out there tomorrow against the Saints.
Cam, I want to go back to Ty Simpson because I think there was a lot of question marks and a lot of Ram fans kind of like scratching their head, like, why would you take him with the 13th overall pick? And as you just mentioned, he really impressed, I think, in that first preseason game. Did he do enough to kind of earn the trust, not only of the Rams coaching staff to maybe be more in that conversation and competition for that QB2 role, but will he have to do more tomorrow? And what left does he have to prove?
Yeah, you know what I think is so interesting, and I think that excites me just as like a former athlete, thinking of Ty Simpson was getting reps with the threes. And on those alternating days for like Stafford, those were the only times he was really getting reps with the twos through training camp. So then he goes out and puts on a performance where he hasn't seen like the rep share that Stetson has through training camp. So I'm going, what is this guy going to look like when he actually does get the rep share? And I do think there is a competition at that quarterback 2 position now. I think it was a little bit more solidified early in training camp. However, yeah, after that performance, you have to acknowledge what Ty put on film, and especially with the limited reps he saw in camp.
Cam, you are not just the wonderful in-stadium host for the LA Rams. You're also the wonderful host of Big Ten Tailgate, coming to you 2 Saturdays from now, where you watch Cam Irwin on site, facing the Big Ten elements while I am in an air-conditioned studio, sipping coffee, but man, do we love her and appreciate her. What is a storyline of this Big Ten season that you are most excited to see play out?
Oh, man. The coach over at Big Blue, man. Kyle Whittingham. I'm so excited because I was a Pac-12er back in the day. I know what he did at Utah. I have so much respect the way he goes about his business, the discipline, the accountability, like that old school tough nose. I think it's the perfect hire for Michigan. I am excited to see what he can do in shaping those young men, and especially like Bryce Underwood. When I met him last year, I was really impressed for a freshman quarterback stepping into a massive spotlight. Him as a human really surprised me in the sense of just his poise, his professionalism, his ability to engage at such a young age. So I'm excited to see what year 2 for Bryce Underwood and alongside Kyle looks like.
Cam, you guys had 8 programs from the Big Ten crack the top 25 national rankings. And I think a big surprise is having the Hoosiers at number 6, even though they're the defending champs. When you look at these top 8 teams from the Big Ten, who are you keeping your eye on? You got USC there at 14, Ohio State number 1, Oregon number 2, Indiana 6. As I said, USC number 14. You were just talking about Michigan at number 16. Who are you kind of keeping an eye on to upset and kind of disrupt this season?
Yeah, I think Washington is actually primed for a little bit of an upheaval. 3rd year now under Jed Fish, 2nd year under Ryan Walters, their defensive coordinator. And I think on the defensive side of the ball in particular, they had to scheme. They didn't necessarily have the bodies in order to put the defensive performances out that they did last year. And I think it surprised a lot of people. I think Ryan Walters' adaptability was truly on display. And I can only imagine what he's going to be able to do in his 2nd year with Jed. And I also think, Damon Williams, and I like Desmond Roebuck, kind of his go-to guy. They've been playing ball together since they were like in the 5th or 6th grade. They're good friends. I'm just imagining like the 7-on-7 back to 11-on-11. And it's kind of like that backyard junk ball, like who's your outlet guy? And he's got one of those guys. And I was really impressed with how that organization just run things from top to the bottom. I was out there probably, last week? And I think it says a lot about a program when the guys come out for interviews and like the first thing they do is, hey, thanks for coming out, like shake your hand. They're in their polos. They, showered up after practice. And there is a standard that has now been built. And it's funny because I'm a Coug, but I can love on the Huskies when need be. And I was really impressed with what Jed Fish has done with this program and the accountability, the discipline that they have put together. So yeah, they're a little bit my dark horse up there in Seattle.
Cam, one more for you. Thank you so much for being generous with your time. What does a successful season look like for USC and the pressure that may or may not be building for the Trojans?
Oh, gosh. Okay, well, this is way to go. Brock, you're hitting me with a hard one right now. Oh, man, that's a great question. Oh, I don't know. How many wins are you giving them?
I think they have to win the CFP for it to be considered. Sorry, not win the CFP.
I was like,
make
wait,
the
what?
CFP.
Wait,
They have to
what?
make the
Hot
CFP
take.
to be considered a successful season. Where do you stand
And
on
how many
that?
wins? How many wins do you think that it's going to take to be able to get in?
They can't lose more than 2 games, so it has to be a
Whoa.
10-win season. But I don't know if I'm asking too much.
Yeah, you are.
Oh gosh,
Yeah, you are.
Curry just shuts it down
Yeah.
immediately.
Yikes. I mean, yeah, you can be hopeful.
Yeah, I mean, I think you've got to get there for sure. And I was going to say, like, is it 10? Is somebody sneaking in with 9? You got to have a big time win. I want to love on my Trojans. I feel terrible, but that's a big task in the Big Ten, especially. I don't know.
Kim,
I'll give them. I'll give them
absolute
9.
greatest. Yeah, I was
Yeah,
gonna say
I know. I'm
you are
like-
being so
I
kind.
was just pulling up their schedule, and I'm like, we might need to do another segment on this, Brock. You just brought up a whole other can of worms here. It's gonna be
Big
brutal.
Ten
I was gonna say I've got a lot of good friends on that USC staff too, so like I want to wish them the best. I just think that's a tough schedule, and 10 wins, and I think anybody that can get 10 wins in the Big Ten, man,
Good luck.
You're doing something with the CFP.
Yeah, you're doing something great.
Be sure to check Kim on Big Ten Tailgate 2 Saturdays from now. She is the absolute greatest. Thank you so much, Kim.
Cam, we appreciate you
You guys
so
are rock
much.
stars. Have a great day.
You too.
See you soon.
Love that. Like I said, the woman who does it all.
Truly.
Like play-by-play, sideline, football,
Volleyball, everything.
pickleball.
Everything.
Yeah, it's impressive. I went and played I think we were just like doing like a little pickleball fun action. Girl can play.
Yeah,
Girl can play.
Athlete.
Yes, in
Athlete.
every sense of the word. All right, guys, we got to take a quick break here. When we come back, do you care that NFL players are going back to college? What? That's next here on Brock and Alex.
In cons to that, because guess what? That means he can see thousands and thousands of more players than he used to when he had to physically go from city to city to see a kid in person. Now, some kids will still get the opportunity to be seen in person, and that may make a difference, but it always comes back to like you just focusing on you and getting better and improving, as an athlete and eventually, your game in a lot of ways will kind of do the talking and do the messaging more so than you trying to get onto a particular stage to say, look at me, when in reality you're not ready to be seen yet. Just focus on getting better, and then that opportunity.
John Elmore. I am obsessed with this dude. Oh, my God. If you have not looked up John Elmore, 30-year-old G League vet who's still fighting for a spot. He's playing for the Lakers right now in the Summer League, and he looks like my IT guy's stepfather. Follically challenged, but really rocking the skullet like it's no big deal. I love this cat.
Watching a veteran guy play in the summer or like in the preseason, it's so remarkably refreshing. You can see how much they understand about the game compared to, even in a lot of ways, the more talented or more dynamic players that are younger than them or just coming into the NBA. It's fun to watch guys that just understand how to play basketball, especially below the rim guys that are just out there straight old schooling it.
You probably learn a lot from a cat like that.
Definitely do.
Yeah.
It's good that he's getting an opportunity to just go out and show, guys at every level, age or whatever can play basketball. If they're playing in the summer or they're on a G League team, they can play. Yeah, I'm sure there's some guys in the minor leagues that may not ever get a call to the big club.
It's tough.
But they can play baseball.
What would it take for like a guy like John to ever get like his real NBA opportunity? Obviously, most likely won't happen with the Lakers and this team, but like, who's to say like a Utah Jazz or a team that's like in the bottom tier of the league all of a sudden, like, let's just bring this guy up for a month.
For a guy like John Elmore, it's tough, man. 30-year-old guard, point guard. Like, you're just not even fast enough.
It's going to be a damn good coach, though.
Well, hopefully, if he wants to coach. If he wants to coach,
if he wants, of course. I want him to live all his dreams. I can't stress that enough. I see a lot of myself in John Elmore. Which Cy Young ace do you trust more on the Dodgers, ladies and gentlemen? Do you trust Tarik Skubal or Blake Snell? And I'll give you my answer right now. Of course I trust Blake Snell more. It's a man that's pitched in multiple World Series now, not only for the Dodgers, but for the Tampa Bay Rays. He's won 2 Cy Youngs the same way Tarik Skubal has. Tarik Skubal hasn't had the opportunity to pitch deep into an October. This is going to be potentially his first real opportunity. Doesn't mean I don't trust Tarik Skubal. Absolutely do. He's had about a B+ start and a B- start for the Los Angeles Dodgers. But first game out of the microneedling surgery for Blake Snell, it was an A+. A+ start, A+ stuff. I can't stress enough how encouraging isn't even the word. Encouraging is that he threw 85 pitches. Incredible is that he dominated.
They want to get better. They want to learn from me, but I also want to learn from them. What is their style? What are they seeing? How they rushing? And how can I help improve it? And how can we work with each other? If there's something that you want to improve, great. But if it's taking something from me, I'm here for it. And I'm happy to share that. But let's not take away from what got you here. Let's not diminish anything that accentuates your qualities. And just running that fine line. These guys are very talented, and we have a room full of guys who can make plays and want to be able to put them in position to do so.
And let's say compared to most camps, about 10 days in, is it where you want it to be?
Yeah, especially on the defensive side. We came out firing. We could have closed a little bit better as far as making some plays down the stretch, but that's what we're in camp for. So the fact that we came out so hot, making stops in the run, making those big plays on pass, whether it was getting deflections or getting sacks. I'm really proud of our guys.
When you're coming up as a younger player that poured into you, that you took some lessons from?
So many. I tried to listen to everyone I could. I'm still not as good as I could be, and I'll never be too good to listen to anyone. So there was Joe Thomas, there was D. Ware, there was Bruce Smith. I listened to Randy, like all the guys who I don't name. I'm sorry I missed out, but I don't take it for granted the position I was put in to learn from a very talented group.
About Aaron working out at your facility here at camp. Do you guys talk a lot? I mean, everyone's kind of anticipating his potential return to join you. You guys have that discussion?
No, we haven't had a discussion. Hopefully they'll link up here soon. See where his head's at, and just break bread with him as well. I don't know how he's feeling or where he is in this process, but it is a process. Coming back from such time off, but
Modric, the amount of games he played, and they're all still competing at the highest level. It's incredible.
As far as I could tell, that was really cool. That reminds me of Brad Pitt from Snatch. You ever seen that where like they just can't understand a thing he's saying?
Yeah, it's a good. I haven't seen it in a while, but yeah, I see it.
Left foot. Magical
Wayne Rooney.
Ronaldo sucks. No.
Sue,
don't do it. It's not a Ronaldo moment. What are you doing? This is like the Dodgers having a championship parade and a bunch of people showing up in Giants. You go away. Go to the loser bar. Oh, Ronaldo, I'm back. All right, it's Messi's birthday. We're celebrating Messi. I think it's funny when you see.
What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us. Whether you're tuning in on the radio, the Odyssey app, or watching us live on YouTube, we appreciate you being here. Right now, though, it is time to bring in producer Shay.
The sports world is talking, but what's actually worth talking about in LA? Producer Shay brings the stories. Now Brock and Alex give the city your verdict. Do you care, LA?
How we doing? It is the sensei of segments, producer Shay.
I think I like Sultan of segments a little bit more, but it worked.
I can't.
It worked.
Just
I'm
go
producer
on.
Shay.
Go on.
I get to produce Brock and Alex every single day, Monday through Friday, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. And we do this fun little segment at 10:45 called 2 You Care LA, where I tell Brock and Alex different stories from around the sports world, and they tell me if they care from an LA perspective. Let's get into this quickly, guys. The NFL players are going back to college. So former Seahawks running back TJ Harden is trying something we almost never see. After getting cut by Seattle, Harden plans to return to college football after receiving another year of eligibility through a court ruling against the NCAA. With NIL money now available, some players who don't make an NFL roster think, maybe I should just go back. Do you care, LA?
Go, Brock.
Oh my God. Okay, so TJ Harden, born and raised in Inglewood, and then went to UCLA before he went somewhere else for his final year.
Okay.
But that being said, it used to always drive me crazy when the older generation would say how all you millennials want a handout, all of this participation trophy culture, and it used to drive me crazy, but this is what they were talking about. Like, the idea that it didn't work out, so now you're just going to revert course so that you have another shot at it. Like, that's not how life works. So why he's able to do this is because the NCAA takes so long with lawsuits that if you just sue for an extra year, then obviously the case is not going to get to trial until the season's over. And then at that point you say, well, it doesn't matter. I already played.
Yeah.
But you were a fantastic college running back. You gave it a shot with the Seahawks. You weren't good enough to make it. That's a participation trophy to now say, well, I'm just going to go back to college. Like, it's there's a level of entitlement there that drives me crazy, and it's going to keep continuing as. So now only kids in his class can do this, but as the cuts start happening, expect more names to try and go back to college for a last year.
This is wild because I feel like once you declare, you're done.
That should be it.
That should be done. You made your choice. Now you're taking that risk and you're taking that shot to try to make it in the big leagues, trying to make it in the NFL. You went unsigned, but then you signed with the Browns, undrafted free agent, then signed and that was May 8th. August 5th, signed a one-year deal with the Seahawks. August 15th, made his NFL preseason debut against the Cowboys, had 2 carries for 1 yard. And then August 17th, you were waived by the Seahawks.
That was your shot. Like, you tried your best.
That was it.
You tried your best, and it not everybody makes it. Enough. Yeah, that's the point that I hate agreeing with.
Or go to the UFL, or go play in Canada. Like, there are other avenues to do this, but to go back to college, you're not going for the education. No. You're not going for anything other than I deserve to be here because I was one of the best and I left. But it's like, no, you left. So once you put that behind you, these are the options you have in front of you. There are other professional leagues. You didn't make the NFL. You got to go for one of the other pro leagues now.
The idea that for a couple weeks you can share a locker room with Sam Darnold, Jackson Smith and Jigba, Cooper Kupp, and other Super Bowl winners, and then just go back to college is insane. And they are exploiting the system, and it's just a loser move. Like, it's not just him.
It is weird.
There will be more. Already, some have tried to do. Like, it is just a loser move to say I wasn't good enough at this level, so I'm just gonna go back to this level where I'm good enough and milk that until they kick me out. It's so. That's what it is, man. I can't support this. I hate
weird.
this. And imagine being 18 years old, working your butt off throughout high school to get a scholarship, and now I'm lined up against a guy who was sharing a locker room with Sam Darnold and the Seahawks.
No, you already decided to leave.
That's
I decided to come here because this was going to be my next opportunity.
I'm 18 years old trying to make trying to do what you've already done, but because you weren't good enough at the next level, you get to come back and beat me up, and you're 8 years older.
It's almost like so you're dating someone and you're like.
I see where you're going.
I'm better than you. I'm going to go out and test the waters. And then you go out there and you realize oh, no one really wants me. Maybe I'm not as hot as I thought I was. And you come back to your old relationship. You're like, so you want to take me back now? Come on. I think we're really great. I think I'd be really great for you. And it's like, No, man, you
No,
left.
I'm good.
You decided to leave and go see what was out there.
And
it didn't work out for you.
I hate to root against anyone, let alone someone that's LA born and raised, but I am hoping that a team does not bring him on board because it is going to start a trend and set a precedent that is just going to create chaos. If nobody signs him, he can't play anywhere. So I'm just hoping.
Is he the first player to try to do this? Do we know if anyone else has tried this yet and
others have
has
tried,
succeeded?
Others have been granted. So
So he's been granted.
Right.
Does that mean he goes back to his former team, or he can go to any college?
Any college can.
So he has an
can take him.
agent who's probably calling all these colleges right now.
And for the sake of college football, I hope every college team says, we play games in 9 days. So USC literally plays a game in 8 days.
Yeah.
So no, we're all set. Sorry. Teams cannot sign him because then there will be even more. Cut day is August 30th. There will be a ton of undrafted guys who can legally enter college football if they sue the NCAA. We can't start setting this precedent. I hope he does not get signed. Just get a job, man.
Well, you can also get a job in other professional leagues.
Or go to the UFL.
Yeah,
Exactly.
you're not going to make
Exactly.
as much money, but you took that risk to leave college and bet on yourself, and good for you for betting on yourself.
Yeah.
However, you're done. You're done with college, okay? That chapter's closed. Start a new one. All right. Dodgers when we come back.
It is funny because I never push your buttons before, but it's an interesting have you do it to me.
Yeah, I mean, I feel
that
like
was sarcasm.
I see the
Yeah, you
sarcasm.
got it.
It's a second language to me for sure. But look, there is no doubt about it. Messi is the GOAT. Ronaldo, not the GOAT, but still, he is back.
Pau Gasol arrives. Oh, yeah. Now we're on to something. I mean, Kobe may have knew. I didn't know. I remember saying to Kobe, I felt like we had enough. Even before Pau arrived, there's enough there. Was it a championship team? Probably not, but can't think that. You have to feel like every time you step on the court, you can win. And then when Pau came, it became easier to think that because of how great he was. So now Kobe's leadership in terms of Pau, Phil's relationship with Pau and getting the best from him, all of those things kind of evolved. And Phil couldn't treat Pau the same way he treated Kobe. Now we have a new all-star Hall of Fame level player. I can't coach him the same. I need to get to know him more. We know kind of how Pau is wired. The way I need to hold him accountable is going to look different than it does for somebody else. That's leadership. That's not being preferential or differential in your treatment. Talk about this in a minute.
We will.
We got to get to some real superstars.
Yes, we do. And when a superstar does call into a show, you answer the superstar as quickly as humanly possible. Ladies and gentlemen, he's a music legend and icon, and quite frankly, I couldn't be more excited to introduce you to the one and only Chuck D. Welcome to Derek and Decker, sir.
Hey, what's up, Derek and Cody, man? I'm not I'm not what you call a superstar. I'm just like a person who's a service person. I help service my industry, and long time being envious of how sports runs its things, dealing back in entertainment and music, which is a lot of times bananas. So I'd be trying to do my best to organize it to the point that people say, "Hey, man, we could keep going back for years," but. So anyway, hey, what's up, guys?
Chilling, man. Congratulations to you.
You guys know the deal. You guys know what you're looking at and listening to. Once upon a time, we had people like Don Cornelius and Soul Train, and then radio stations played the music, and now sports is taking over everywhere. I mean, you had music stations back in the day that did their job so well, but then that fell off, and then, people are engaged in sports because sports is truth to a certain extent. It's organized. You can't come from nowhere and all of a sudden be something. So those are the things I always work on, especially my genre, hip hop and rap now. We don't want people to leave after they turn 25.
Man, those are great points. Chuck D, Derek Fisher here, man. Big time fan, and just so much respect for not just your journey as an artist, but just as a human being, bro.
Man.
You represent so much more than just music. So we appreciate you tapping in with us this morning. Talk to me about, in sports, there's so much conversation about eras. And we were just having a conversation about, Shohei Ohtani and Babe Ruth. And in basketball, there's always these comparisons with eras. Where are you in terms of music now? How you feel about it compared to, obviously, in like your years when you were just super in the trenches with your music?
All the others, or the caretakers, the curators, everybody in the administration, management, proper care and concern, outside of the artistry, they've all, ran ship, They let, unsavory elements inside the music business. And I'm saying that it started kind of like from that way, but then it organized and fixed itself because they knew in order to have return, it's not about who just – in music, people kind of feel that –
Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. I'm Alex Curry. You are Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us, whether you're tuning in on the radio, the Odyssey app, or watching us live on YouTube. We appreciate you being here and love how much you guys have been a part of the show and been a part of the conversation. Hour number 2, we are just rolling through this, you guys. Preseason football is in full swing, which means there's going to be a lot of roster movements and roster adjustments during this time. Like fifth, I guess, how deep does it go during preseason in terms of like
I'd say 4
roster? Okay,
yeah.
So 4th string guys that are just fighting to make a roster spot, which is interesting because in our last segment we were talking about there are now NFL players who are getting cut, temporary restraining order, allowing players basically who have another year of eligibility to pursue an additional season of NCAA eligibility. So he is trying to go back to college, and Brock and I are feeling a certain way about it, where it's like, once you decide to leave college.
Honestly, I really don't have a problem with it. I feel like I understand that he's going back to college, and he, signed a deal for a year.
You get to just retread the tires on something if it didn't work out the first time. The idea that I played in college, I had a great career at UCLA, I moved on to SMU for a final year. I go to Cleveland, I go to Seattle, it didn't work out, so I'm just going to press the reset button. Like looking at it from the standpoint of if I'm an 18-year-old fighting for a spot in the running back room and a guy who has taken NFL preseason snaps comes in and is taking food off my plate, I'm going to feel away.
Just put it to you like this. When you play grassroots sports, right, there's kids who are older than you, right? There's kids who are stronger than you. When you're 14 coming into high school and you play varsity basketball, you're playing against 17, 18-year-olds. Right? So there is no difference when you're in college, right? When I was in college against guys who were 16 and I'm 16, 17, 18, I'm 14 years old, skinny and frail. So, at the end of the day.
Since you already left college, that redirection, there are other pro leagues. It just might not be in the NFL right now. And we've seen a lot of other players kind of take that route. And there have been a couple that have made the leap from the UFL to the NFL. Yeah. However, taking that.
A lot of college athletes who have, either went undrafted, maybe got drafted in the second round, and, they decide to go back to college. I think there should be a certain, maybe you play a certain amount of snaps or maybe you play a certain amount of minutes in the NBA before you can decide to go back. Because it's really not that big of a difference. The training is, I don't really see the issue.
Jason, we appreciate your call so much, and we love hearing from ULA how passionate you feel about any of these topics that we're getting
Thanks
on.
for calling, Jason.
Yeah, thank you for your perspective, and he's right. It is the workload and everything you had to do because the focus was football, not necessarily going to class.
Yeah, it's funny. It's so hard because I root for, one, anyone from LA. Two, I'm always going to take an athlete's side on most things because I've been in the daily basis. And
For sure.
I am empathetic to that. And I'm not ignorant enough to not say, yeah, if I can make $400,000 here without any positive, but how does that set you up
for success
in life?
Well, I can just go back and do what worked before.
I'll just go back to what I used to do. Eventually, that doesn't work anymore,
Yeah.
So
Well, it's just that
pretense of you weren't good enough, so you went back, stole an extra year, and now you're good at. It's just
no,
weird.
I get it.
And they're making up the rules as they go along. There's nothing really to go off of here. I just
for the I guess for college football and the future of guys declaring for the draft and then trying to come back if they don't. Is on the mound. Yoshinobu Yamamoto starts tonight. Tarik Skubal scheduled to go Saturday. Blake Snell on Sunday. However, we got some other great pitching news, and that's that Tyler Glasnow looks ready to rejoin the Dodgers rotation next week. Now, he's been out for more than 3 months with the back spasms. He was 3-0 with a 2.
Tyler, he was a heck of a high jumper. He was a hurdler too. We were on the same track team. We both grew up in Santa Clarita, and I had come to terms that he wasn't going to pitch anymore this year. I had come to terms that after he went on the IL and then was working his way back and then had a setback, and just as a guy who's been injured.
Glasnow, could you imagine? I mean, the 3 right there, that is like a feared starting rotation.
Yoshi, Skubal, and Snell.
Yeah.
They don't need him to. So I think it's kind of a stress-free situation. Like you would rather have him up there.
Yeah. I feel like it's going to be like a Tyler Glasnow, Shohei Ohtani, like opener 1-2 punch situation. But who would you have? Like, would you still have Ohtani start, or if Glasnow's in a better place, have him start, then bring in Ohtani? You're only using no, not during the regular season. This is during October, where it's 3, maybe 4 starters that you're using. Yeah, what would you do?
In that case, I think I go Shohei.
You start with Shohei as the opener, and then have Glasnow.
Pass it off to Glasnow in the 3rd inning, 4th inning.
Is that weird, though, for someone of that caliber to be like, hey, you're going to have an opener, but it's Shohei Ohtani?
It would be unique, but I think because of the circumstances, both guys would completely.
Weekend, as I mentioned, we got Yamamoto tonight, Skubal scheduled for Saturday, Blake Snell, Pittsburgh here in LA, which means he would be kind of that Saturday window next week in Detroit. You guys, that's going to be an emotional must-watch TV. Do you think he's going to cry?
Yeah, I think he is. Because
he's the emotional guy. I saw him, it went viral, but he kissed Kike's hand. He was kind of getting into the vibe, because he's a very serious guy, when he's working and on the mound. And the Dodgers are a very loose team. Detroit would do that for Skubal, right?
When they announced him as the starting pitcher, I could see, they'll show the Dodgers lineup and starting pitcher, maybe they give him a little solo shot or something like that, just for all that he's done.
Who
would cry? Of course they're gonna cry.
But you know what? That would probably be so great for Detroit. So we're gonna get in his head. Let's get in his head before he goes on the mound.
Yes. Well, now things
now
just
I'm
got really sad. Things were funny, sad. Now they're sad.
All right, we need a refresh. You guys are going to take a quick break. When we come back, we're heading to Vegas, you guys. Do we now have a quarterback battle in Vegas after last night? Don't go anywhere. You're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan.
Chop wood, carry water, practice hard, compete hard. Everything is going to fall in place. Take care of itself.
There was a certain play from Monday's practice that inspired you to put out a tweet basically saying nobody can place the ball like Matt Stafford. Can you talk us through that play?
I thought
in the AFC, what is it about Matt Stafford that makes him so special?
His knowledge for the game. I think he always knows where to go with the ball, and just his arm strength and ball placement. Just
350 homers this week or
300
last week.
home runs, 9 seasons to get there. Unreal.
Correct. So crazy low number right there. Not even Barry Bonds, if I'm not mistaken. So in that regard, you have to respect that. But then he's also striking everybody out. So, who else can
The Fan.
Oh, my goodness.
Live, local. We back, baby. And in your feed. Yeah. Bring your opinions.
Shohei Ohtani.
Bring your love for the game. Join 5-time Lakers champion Derek Fisher and the voices connecting LA sports fans every day. The new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports.
In a world where you can book a trip anywhere, one man booked a trip.
Yes, this has been nuts. Absolutely nuts over here. But listen, the weather has calmed down a little bit. We are better. It is humid as hell, though.
Who had a better weekend? Cody Decker out in Hawaii or Kyle Tucker inside Dodger Stadium?
Well, I got to tell you, I would say it's Kyle Tucker, and I'll tell you why. He didn't have to watch Kyle Tucker the way I had to watch Kyle Tucker this last weekend in a hurricane. It was all
fracture.
Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Ravine. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us, whether you're tuning in on the radio, the Odyssey app, or watching us live on YouTube. We appreciate you being here and love when you are part of the show and a part of the conversation. So if you want to watch a live stream, head over to YouTube. How big of a thing it was until I worked at KTLA at a news network for like a couple years. Everything gets dropped. Everything gets dropped for a car chase. And it is just like straight out of Anchorman of like, and here we go. We are following the car. Oh,
it started in Calabasas.
Excuse me, what? Ooh. Okay, give us a breakdown of this car chase because I had like.
I'll get you guys get your thing and I'll break it down. I'll give you guys a synopsis of it.
Okay.
So I will.
And then like it became like the whole personality of news. Yeah. Hilarious, wild. So Shay, when you have an update for us, you keep us in. All right. You're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. Let's talk some Raiders and Vegas because the Raiders came back from took to the NFL interception that was returned. It was a pick six that was returned for an 80-yard touchdown. When you saw that happen, what was the first thing that went through your mind?
Can't do that in the NFL.
Yeah, get it out of your system now.
Can't get away with that in the end. He's rocking back as he expects the ball. The tight end steps back as he thinks the play's starting, and the rest of the offense is still. A false start situation like that is always on the quarterback. It's always the quarterback's fault, no matter what.
You can't move.
So that's an issue there. And then, of course, the picks.
And this is what Fernando Mendoza had to say.
I would say I would classify jitters as over the top. Evidently, you're always feeling your nervous system activating. However, today I thought I saw it very well, and evidently there was one unfortunate play, but even that play I thought I saw it well, just didn't make the right throw.
Important thing for rookies in this situation, especially like he's not starting the season as a quarterback. Like that's not the goal for what we're seeing from Fernando Mendoza in preseason. What we want to see from him is how is he going to respond to the speed, to the pace, to the pressure of the NFL.
His offensive line was huddled on the sideline. They're waiting for the kickoff so that they could take the field. And he's clapping and he's motivating everyone. And that's what you want to see. What you don't want to see is, oh man, that's my welcome to the NFL moment and hanging his head. He was just as excited and involved. Kind of threw it off his back foot, and the ball just sails over the linebacker's outstretched hand perfectly into the hands of Jalen Naylor. And those are the throws where you say, okay, that's why you're the number one overall pick.
Yeah,
that's why you are a Heisman winner. This didn't help him out a ton either. And Malik Benson was the biggest issue there. He had 2 drops. One of them, they were on this 2-minute drill going down toward the red zone, and he drops a pass that he would have had room to catch it, turn up field, and run, and that could have maybe set up for...
Oh, because, Mr. Aikman's already,
Well said, Fernando. You nailed it.
Thank you. God bless.
Back to you guys.
See, there it is. Back to Mr. Buck. That's the stuff. He is unique.
Uh-huh.
Leaving Joe Buck speechless is a rare feat.
Which is
will be the starting running back. Mike Washington Jr. is competing for that backup role, drafted out of Arkansas. 9 carries, 56 yards, 6.2 yards a carry.
And the guy took Genty, number 1 overall, and the rest of the draft was like, what? What are you? Last night really came in and took over the second half to lead to that comeback.
And they still don't think Mendoza's ready. Maybe you put in Aiden O'Connell because he's been a starting quarterback before. So
yeah,
having O'Connell get out there, have success is important because if Kirk gets hurt, you may still need him.
So Clint Kubiak.
Things to work on, and I'm going to rip these guys in film. For example, they had 9 penalties for 83 yards.
But, like, it's the Raiders who had, 3 wins last year. So to even just have a preseason win, I feel like you have to, hold on to the positives a little bit.
You can hold on to some of the positives, but...
It was such an uncomfortable feeling. Do you remember that feeling?
Yeah.
Where you're like... I don't know. Do I have it? Do I not? Can I get it? Can you just tell me, please? Stop keeping me in the in-between.
It's the beauty of competition.
Stop keeping me.
I played with a completely torn UCL and shoulder and a broken toe in 2 places.
Cool. Do you have multiples in games?
Multiple. Yeah, no. And him no-showing the Gold Cup with his first opportunity to play with Poch, and now all the reports around, and as much as I want to say they're sources and unverified, Landon Donovan's the one out talking about Christian Pulisic's camp and how he's been handling the press and how it's been a problem for Team USA. Have you ever had